What's going on, guys? Today in this video, let's sharp our Angular knowledge by building complete Angular applications from scratch. So let's get started. Alright guys, I have a small announcement about my next premium course where you will learn to develop a complete Angular real-world client project from scratch. So in this course, you guys will learn an update version of the Angular from scratch. You will learn TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, how to gather requirements from the clients, how to plan the project according to the client's requirements, how to price your project, how to create a project proposal, and so on. And also guys, in this course, I will teach you how I do freelancing as a web developer. And I will show you all the techniques that I use to find new clients or works. So guys, in this course, we'll develop 12 standalone applications, complete admin application, complete inventory and production management application, complete point of sale application for the retail store, complete wholesale management for the wholesale client, complete customer management and reward application, complete online e-commerce store for online sales, employee management system, income and expense accounting application, report management application, online sales management application for like eBay and Amazon, complete e-commerce application, and complete e-commerce content management system. Actually guys, this is a project that I worked on for the past 6 months for a big clothing brand in my country. So guys, in this course, I am sharing my real world experience with you that you will never learn from an online course. This is not just a theory course, this is a totally real world practical course. Guys, I am expecting this course content will last more than 100 plus hours and I almost completed 20 plus hours of content. So guys, I am announcing a pre-sale offer for this course for a limited time. If you join this, you will get all of this knowledge just for a $6.99, and those who join to this course will receive a bonus gift, which is that I will release this course in React.js with Next.js and also in Svelte.js with SvelteKit.js. So with my pre-sale offer, you guys will get these two courses for free. Guys, this is for a limited time and for limited slots. This course will be released in mid of November. So guys, join now and give your support for me to add more valuable stuff to this course. So it's really appreciated, guys. If you guys want to know more details about this course, I have released a full promotional video about this course. You can find the link in the description and also the pre-sale link also in the description. Hey, what's going on YouTube? Today in this video, let's look at how to build a calculator using Angular and Tailwind CSS from scratch. So without wasting any time, let's begin. Alright, so guys, before we begin, any of you are new to OctAcademy YouTube channel, please don't forget to subscribe. Alright, so as I said in the intro, in this tutorial, we're gonna be build an Angular calculator from scratch. For the design part, we will use the Tailwind CSS, right? So guys, if any of you are new to Angular, I recommend you guys to watch my Angular 8 plus hours master course on the YouTube, where you can learn A to Z about Angular framework. I'll leave the link in the description. And also guys, in this tutorial, we will be using Tailwind CSS as well. For this also, I have created a full overall course. If any of you are interested, you can check that as well. The links are in the description. Alright, so let's begin. So first thing first, we have to generate a new Angular app using the Angular CLI. So open your command prompt or the terminal and run this command. ng new, and the project name is ASMR calculator. So guys, I'm creating this tutorial based on my ASMR series, so that's why this project name is ASMR calculator. So don't worry about that. So we are not going to use the Angular router feature, so it's not an issue with this. Give yes or no, anything that you want. Now select the preferred CSS method. I select CSS and hit enter. This may take several seconds to minutes. Wait until this installation is complete. Alright, our Angular app is ready to go. Now let's open this inside the VS Code. Awesome. So for the calculator design, we're going to use the Tailwind CSS. So let's install and configure Tailwind CSS inside our Angular project. So how do we install and configure Tailwind CSS? So we can find this in the Tailwind CSS official documentation. So I'll leave the link in the description. So first copy this npm command and paste it inside the VS Code integrated terminal. Hit enter to execute this command. Once it is completed, copy the second command and paste it here. So guys, this will create the Tailwind CSS configuration file. Once it's done, next copy this code and paste it inside this tailwind config.js file. Perfect. So now next copy these style imports inside this styles.css file. So as you know, this is the main CSS file of our Angular app, right? Okay, so we have successfully completed the Tailwind configuration. Next, let's run this Angular app. So inside the integrated terminal, run this command ng serve. So as you guys know, this will compile all the Angular files and open this inside the web browser. So this is how this Angular default boilerplate looks like. So open the app component HTML file. Inside that, we can see this boilerplate code. We don't need this, so remove it. Now let's see whether this installed Tailwind CSS is working or not. So just simply create an h1 tag and the text is Angular calculator. Next, let's add some Tailwind CSS classes. Inside this class and the CSS class text -red -700 and text -3xl. As you can see here, these Tailwind CSS utility classes apply to this h1 tags, which means everything working as we expected. Awesome. So now let's begin the design. So remove this h1 tag. We don't need that anymore. Inside this app component HTML file, create a div. Inside this, add these Tailwind CSS classes: min-w-screen, min-h-screen, bg-tail900, flex, items center, justify center, px-5, py-5. That's it. So you guys may wonder what these Tailwind CSS classes are doing, right? The first CSS class, min-w-screen, will set this div min width to the browser's screen width. And this also same will set the min height to browser's frame height. Next, this will apply this tail900 background color to this div. This will set this tail900 color, right? Next, this will set this display to flex and make all the content center with these item center and justify center classes. Next, this will set the horizontal padding to 5 and this will set the vertical padding to 5. So guys, if any of you don't know about this anything, I recommend you guys to watch my Tailwind CSS crash course. I'll leave the link in the description. So on the right side, you can see the preview of these styles. Looks awesome, right? Alright, let's move on to the next div. So inside this first div, let's create another div and add these Tailwind classes. The first one is wfull, next mxauto, rounded xl, pggray100, shadow xl, text gray 800. After this, relative and overflow hidden. So guys, this mx auto will set this div horizontally margin to auto. This rounded class will set this div border to round. As you know, this will set the background to this color. This will set a shadow, and this will set the text color to gray 800. Next, this class will set the div display relative, and this overflow hidden will set the overflow hidden, right? So Tailwind CSS classes are very easy to understand, right? You guys can learn more about this in the official documentation of Tailwind CSS. So I'll leave the link in the description. Awesome. Next, let's write a custom CSS for this div and set this max width to 350 pixels. Awesome. Alright, so next inside this, create an h1 tag, and the classes will be text white, py10, text 3xl, and the font bold. The text is Angular calculator. Save this. Inside this preview, this is showing the inside of a gray color box. I don't want that. So remove this bg gray class from this previous div. Now this looks perfect. So guys, we added these Tailwind classes to this h1 tag. So nothing much here, just added this text white. So this class will set this h1 text color to white. You already know this, right? This will set vertical padding. This text 3xl will set this h1 font size larger, and at last this font bold will set this font to bold style font. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, now next let's create the calculator screen. Create a div and set these Tailwind classes w full, h40, bg gradient 2b, from gray 800, and to color gray 700. After this, text right. After this, next the function screen. So again create a div and these classes w full, py5, px6, text 2xl, text white, and font thin. Now inside this div add this text for now. Function, later we'll make this dynamic, right? Save this. Something is wrong here. This gradient is not applied here correctly. Oops, this should be to gray 700, right? This is not from, this should be to, right? Save this and look at the browser. Now this looks perfect. So guys, for this previous div we added these Tailwind CSS classes w full. As you know, this will set this div to full width, h40. This will set the height of this div to 40, and this will add the gradient background to this div's bottom. With this we are applying to gradient from and to background colors, gradient first color and the second color. Next we added this text right class, so this will display the text on the right side aligned inside this div. Okay, next we added this w full again. You will already know that, which will set the width to full of this container. And next these are set paddings horizontal and vertical. Next this will set the font size. This will set the text color to white, and this will set the thickness of the font to thin, right? Very simple. Okay guys, let's move on to the next section. Alright, now let's design the number screen. Okay, this is also the same as this function screen. Again create a div with these classes w full py5 px6 text 6xl. After that, text white, font thin. Inside this div, add a random number which will make this dynamic later. So guys, these Tailwind CSS classes are the same as the previous. I hope I don't want to explain that again. Alright, let's move on to the next. So this is the end of the calculator screen. So next, let's design the calculator buttons area. So after this, create a div with these classes. W full bg gradient to b from red 500 to red 800. Now inside this button area div, let's create the first row of the buttons. Again, create a div and add these Tailwind CSS classes. Flex w full. As you know, this will set this div display to flex and this will set to full width. Okay. Now inside this, let's create another div. So the classes are w-2/4 border dash r border dash b border dash red dash 500. So for this div, we used some new Tailwind CSS classes. So inside this button row, we're gonna place 4 buttons in a row. So that's what I defined here. So in this row, we have 4 columns. From that 4 columns, use 2 columns for this div or this button. Okay. Next, we got this border dash r. This will add the border on the right side and this will add the border on the bottom side. With this, we set the border color to this red 400 Tailwind CSS color. Before we move on, let's add a comment here so we can differentiate these divs, right? So this will be the first button row of the calculator. Awesome. Now inside this div, let's add a button tag with these Tailwind classes as usual. W full h16 outline none hover bg red 700 hover bg opacity 20. Actually I done a mistake here. Add a space over and enter between these 2 classes, otherwise this will not work. Alright, so next add this text white, text opacity 50, text XL, font light, and the button name is C. So we will use this button C to clear the calculator values, right? So guys, this W full will add the full width. This will set the height to 16. This will set the button outline to none. This will set this red 700 background color to this button when we hover this button. So for this, we use the Tailwind pseudo class, right? Hover. This will set this button hover opacity to 20. This will set text opacity. This will set the font size. This will set the font weight to light. Okay. These classes are not hard to learn. Tailwind is very user-friendly CSS framework, right? Alright, so now let's add the second button of this first row. Create a button tag and add these classes. These classes are also the same as the previous. W full, H16, outline none, focus, outline none, over BG red 700, hover BG opacity 50, text XL font light. These all classes same as the previous button, so I already explained it, so I think I don't need to explain it again, right? So now save this. Something is wrong. Oops, I made a mistake here. we have to define the column div for the second button as well. So this is the clear button. So let's add the comment for this. Next, cut the second button from the first column. And after this, actually this button is for the percentage function. So let's add a comment for it. Inside this, create a div and add these classes w1/4, border R, border B, and border red 400. These all classes are the same as the previous button except this width class. For this clear button, we set the width of 2 columns from 4 columns width, right? For this percentage button, we allocate 1 column size from all total 4 columns, right? So next, add the button inside this column div. The button text is percentage simple. Save this. This text color should be white. So add that here. Text white. Now this C is not visible perfectly. So let's remove this text opacity from this clear button. Perfect. Now this looks awesome. Alright, now let's add the last button of this first row. So after this, add this comment. This button is for the multiplication function. So add this comment. After this, create a div and add these classes. This is also the same as the previous button. So add these same classes here as well. The row width is 1 from 4. Border R, border bottom, border red 400. After this, inside this div, create a button and add these classes. Nothing new here. This is also the same as the previous one. If you want, you can copy and paste it, right? So the classes are W full, outline none, focus outline none, BG red 700, BG opacity 10, text white, text 2XL, font light. So now save this. There is an issue. I forgot to add the height class. So let's add that here. Now this looks perfect. Awesome. So guys, this is the end of the first button row. So now let's start the second button row. First, let's add the comment. I'm adding these comment tags for you guys to understand what is happening here. This is not compulsory to add. Okay. Alright, so now let's create the second row div with these classes. Inside this, let's add the first button. So first, the column div. In this row, we'll place 4 buttons. So the width is 1 from 4, border R, border B, and border red 400. Next, the button. All the classes are the same as the previous. And the button text is number 7. Save this. Now this looks perfect. Alright, let's add the other button columns. This time let's duplicate this. Duplicate this first column 3 times. The first column is number. So the second column, the first column is number 7. So the second column will be number 8. Third button is number 9. And the last button is for multiplication. Looks perfect. So this is the end of the second row. Now let's move on to the third row. For this also, let's copy this second row and paste it here. So now this will be the third row. The first button is for number 4. The second button is for number 5. The third button is for number 6. The last button function is minus. Looks awesome. Again, copy and paste the previous row for this fourth row. The first button number is number 1, number 2, next number 3, and the function button is plus. Perfect. Now the last button row of our Angular calculator. For this also, first create the row div with these classes. Inside this, create the column. Same as previous, inside this, create the button for the number 0. The second button is for the decimal sign. And the last button is for the equal sign. So this button width is 2 from 4 columns, right? So save this all and look at the browser. Our Angular calculator design is ready. Looks awesome, right? Alright, the Angular calculator design part is over. Now let's make this calculator functional. So for this, first thing first, open the app component.ts file. Inside this, we'll write the logical part of our Angular calculator. Alright, let's begin. First, let's create some global variables. So the first variable is cal value and this type is number. Assign this to number 0. Next, create another variable fun t. This t is capital. Set this type to any and assign it to a string value something, no function. Guys, actually I created these two variables to assign the current value and the function of the calculator. So as you can see here, we display the value and the function inside the calculator screen. So if you can remember, we added the static values when we doing the designing part. Now let's make this dynamic using these variables. So how do we do that? Very simple. We can simply add this with the string interpolation in Angular, right? So go to the app component HTML file and first let's make this function screen dynamic. Remove the static value and add this. We declare the string interpolation scope using the double curly brackets. So inside this, add the variable. So we're going to use the funT variable for this. Now as you can see here, this time we got this no function text inside the calculator, which is coming from this funT global variables default value. Awesome, right? So let's move on, do the same for this calculator value as well. So remove the default static value and add string interpolation. Inside this, variable name is cal value. So guys, addition to this, we will use the Angular number pipe for this. So this number pipe will format this number readable by adding commas, right? If any of you don't know about the string interpolation and pipes and Angular logical things, I strongly recommend you guys to watch my Angular full course where I explained everything about Angular A to Z. Alright, so next let's create a method to capture the input values of the calculator. So inside this class scope, create a method. The method name is onClickValue. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. After this, method parameter and the method scope. So we capture the calculator value with a parameter variable. So declare a parameter variable, something called val, and this type will be string. Next we'll create another parameter variable to capture the type of the calculator value. So in our calculator we have two types of inputs, right? Number and functions. So inside this method we have to differentiate these two types of inputs. Then only we can do the calculator logics, right? So in order to capture the input calculator value type, we'll use another parameter variable, something type, and this type will be any. Now inside this, simply console log these two parameter variables so we can understand this easily. Now we defined the method. Now let's call this method when clicking this clear button. So inside this button tag, for this we're going to use the Angular click event binding option. So how do we do that? Very simple. Just inside the bracket add the event name, which in our case click. Now inside quotes, let's call the method. The method name is onClickValue. After this add the parentheses. So this method required two parameters. One is the calculator clicked value. Another one is the type of the calculator value, which can be a number or function. So in this case, we are using this click event on this C or the clear button. So the click value will be C. Pass this as a string. Next, the type. This C is a function, so pass function as the second parameter. Let's add this method to the next button in this first row as well. So the second button is this percentage button. So copy this and paste it inside the percentage button. Value parameter is percentage symbol. Type is this also function. So keep this as it is. Perfect. Next button is this divide button. So add the click event for this as well. So the value is slash symbol. The type is function. That's it. So now if we click one of these first row buttons, these values should log inside the browser console. So let's see this in action. Save this and back to the browser and open the browser console. Now click on the clear button and look at this guy. Inside the browser console, we can see this log, the value and the type parameter values. Again, click on this percentage and divide buttons. These buttons value and types are also logged inside this browser console, which means our first step in capturing the data of the calculator input is successfully working as we expected. Perfect. Alright, now let's add this click event binding to all other buttons. Next we got the number 7 button, so copy and paste the click event here, and this time the value parameter is number 7 and the type is number, not the function, right? So save this and click the number 7 button inside the view. As you can see here, this time we got these values, number 7 and the type number. Awesome, right? So now let's do this for all other buttons. Alright, so other buttons also working as we expected. Right, so now let's move on to the logical part. So first thing first, let's capture and call different methods for different input types. For example, if the type is number, we'll call a something number method. And if this type is a function, we will call something function method to do the calculation logic parts, right? Let's see this in action. So inside this method, remove this log, we don't need that anymore. After that, let's create an if condition loop. If this parameter type is equal to a number, we'll call this onNumberClick method, right? So we are getting a compile error. Why is that? Because we are calling this method, but we didn't declare this method yet. So let's create this method after this first method scope. So create our new method. The method name is onNumberClick after this parentheses and the method scope. So guys, in order to do the number manipulations, we need the calculator input value inside this method as well. So how do we get that? Very simple. Just pass this value parameter variable to this onNumberClick as well. In order to capture this passing parameter, we have to capture that inside this method as well. So define a parameter variable val and type is a string. This parameter variable name is just a variable name. You guys don't need to follow this as mine. Awesome, right? Now inside this, first we'll write the logic, then after that I'll explain the code. So first create a global variable, something called calNumber. This type will be string and the default value will be any value. Alright, now inside the onNumberClick method, let's write the logic. Create an if condition. The condition is this dot calNumber not equals to no value. If this is true, assign this calNumber to this dot calNumber plus val. In this else condition, we simply assign this calNumber to this parameter variable val, right? So after this if else condition and this dot cal value phrase float inside the parentheses, pass this calNumber. That's it for the code. Now let's see what is happening here. Before this, let's see this in action. I did a mistake here. Some of you may notice this. I assigned any value as this calNumber default value, but inside this if condition, I am checking this default value, no value. So in order to fix this, change this default value to no value. Save this and back to the browser. Click on the number inputs on our Angular calculator. As you can see here, now we can see the number value displaying inside the calculator screen. So from where this magic is happening? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course, this is working with this logic that we wrote a few minutes back. So some of you may guys understand this logic, but some of you may not. So guys, allow me to explain this logic. So this is very simple, nothing fancy. So if you can remember, we captured the input value from this onClickValue method. If the clicked value type is number, we are calling this onNumberClicked method. So this is what we are doing with this if condition. So after that, we created another global variable called calNumber and we assigned a default value for that global variable, no value, right? So we created this global variable to check whether there is any value showing inside the calculator or not. This is what we are checking here. If this calNumber value is in default state, which means no value, we directly assign the calculator input value to the calNumber. If this calNumber is not in default state, which means there is a value inside the calculator already, what we did here is we capture that cal value. It is already assigned to the calNumber variable, right? So I concat the newly input number to the current value. So this is what I did here. I know it is a bit confusing, right? Let's see this with an example. At the initial stage of this calculator, the calculator display value is 0 and the cal number global value is also in its default state, which is this no value state, right? The first time user clicks on a number, we have to show that number inside the calculator display. So in order to show this number inside the calculator display, we have to assign this number to this cal value global variable. Why do we have to assign that number to the cal value global variable? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. We are displaying this cal value variable inside the view using the string interpolation, right? So in order to show the user's input, we have to assign that value to this cal value variable. In our calculator, we have two types of user inputs. One is number type and the second one is function type. So when the user clicked a button, first we have to capture whether that clicked button is a number input or a function input. So that's what we doing here. When the user clicked, we call this method with two parameters, the value of the button and the type of the clicked button, which can be a function or a type number. So this is what we are doing with this if else statement. If this type is a number, we are calling this on number click method. So from this method, we have somehow to display the user input number inside the calculator view, right? So guys, in order to show this inside the calculator view, we have to assign the user clicked action value to the cal value variable. So as I said earlier, we display only this variable cal value inside the view using the string interpolation. So guys, here we have a problem. We cannot access this user clicked value from this method. So as a solution for this, we pass that val parameter to this on number click method as well. So guys, this is what we did here. Alright, so now we have assigned this value to the cal value variable, but we have another problem. If the user want to add one number, he can simply click the number 1 button. But if he wants to add the number 11, he has to click the number 1 calculator button twice, right? In order to show this clicked value, we have to concat each and every input number of user, right? So this is what we doing here. But you guys may think, why do we add this if else condition? When the user input the first number, in that stage there is no value to concat. So we have to capture that, right? So in order to capture that, I did create another new global variable called cal number and assigned a default value, no value, right? So at the first, this variable value is assigned to no value. So I'm checking whether this cal number value is not equal to no value or the default value. If it is not equal to the no value, which means there is already assigned a number. We do the concatenation here if this equals to the default value, which means there is no value assigned to this variable. Again, this means there is no input number before. So we don't need to do the concatenation. We can directly assign the user input value to the cal number value, right? So once again, if the user wants to input the number 11, so the user must click the number 1 button twice. So when clicking the first time number 1, we don't need to do the concatenation. This is what we did here. When the user input the second number, we have to concat the user input first number and the current input number. This is what we did here. At the initial stage, this cal number is assigned to a default value. So if it is in default state, we don't need to do the concatenation. If it is in its default state, which means already a number assigned to this variable. So in that case, we have to concat the current number input with the previous number. So hope you guys got the idea. At last, in order to display this inside the calculator display, I assign this cal number variable, which is carrying this user input number by converting it to a number value. So why is that? Because this cal number value is a string and this cal value number type is a number, So we cannot assign a string to a number type. So that's why I phrase this to a number value. Very simple, right? Alright, we successfully completed displaying the number inside the calculator view. Now let's work on the functions. This is also easy. So if you can remember, in a calculator we have two access type, number input and the function input. So we already captured and wrote the code for the number type action. Now let's capture the function type input and let's do the logic. This is also the same as the previous. Inside this onClickValue method, after this add another else if condition. So the condition is, this time we are checking the function type. So the condition is type equals to function. Inside this, let's call to a method called onFunctionClick and pass the value as a parameter for this method. We are getting a compile error because we don't have created this method yet. So let's create this method. After this, onFunctionClick, carefully follow the simple capital letters, and after this parentheses, we are getting a parameter. So create a parameter variable. Well, this type will be string. This is just a parameter variable name. No need to follow this, exactly same as mine. So inside this, let's write the logic. So guys, like the previous, we have to track this also if it is the first function or the second function. So let's do the code, and after that I'll explain the code. So first let's create a if condition to track the function. If inside brackets check the funT variable in default state or not. So this dot funT equals no function. Inside this, let's add the logic. Before this, we have to create two variables. So inside the global scope, create two variables. First variable is first number, the type is number, and assign default value 0. Next, the second variable name is second number, the variable type is number, and the default value is 0. Perfect. Next, inside the method, write this condition. This dot first number assign this dot cal value. After this, reset the cal value. So this dot cal value assign to 0. Next, reset the cal number variable. So this dot cal number assign to its default value, which is no value. After this, we assign the function to funT variable. So we capture the user input with this parameter variable. So this dot funT assigns val, which is this parameter variable name. I made a mistake here. This should be capital N because we set the default value for this funT variable no function with the capital N, right? Now save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time after we enter the first number and when we click one of the functions, this calculator value is set to 0 and this no function changed to the current clicked function, right? So guys, this is what we did with these codes. So as I said earlier, the first thing first, we have to check that this function is the first function that the user input. So this is what we are checking with this if condition. If this funT variable is in its default value, which means this is the first function input of the user. So if this is the first function, we did this. So first we assigned the user input number value to the first number global variable, because we need to store the first number, right? So then only we can do the calculation. So this will be the first number. After that, we reset or assigned the cal value variable to the 0. And also we set the cal number variable to its default state, no value. And at the end, we assign the user input function to the funT variable, which means it's now changed from its default value. So when the user input the second function, this if condition will not work. So I hope you guys got the idea. Alright, now let's do the else part. So as previous, first let's write the code, then we'll do the explanation of the code after that. Okay, so after this add the else if condition. This condition is this time this dot funty is not equals to no function, its default value, right? So inside this we'll assign the cal value to the second number global variable. That's it for this second condition. Can you guys guess that what we did here? It's very simple. If this is the second function input, which means there is already a first number, this time we have to capture the second number. So we assigned the user input cal value to the second number variable. In order to perform a calculation, we need two numbers. So that is what we did here. If this funty is no function, which means the user inputs the first number. If there is a function already, it means this time the user input it's the second number. So hope you guys got the idea. Perfect. So guys, now we have the first number, second number and the function. So now we can perform the calculation according to that function. So let's do the calculation. So for this also we'll create another new method so we can easily separate the codes, right? So inside this, after this call, this method is something value calculate and pass the parameter variable val. Still we don't have this method, so that's why we are getting this compile error. Let's create the method. So after this method, create our new method, which is the value calculate and parentheses. Inside this we are getting the user input value, so create a parameter variable. Awesome. So inside this method, let's do the calculations. First we have to filter the function, like if the user inputs the function for addition, we have to do the addition, right? If the user inputs the minus, we have to do the minus function, right? If it is multiplication, we have to do the multiplication. So we can filter that using the another if else condition, the same as the previous. So inside this method, create an if condition, and the statement is if this funty variable value is equal to plus sign, we have to do the addition. So we used this funty variable because we stored the user input function inside this funty variable. Okay. Alright, so inside this we have to do the addition. So let's do that. First create a variable something const total and assign. Now let's do the addition. This dot first number plus this dot second number. So if you can remember, we stored the user input numbers with these first and second number variables. Next we have to display the calculated value inside the calculator screen. Let's do that. For that, assign this total to the cal value global variable. That's it. Now save this and back to the browser. Add 8 plus 8. Again press the plus symbol. Look at this guys. We got the answer displayed inside the calculator screen. Awesome, right? So guys, we have a small problem here. After we added this, we got this answer 16. But if I try to do another calculation, the 16 changed to number 8 again. Why is that? Because we just only did the calculations but did not reset the first number and the second number. Once we have completed the first calculation, the first number should become the current total amount. Then only we can do the second calculation or the perform another calculation, right? If not, this will show the old number value inside the calculator. So let's see this in action. So first assign the total to the first number. After this, reset the second number. Assign it to 0. And also reset the cal number variable to its default state, no value. And set the funty variable to the current function, which is we are getting from this parameter variable val. Now save this and back to the browser. Let's do another calculation. 99 plus 5. the answer should be 104. We got that inside the script. Now this time press the minus again. As you can see here, we can see the current function also inside the screen. Now press another number. As you can see here, this time this displayed without any problem. But guys, we cannot still perform the minus calculation because we still don't have the code for that minus calculation. So let's do that. This is also the same as the plus calculation, so copy and paste it after this if condition. This time we are checking the minus, so change this plus sign to minus sign and change the calculation to minus. Others are same, no need to change anything. Let's add this for other functions as well. So again copy and paste this if statement. This time we'll do the multiplication. So add the multiplication to the if condition and change the calculation function to multiplication. As you can see here, we are repeating the same set of codes again and again. Rather than repeating the same code again and again, we can put them inside of a separate method and we can call the method inside this if statement. So let's do that. After this, create another method called total assign values and the parentheses. So in order to display the total, we have to access the total value inside this method as well. So we can get that total from this method to this as a parameter. So create a parameter variable total and this type will be number. Wait, we need another parameter as well, which is the current user input function. So we're carrying that to this method as another parameter. So create another parameter val and this type will be string. So this val is this method parameter. So now inside this method, cut these codes and paste it here. So now let's call this method from this addition if statement. This dot method name is total assign values and the parentheses. This require two variables, total and the val. So pass them here. That's it. Now this looks cleaner than the previous, right? So next do the same for other if statement as well. Copy and paste this method call. Looks perfect. Alright, now let's create if statement for other functions as well. Copy and paste this. This is for divide, so change this symbol. Next again paste it this for percentage and change the symbols. That's it. Now let's write the equal function logic. So for this, let's create another separate method. The method name is something on equal press. After this parentheses and the method scope. This time for this method, we don't need to get any parameters, so keep this empty. So inside this nothing much, we have to do some resetting here, same as this. So guys, if a user press the equal function, that means that is the end of that calculation, right? In that case, we have to reset our calculator to its default state. So let's see this in action. Inside this, first reset the first number, so this dot first number assign to 0. Next do the same to the second number, assign it to 0. Next set the funt variable to its default value, no function. After this, set the cal number to its default state, no value. That's it. So guys, we successfully created the method for the equal function. Now we have to call this equal method after every calculation if the user press the equal function. So inside the value calculate method, inside this first addition calculation, add another if statement to check whether the function is equal function or not. If the condition is the parameter variable val, which is carrying the user input function value, right? Check this is whether equals to the equal function. So add the equal sign. If this is true, call the onEqual press method. This method doesn't require any parameters, so keep this parameter empty. That's it. If the user press the equal sign, this will call this method to the equal function logic. Awesome. Next, we have to check this on each and every calculation. So add this if condition on all of these calculations. Just copy and paste it. That's it for the equal function logic. Now save this and back to the browser. Add 1 plus 1 and click equal. Look at this. This time we got the answer, and as well as this function is set to its default state. Now again do another calculation. Awesome, right? Everything working as we expected. Alright, so next let's move on to the last function of our calculator, which is this clear function. For this also, first create a method. So the method name is clear all parentheses and the method scope. We don't need any parameter variables. Inside this, as usual, set all the variable to its default state. To clear the calculator, let's start with the first number. Set this to 0. Yes, of course, it's the default value of this first number. So next, the second number. So set this to 0. Next, the cal value. This also set this to 0. So this cal value will show inside the calculator screen, right? So next, set the funty to no function and set the cal value to no value. That's it. Now we have the method. So in order to execute this method, we have to call this method when a user press the clear function button. So we capture all the functions clicks inside the on function click method. So inside this top of the method, create a condition to check whether the user clicked on the clear function or not. So before this, create if statement, and the condition is check this funty variable is C or not. If this is C, call the clear all method. After this, join this condition to this by adding else to this second if condition. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time our clear function is working as we expected. Perfect. So before the end of this tutorial, let's do a small thing. As you can see here, inside all of these calculations, we are using this if condition to perform the equal function. So rather than repeating this several times, we can put this inside the total assign value method. So every time this calculation condition calling this method, this equal function check execute automatically, right? That's it. Another mistake. This clear function check condition variable should be this parameter variable where we capture the user input, right? So change it. Awesome. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, now this is working without any issues. Alright guys, this is it for this tutorial. I did my best to explain all the logic behind this Angular calculator. This is just one method to build a calculator using Angular framework, but you can use any method that is suitable for you. If you guys have any problem, any question, please feel free to ask in the comment section. If you like this and found this useful, please don't forget to give a thumbs up, and any of you are new to OctAcademy, please don't forget to subscribe. Alright, let's look at what we are going to learn in this video. This is a meme generator app built with Angular 9 and HTML5 canvas. As you can see here, we can select an image, something related to the memes. Then we can add the text to this top area, and also we can add the text to the bottom area. So I add drunk baby as a top text. Let's add an emoji. You can copy and paste emojis from this website getemoji.com. I'm adding this emoji to this text before and after to give some kind of a meme look, at the bottom text. And also we can add the color to the text as well as color to the background. After we are done creating the meme image, then we can download the image in PNG format by clicking this download image button. If you noticed here, when we editing the meme, this all editing added to the image by real time. Let me show you an example. Change this bottom text. As you can see here, it immediately affecting to the image without refreshing the page. We can change the color also in real time. This everything will affect to the canvas image in real time. This is the beauty of Angular. We can do this by using pure JavaScript, but doing this using Angular is easy comparing to the JavaScript method. I'm not saying that JavaScript is hard or anything else. I'm just telling my opinion. Hope you guys got the idea. If you guys wanna learn this meme generator using JavaScript, let me know in the comment section. Hey, before we dive into the tutorial, please take a moment to subscribe to my channel OctAcademy. This will give me a boost to do these kinds of tutorials. And also don't forget to hit the bell icon to get notified when new videos are released. And also if you guys like these kinds of Angular 9 apps from scratch tutorials, please give a thumbs up and leave a comment what kind of app tutorial that you want to learn next. Alright, in this tutorial we are dealing with Angular. So first thing first, we need Angular CLI installed on our computer. If you don't have installed, go to the cli.angular.io and simply follow these instructions. Still, if you don't know how to install this, please watch my Angular 9 tutorial for beginners video. You can find the link in the description. Let's create a new Angular app using the Angular CLI. Open your terminal or command prompt. Navigate to the project folder. I'm using this project folder inside my desktop. So this is optional. You guys can choose any project folder as you wish. cd desktop, cd ut projects. Now let's run this command to create a new Angular project. ng new and the app name meme generator. Now we are not dealing with routers in this tutorial, so give note to this and hit enter. Select CSS as our styling method and hit enter. Then wait until it's finished. This may take several seconds to several minutes depending on your PC. Alright, our meme app is ready. Now open this newly created Angular app inside the code editor. I'm using VS Code as my code editor. This is the Angular app file structure. We only deal with this src folder. Now let's run the app and see whether there are any errors. To run the app, open the integrated terminal and run ng serve. This also takes 30 to 60 seconds maybe. Now let's go to this URL localhost:4200. Perfect, our app is running without any problem. That's why we are seeing this default Angular app landing page. Beautiful. Now let's create the components. As you can see here, we need this navbar component and this generator component. Just two components. Easy, right? Go to the VS Code and create a new integrated terminal and run this command to generate components. ng g, this G stands for generate, and C, this C stands for components, and give the component name navbar and hit the enter. Alright, navbar component is created successfully. Now create the generator component ng g c, component name is generator. and hit the enter. Perfect, components are generated. Now let's add these components inside the app component. Open this app.component HTML file. Remove all of these default codes and add the navbar and generator component to this app component HTML. App-navbar and app-generator. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we can see the components instead of the previous default landing page. Alright, let's start to do some styling. I'm gonna use Bootstrap as the main CSS framework. So let's add Bootstrap to our Angular project. Inside terminal, run this command to install Bootstrap on our Angular app. npm I bootstrap and press the enter. This I stands for install. Once it installed, let's import the Bootstrap to our app. Open this style.css file and add this import statement. At import, inside quotes, bootstrap /dist/css/bootstrap.min.css and save. Now let's design the navbar component. Open the navbar component HTML file and add these HTML markups. Open and close header tags. Inside this, create a div with bootstrap class empty-3 and custom CSS class brand. Inside this div, give the brand name meme generator. And let's add an emoji to this site brand. Go to this getemoji.com and copy this emoji and put this front of the text and the end of the text. Save this and back to the browser. As we can see here, this is how the navbar looks with default styling. Let's make this navbar awesome by adding some CSS. Open this navbar component CSS file. Let's add some CSS to header tag. Margin top -15 pixel, height 150 pixels, text align center, padding 20 pixels, and background color F7 F6 FB. Save this and back to the browser. Looks perfect. Alright, next let's add some style to this site brand. I want to change this font, so go to the fonts.google.com and find the mark script font. Select the font. Now copy the import link. Paste the link inside the styles.css file and save it. Now again go to the browser and copy this CSS. Go to the navbar CSS .brand. Inside this, paste that copied font CSS code. Next, add the font size to 55 pixels and the font color to #300 EDA. Save this and back to the browser. We have a problem here. We cannot see the site brand properly. So to fix this, go to the navbar HTML file and change this margin top 3 to empty 3 to empty 5. Save this file and back to the browser. Awesome, our navbar looks great. Now let's add a drop shadow to this navbar. This time I will add this drop shadow as a global style, because I will use the same drop shadow on the generator components also. So open the styles.css file and add these CSS codes. Create a CSS class called drop shadow and the scope. I just copy and paste this code. You guys can pause the video and copy it down. After this, go to the navbar component HTML file and add the drop shadow class to this header tag. Class drop dash shadow. Save this and back to the browser. Looks beautiful. Alright, let's move on to the next component. As you can see this demo, we have two sections in the generator component. Left side we have the generator form and right side we have the meme preview canvas. Go to the VS Code and open the generator component HTML file and add these markups. Div with an app class. Inside this, another div with bootstrap container class. Inside this container class, another div with bootstrap row class. Now again another div inside this row div with the bootstrap class col-md-6. This col-md-6 is because we have two sections, left and right. The bootstrap grid is 12 column grid. So I divided this to 2 columns by equal size. So this is the left side column. We need another column, so copy and paste this again. Perfect. Now we have these two columns. Inside this left column, let's create the generator form. I'm planning to put the form inside of a card. So first create a bootstrap card, div.card, and press enter. Inside this, another div with the card body class. Now create the form inside this card body. Form, hit enter. Inside this form, first we have to add the file input to load the image. Div with the form group, bootstrap class. Inside this, label text will be select an image. After this, input field. So type input and hit the enter. The type will be file. Class will be form-control. We only load images, so accept equal sign. Inside double quotes, add this image / the star icon. With this we are saying to this input file to accept only images with any image formats. Next we have to add the top text input field. Create a div with form-group. Inside this, a label tag named top text. After this label, input tag with type text. The class will be form-control and give input name as top text. This T will be capital. Next is bottom text. This also same as the top text. So copy this top text form group and paste it. Change the label text to bottom text and change the input name to bottom text. Save this and back to the browser. Yeah, everything looks perfect. Now let's add a color picker to change colors. For this I'm gonna use a third-party NPM package called ngx color. Go to the terminal and run this command to install this color picker. npm I. This I stands for install and the package name is ngx-color. Hit enter. After this installed, open the app.module.ts file and import this module. Import, open and close curly brackets, inside brackets, color chrome module. From, inside quotes, ngx-color and /chrome. Now go to the import section and add this color chrome module. After this, save this file, and sometimes this will show an error, so make sure to restart the app. Ctrl C to stop the app and then again run ng-serve to restart the app. Now go to the generator component HTML file and add this color-chrome and hit enter. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Color picker is working as we planned. Now back to the VS Code and remove this color picker because I want to place two color pickers in one row side by side. For that, first create a div with a bootstrap class row. Inside this, create a div with col-md-6. Inside this div, create a form group div, and inside that div, create a label and give the label name as text color. After this, add the color picker. To add color picker, add this tag color-chrome. Now copy this all from col-md6 div and paste it after this first color picker. Rename the label to background color. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Everything looks perfect. Now let's add the download button down here. Create a button tag. Now add these classes. Class equals sign. Inside double quotes, add these bootstrap classes. btn-outline-primary, then btn-block. Type download as the button text. Save this and back to the browser. Awesome. Meme generator forms looks perfect. Alright, next create the canvas on this right side. Back to the VS Code and go to the second call div and type canvas and hit enter. The class will be drop-shadow because I want to show a drop shadow to this canvas also. So add this drop shadow class to this canvas. Add an ID for this canvas. So ash meme canvas. This C is capital. Width will be 700 and the height will be 800. And let's add an inline style to add the background color to this canvas. Style equals sign. Inside double quotes, background dash color. The color will be ash F9 F9 FB. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Now we can see the canvas on the right side. I don't like the default style of this bootstrap card. So let's make this looks better. Remove this border from this card. So open this generator component CSS file. .card border none. And also add the drop shadow to this card. We already have the global CSS for the drop shadow. So simply add the drop shadow class to this card div. Save this and back to the browser. Now this form card looks perfect. Look at this navbar and this generator component. It's look like stacked on each other. So let's add a margin to this generator area. For that, this everything is inside this app div. So go to the generator CSS file and add this .app margin dash top 30 pixels. Save this and back to the browser. Everything looks perfect now. So this is the end of the designing part. Now let's dive into the real business. Let's make this meme generator works. So we are dealing with the form here. So first import the Angular Forms module. Go to the app.module.ts file and add this import. Import inside curly brackets forms module, then from inside single quotes at Angular/forms. Then go down inside this import, add the forms module and save this file. Now let's do the loading the image to the canvas. First I want to catch the action when an image is selected from this file input. In JavaScript we can catch that event by onChange event, but in Angular we can do the same by using the change event binding. Inside this file input, open and close brackets and inside brackets type change equal sign. Inside quotes call a function something preview. This function name can be any name. Then function parenthesis. Save this. If you noticed, we can see an error inside the integrated terminal that's saying cannot find the function. Yes, of course, we have not created this preview function yet. So go to the generator component ts file and create this preview function. Inside this function, log this preview function working. Save this and back to the browser. Now open the browser console, select an image, awesome, we got this log inside this browser console, which means that preview function is working perfectly. Now I want to show the selected image inside this canvas. Go to the generator component ts file. First we have to select the canvas. In JavaScript we can do that by using getElementById. But in Angular we can do the same by using the viewChild decorator. Inside the class scope, at viewChild, this V and C must be capital. Open and close the brackets. Inside these brackets, pass the canvas ID as the first parameter. ID is meme canvas. Pass this as a string inside quotes, meme canvas. As a second parameter, pass this, comma, inside curly brackets, static false. After this, give a name to this selected canvas. Just give a name for this. I just add my canvas. Next we have to capture the image inside this preview function, and then we have to draw the selected image inside the canvas. Let's do it. First, pass the event object as a parameter to this preview function. Go to the generator component HTML file and pass the event object to this function. Inside these brackets, $event. Save this file and back to the generator component ts file, and we pass the parameter. Now we have to capture that parameter inside this preview function parenthesis. Create a parameter variable e and type will be any. Inside this function, first capture the canvas. Let canvas assign this dot my canvas. If you can remember, this my canvas is this import. Alright, okay, now again dot native elements. This E is capital. Now let's prepare this canvas to a drawing object. Let ctx assign canvas. This canvas is this dot get context and parenthesis. We are going to draw a 2D graphics, so inside codes 2D. In case if any of you don't know about this HTML canvas. The HTML canvas element is used to draw graphics on a web page using JavaScript. We can draw any shapes, fills, text and also images inside this canvas. So I hope you guys got the idea. Let's get back to the code. We have prepared the canvas. Now we have to draw the image inside the canvas. First create a new file reader object to read this selected file. Let render =, new file reader and parentheses. Carefully follow these capital simple letters, otherwise you guys will get errors. Next pass the file to this file reader object. We are getting the file with this event parameter. Let's see what we are getting with this parameter. So log this parameter, save this file and go to the browser and open the browser console. Now select an image. Now we can see this printed event object inside the browser console. If we look further, we can see lots of stuff going on with this object. We don't need them all except this files object. As you can see here, this is the object that carries our selected image. This includes the file name, modified date, etc. etc. So now what I am going to do is grab this file object and assign this to the file reader object. Get back to the VS Code and type this render. This render is this new file reader object. Now dot read as data URL. So again follow these capital simple letters carefully. Inside brackets pass the file. The file is inside this event, so e.target.files. As you can see here, this file is inside this target object. And also I forgot to mention, this is an array object. So give the index number which is 0. 0 inside the square brackets. This file reader has event handlers. Again log this render and save this file and back to the browser. Select a file. Now we can see this list of event handlers. Now what I want to do is, I want to load the image from this file reader when this image file loads to this file reader. For that we can use this onload event handler. So this file reader render.onload assign function and parentheses, then the function scope. Pass the event as a parameter for this onload event. Now let's see what we are getting with this event parameter. Log this event. Save this file and back to the browser. Now select an image. This time we got this event log. This also has lots of things going on with this event log. If we look further, we got this target object. Inside that we can see this result which carries our selected image data. So this is a blob type data. So what I gonna do next is create a new image and assign this image data to that image. So let's do that. Create a new image, const img assign new image and parentheses. This new image constructor creates a new image HTML tag. If I log this, you can see here an HTML image tag. The same thing we are doing with the document.createElement in JavaScript. Next add the selected image to this image tag. ing.src assign event.target.result. We are getting this error because if you can remember, this result object carried the image with blob type data. So convert this to string as string. Put this log after this src assign. Save this and back to the browser. Select an image. Perfect. We got the image tag with the src data. We are almost done. Next what we have to do is the last step on loading this image to this canvas. We have to draw this image inside this canvas. So back to the VS Code. This image also has the onload event handler. So ing.onload assign function and the parenthesis. Then function scope. Inside this function, let's draw the image inside the canvas. CTX, this is the drawable canvas context. Then dot draw image. This I must be capital. Inside brackets, pass this img. This is the img tag that we want to draw inside the canvas. So this CTX required 3 parameters. First one, we passed the img tag. So as a second parameter, we have to pass the left and right positioning. And as a third parameter, we have to pass the top and bottom positioning inside the canvas. So give 50 as left and right positioning and give 150 as top and bottom positioning. Save this and back to the browser. Select an image. Beautiful. We got this image inside the canvas. So now we have a small problem here. This image is larger than the canvas. So give an exact width and height to this drawing image to fix this problem. Go to the VS Code. We can pass the item width to this drawn image. First pass the width 600 and pass the height 500. Save this and back to the browser. Now again load an image. Perfect. Everything looks great. We have successfully loaded the image to the canvas. Until now, if you guys learned something with this video, give a thumbs up. If you think this tutorial is awesome, share this video to a friend who needs these kinds of tutorials. Also guys, if anyone is new to the OctAcademy channel and if you guys want these kinds of tutorials in the future, please consider subscribe and don't forget to hit the bell icon. And guys, I'm looking for help. Can you guys suggest me some apps ideas that you guys want to include in my upcoming videos tutorials? Something like this, or maybe something new or different, anything. Take a moment and please leave a comment about your idea. Alright, let's get back to the work. Now let's add the text to the canvas. What I want to do is, when I type something inside the text field, I want to draw that text inside the canvas. For that, we can use the key up event binding. So what I'm gonna do is, first I'm gonna use two-way data binding to get the text and then call a function to draw the text inside the canvas by using the key up event. Simple, right? Let's do the two-way data binding. Inside this top text input, square brackets and brackets. Inside these brackets, ng model equal sign and the variable name is top text. Save this and create the variable inside the TS file. Inside the global scope, the variable name is top text. Type will be a string and Assign this to an empty string. Next, call a function to draw the text. Back to the HTML file and bind the key up event to this top text input. Inside brackets, key up, all simple letters, equal sign. Inside quotes, give the function name something draw text and the parenthesis. Go to the TS file and create the draw text function. Alright, now draw the text inside this function. As previous, we have to make the canvas drawable. So copy this 2 line from the preview function and paste it inside this draw text function. We can draw the text using this method ctx. This is the drawable context dot fill text. Previous we used the draw image method to draw an image. So this time we are dealing with the text, so we used this fill text method. Then the parameters. Like draw image, we have to pass 3 parameters for this. First one is the text. If you can remember, we bind the input to this top text variable. So give this as the text, this dot top text. Next, give the left and right positioning. I want the text middle of the canvas. So canvas dot width /2 and next give the top and bottom positioning. I give 100 for this. Save this and back to the browser. Type something inside this top text input. We cannot see anything inside the canvas. Why is that? Because we didn't give a color for this canvas text drawing. Now it's transparent. That's why we cannot see the text. Let's give a background color for this. We can give a text color by using the fill style method. Before this drawing, ctx dot fill style. So remember, this S must be capital. Assign. For now, just give a color code. Later we'll make this dynamic using the color picker. I am giving the black color for this. Inside quotes # 6 zeros. Save this and back to the browser. This time we can see this text drawing inside the canvas. But the font size is very small. Let's give a font size for this text. Back to the VS Code. We can give the font size and font using the font method. ctx.font assign. Inside quotes, let's give a font size as 50 pixels and font will be give something fancy font type like Comic Sans MS. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, this time we can see the text clearly. But we are having an alignment problem here. I want this text aligned to the center. To solve this, align this text to center. ctx.textAlign center. Save this and back to the browser. Type something inside the text field. Awesome. This time text is in the center. But we have another small problem. The text is overlapping each other. You can see this when you type a word. These texts are overlapping on each other. To fix this, we have to reset the canvas every single time. So we can do that by using the clear react method. Go to the VS Code and after this ctx and before this text filling, add this ctx.clearReact and parentheses. As usual, pass the horizontal and vertical value as the first 2 parameters. This time we are resetting the canvas, so give 0 for these both values. Then give the canvas size, width and height. Get the same width and height of the canvas. So for that, canvas.width and canvas.height. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Now we can see the text without any problems, and looks perfect. Now do the same for the bottom text also. First bind the data to a variable. Inside this bottom text input, add the ng model and assign it to a variable called bottom text. Now let's create the bottom text variable inside the TS file. Bottom text type will be string and assign it to an empty string. Now let's call the function to draw the text. Copy this previous key up event and paste it inside this bottom text input. Save this and back to the TS file and go to the draw text function. And now we have to draw the bottom text. After this, ctx.fillText inside parentheses. The text is this time bottom text, so this dot bottom text. Left and right positioning are the same as the previous top text, so copy this and paste it. And top and bottom position is this time I want to position this text in the bottom side, so give us 750 for this. Save this and back to the browser. Type something inside the bottom text input. Perfect. Looks great. And next add the top text also. Everything looks perfect. Alright, now add an image. Awesome. Now try to change the text. Oh, what's going on? When we typed a text, suddenly image got disappeared. Why is that happening? When we trying to type a text on this both top and bottom text, this will call this draw text function. Inside this function, we are resetting the canvas. So that's why this image get disappeared when we trying to type something inside these text fields. How we going to solve this problem? Very simple. We have to call the preview function again from this draw text function after resetting the canvas. After this reset, this dot preview and parentheses. To call this function preview, we have to pass the input file event. This is inside this preview function. So this event is not global value, so we can't access that event from another function. To solve this problem, let's make this event parameter global. Create a global variable called file event. Type will be any. And now go to the preview function and assign this event to the global file event variable. This dot file event assign this parameter event. Now we can access this file event from anywhere inside this class scope. So pass the global file event as a parameter for this function. Save this and back to the browser. Now add an image, add a top text, now add a bottom text. Looks perfect. Now again try to change the image and change the text. Perfect. This time this image is still inside the canvas, not disappeared like last time. Alright, now let's make the text color and the canvas background color dynamic by using these color pickers. Let's do the text color changing. First we have to capture the color. Then we have to pass that color to this canvas. We can capture the color by using the onChangeComplete event binding. Go to this text color picker. Inside this color chrome tag, add the event. Inside brackets, onChangeComplete. And call a function canvas text color and the parentheses. And pass the event as the parameter for this function. Inside this parentheses, $event. Save this and go to the TS file and create the function canvas text color and get the parameter $event and type will be color event and select the auto import. Import will be something like this. If you don't get the auto import, just simply type this import. We can get the selected color code from this event parameter. But I want to pass that color code to this draw text function and want to assign that color to this context fill style. To do that, assign the text color code to a global variable. Then we can access that global variable from this function. Inside the class scope, variable name is text color. Type is string and assign the black color code as a default value. Now go to the canvas text color function and assign the color code to this global variable. So this dot text color assign $event dot color dot we are getting the X code, so hex. Now go to the draw text function and remove this hand coded X code and assign the text color global variable to this fill style. In order to work this, we have to call this function from this canvas text color. So now save this and back to the browser. Type something inside the top and bottom. Try to change the text color. Beautiful. We can see the text color changing in real time when we select colors from this color picker. Alright, do the same for background color also. First add the event to the background color picker. Copy the previous event and paste it inside this color chrome tag. Change the function name to canvas bg color. Save this and back to the TS file. First create the global variable for background color. Background color type will be string and default color will be the canvas default color #F9 F9 FB. Now create the canvas bg color function and assign the color code to the background color global variable and call the function draw text from here. Now go to the draw text function and add this. To add the background color to a canvas, first we have to assign the color and then we have to apply the color to the canvas. To assign to the canvas, ctx dot fill style assign this dot background color. Now apply the color to the canvas. It is same as the clear react. So copy this and paste it here. Change this clear react to fill react. Others are same. Save this and back to the browser. Now select an image, type top text and bottom text and select a background color. Perfect. As we can see here, selected background color applied to the canvas. Alright, the last thing we have to do is download this generated meme as an image. We can do this by right click and save as image, but that is not a good practice. So I decided to add this download button. So now let's make this download button works. Let's call a function when clicking this button. Inside this button, bind the click event. Call a function name called download image, download img and parentheses. Next create this function inside the TS file. Download img and parentheses, then function scope. So we are going to download the canvas as an image. So first get the canvas. Let canvas assign this dot my canvas dot native element. This time we are not going to draw anything inside the canvas, so no need to create the drawing context. Next, convert this canvas to an image format. To do that, let image assign canvas dot to data URL. Carefully follow this capital and simple letters. Inside brackets, double quotes. Inside this, we want to change the canvas to image. So give image and slash, give the image type PNG. Alright, now let's download the image. For that, first create an anchor tag, then assign this image to that anchor tag and download. We can create an anchor tag using JavaScript. Let link assign document dot create element. Inside brackets, we have to create an A tag. So give A inside quotes. Next, give a download file name. This link dot download assign inside quotes meme img dot png. Next, pass this image to this anchor tag. So link dot href assign this image. Next, trigger the download. For that, we have to click that anchor tag. So link dot click and parentheses. Save this and back to the browser. Now this time create an awesome meme. Then click this download button. Perfect. Generated meme successfully downloaded to our PC. Alright guys, we have successfully completed the meme generator Angular app. This is the end of this tutorial. If you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like this video and share with your friends. If you guys wanna watch these kinds of tutorials more in the future, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. And leave a comment about some app suggestion that you want to learn to build with my upcoming videos. Recently, Angular released its newest version, Angular 15. With this update, there were a few changes that happened to how to use Angular 15 with the Angular 5 7th version. So in this video, let's see how to deal with this, right? So before we begin, if any of you guys are using the older version of Angular CLI, upgrade it to the newest version, Angular 15. So we can do that simply by running the Angular CLI installation command on your command prompt or the terminal. You can find this about in the Angular's official documentation. So just copy this code and paste it inside your command prompt. If you are using Windows, use the command prompt. If you are on a Mac, use the terminal. So before you execute this command, simply add sudo beginning of this command if you are on a Mac. For Windows users, no need to do this. Just simply run this command. npm install -g @angular/cli. This may take several seconds to update the libraries. Once it completes, you can check the version of this using the ng version command. Alright, let's create a new Angular app. So go to your project folder and generate a new Angular app using this command ng new, and the project name is something ng fire. Hit enter to execute this command. Give is to this, select the CSS as the styling method. That's it. So wait until this installation process complete. While this is installing, let's create a Firebase account. So any of you guys have this already, you guys can use your Firebase account for this. But for this lecture, I'll create a new account and a new Firebase project. So let's go to this firebase.google.com and go to this console and create a new project. Give a project name and agree to these terms. Click continue. From here, disable the Google Analytics, so we don't need that. After this, click on this create project. So this will create a new Firebase project for us. Next, we have to install the Firebase Tools CLI on our computer globally. Actually, we don't need this to install, but there is a problem with the Angular Fire newest version. To prevent that, we'll use this Firebase Tools CLI. I'll show you the problem when we deal with this Angular Fire package. For now, just simply install this following this guide. So this is also a command line interface or a CLI. So in order to install this, we have to use the command line or the terminal. So inside this, run this command npm install -g firebase-tools. If you're on a Mac, use sudo beginning of this command. Awesome. So guys, next let's log into our Firebase account using this installed Firebase tools, right? So for this we can use the Firebase command. So guys, we are getting this Firebase command with the installation of Firebase tools CLI. Without installing this, we cannot use this Firebase command. Hope you guys got the idea. So let's log into the Firebase account. So we can do that by using this command Firebase login. So this will automatically take us to the browser and load the Google authentication to log into our Firebase account. Now log into this using your Gmail account that you used to log in to the Firebase account. That's it. Once it's all done, let's open this inside the VS Code. Alright, now let's install the Angular Fire package. So guys, in order to use the Firestore with our Angular app, we have to use this Angular Fire package, right? So let's install it. For this, we're gonna use the Angular CLI command. So inside the VS Code integrated terminal, run this command ng and @angular/fire. Hit enter to run this command. So this command will add the Angular Fire package to our Angular project. Once the installation is done, this will ask what are the Firebase options we want to use with our Angular project. For this, we will use only the Firestore database. So select the Firestore option. You can move around this using the arrow keys, and you can select an option using the space bar. So first I'll untick the ng deploy option, so we don't need that. Then I select this Firestore option. Once you select this, hit enter to execute this command. So next, this will ask us to select our Firebase account. So in here, as you can see, this is loaded our Firebase account, but you guys may wonder how this is showing our Firebase account. If you can remember, we logged into our Firebase account previously using the Firebase tool CLI, right? Actually guys, you can log into this using this Angular Fire command from here, but I don't know why. When I try to log into my Firebase account, I'm getting this error. As a solution for this, I use the Firebase tool CLI method, right? Alright, so select the Firebase account and hit enter. After this, we have to select the Firebase project. So I created this project already, so I will select that. In case if you want to create a new project, you can create that from here as well. After this, this will ask us to create a new Firebase app. If you have an experience with Firebase, as you know, in order to use the Firebase features with our project, we have to create a new app inside the Firebase console, right? In previous, we have to do this manually, but with the new Angular Fire version, we can create this automatically with this command. So in case if we already created the Firebase app, it will show here. But in our case, we created a brand new Angular project, so we don't have created the Firebase app yet. So let's create the new app using the Angular Fire command. So this will create a new Firebase app inside our Firebase console. Once it has done, this will start to configure our Angular project to use the file store database automatically. But there is a problem. As you can see here, we are getting this error saying that in our Angular project, there is no environment file to add the Firebase configuration. So this execution is not completed. It's failed. So guys, in Angular 15, the Angular team removed the environment files from the Angular boilerplate to minimize the application size. So because of this, we cannot complete the Angular file installation. So in order to fix this, we have to create these environment files manually. So let's do this. So inside the SRC folder, create a folder and the folder name is environments. Inside this, create two files. One is environment.ts and the second file is environment.prod.ts. I assume that you guys already have knowledge of Angular framework, so that's why I'm going these steps a little faster. If any of you guys don't know about Angular, you guys can check my Angular full course. I'll leave the link in the description. Alright, so we have created the environment files. Now let's again run the Angular file command. Select the file store from here and select your Firebase account. Now as you can see here, this time the configuration process is going forward without any issues. So once this is completed, as you can see here, this did some modifications on these files. So if I go to the environment file, as you can see here, we can see these Firebase app configurations, keys and details. In previous, we have to do this manually, but with this new update, this will automatically import these configurations details from the Firebase. Inside the app model TS file, also we can see these imports. So all the configurations are completed automatically. So we don't need to worry to do anything. Now we can simply use the file store database with our Angular project. So guys, this is the new way to configure and connect the Angular app to a Firebase project. Very easy to comparing to the previous version, but there are some problems like the environment files. So otherwise, this is awesome. Alright, let's move on to the next. Let's write the file store queries. This is also totally changed from the previous methods. So we'll learn this one by one. So we'll start with the save over the create query. So first thing first, let's create a simple form to register a user. As I will not focus on the CSS stylings in this video, so I will just work on the queries. So let's create a simple form. Go to the app component HTML file. Inside this, remove all the default boilerplate codes and add these markups. First, let's create a form tag. Inside this, create 3 inputs. First input, the type is text and the input name is, this is for the user's name. So this input name is name. Next, for the email, so the input type is email and the name is email. Next, for the something password, the input type is password and the name is password. After this, add the submit button, and that's it. Now we have to capture these input values inside the component TS file, right? For this we can use the two techniques in Angular, the reactive form method and the template driven forms method. I hope you guys already know this, right? So for this lecture, let's use the template driven method. So how do we make this form as template driven? Very simple. So first we have to create a template variable, something if we create a template variable with the hash sign. So after this, assign this to the ng form directive. Inside codes, ng form. As you can see here, we are getting a compile error. In order to solve this compile error, we have to import the forms module inside the app modules file, right? So let's do that. Go to the app modules file and import the forms module. That's it. So guys, now inside this, add the ng module directive to all these inputs. So now we have successfully made this form as a template driven form. That's it. Now let's add a submit method. The event binding is for this ng submit. So put this inside this form tag. After this, assign. When submitting this form, let's call a method. The method name is something add data and parentheses. In order to send this forms value to this method, pass this template variable to this method as a parameter value. Again, we are getting a compile error because this add data method is not created yet. So now let's create this method inside the app component TS file. Inside this app component file, let's create the add data method. Create a parameter variable to capture the forms value, something f. For now, let's log this parameter variable and check whether this is working or not. So inside this method, console.log and f.value. The forms values are inside this value object, right? So save this all and run this app. So inside the integrated terminal, run ng-serve. So go to the browser. As you can see here, we got our form. This is just a simple HTML form. I'll zoom in to see this clearly. Let's fill this form and hit the submit button. So inside the browser console, we got this forms data. So this is working as we expected. Alright, let's do the query. For this, first thing first, we have to import a few modules from Angular file inside this component TS file. So add these imports. Import inside curly brackets. First, let's import the Firestore module. So Firestore, F is capital. After this, from the path of this module is @angular/fire/Firestore. Put this inside of quotes. In order to use this Firestore module, we have to inject this to the constructor. So let's do that. Create a constructor method. And inside this parentheses, inject the Firestore. So private Firestore, this is a variable name. And the module name is Firestore with capital F. That's it. Next, we need another two modules. This also coming from the same path. So we can add them inside the same import. So the first method is collection. The C is simple. So next, add doc, and this D is capital. So carefully follow these capital simple letters, otherwise you guys will end up with errors. So now let's do the save Firestore query. Inside this add data method, let's write the query. First thing first, we have to define the Firestore collection. So we can do this using the collection method, which is imported from the Angular Fire module. So collection and parentheses. Inside this is required two parameters. As the first parameter, we have to pass the Firestore module, which is this injected Firestore module. So pass that here, this dot Firestore. As the second parameter, pass the collection name. So we're going to save this user data inside of the user file store collection. So the collection name is users. Pass this as a string. After this, let's assign this to a variable, then we can use this later on, right? So const, the variable name is something, collection instance, and assign to this collection. Alright, next write the add query. For this we can use this add doc method. We already imported this as well. So after this, add doc and parentheses, this required the collection instance, which is this. We already defined this. So let's pass that here as the first parameter, collection instance. As the second parameter, pass the data object that we want to save inside this document. We are getting the data from this parameter variable, so pass that here, f.value. That's it. So guys, this is the add data query for the file store database. Next we have to handle the success and error state. So this will return a promise. So let's handle that. After this, dot, then parentheses, inside this arrow function, this is the success state. So let's add the success log message, something data save successfully. After this, let's add the error state. We can catch the error using the catch method. So after this, dot catch and parentheses, inside this arrow function. In order to capture the errors, we have to create a parameter variable. So the variable name is something err or error. Inside this, let's log this error. So we can fix the error by looking at this log. Awesome. That's it for this create or save query. Let's see this in action. So save this all and go to the browser. Fill this form. Name something John. Email john@john.com. Password is something 123456. Hit enter or click this button to save this data inside the file store database. As you can see here inside our browser console, we got this success message, which means we are saved our data inside the file store database successfully. Let's double confirm this. Go to the Firebase console and go to the Firebase tab. In here now we can see this users collection. Inside that we can see this document ID, expand it. Inside this we can see our users data, name, email and the password. Looks perfect, right? Let's save another data and we can see this clearly. So as you can see here, this time also we got the success message, and inside our file store database we can see our second document, which means guys, everything working as we expected. So guys, this is how we deal with the create query in the newest version of Angular 5.7 and with the Angular 15. Alright, let's move on to the read query. For this, let's create a new method. The method name is something get data and the parentheses. For this we don't need any parameters. So inside this, let's write the query. For this also we have to define the collection instance. So we already did this. So let's copy and paste that here. Alright, next in order to get the data from file store, we have to use another method from Angular Fire module. So which is collection data. Let's import that first. This also comes from the same path, so import this inside this same import. Inside this, after this comma, and the method name is collection data. This D is capital. Once again, carefully follow these capital simple letters. Alright, now inside this get data method, write the query. After this, get data method name is collection data and the parentheses. This is required this collection instance, so pass that inside this parentheses, and that's it. This is very simple, right? Next, this will return the data as an observable. In order to access the data from an observable, we have to subscribe to that observable, right? Any of you guys don't know about observables, you can learn this in detail in my full Angular course. Link is in the description. Alright, let's do the subscription. After this, dot subscribe and parentheses. Inside this, create another function. We receive the data as a parameter for this subscribe method, so capture it using the parameter variable. So parameter variable is val. After this arrow function, inside this, let's log this val variable. Now we have the get data method and the query, but in order to run this method, we have to call this method, right? So let's call this method from the constructor. So this dot get data and parentheses. Perfect. Save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, inside our browser console, we got this array object. Inside that, we got this data, which is loaded from our Firestore database. Name, email, and the password. So guys, this is how we read the data from Firestore database using this new Angular Fire module. Very simple compared to the previous Angular Fire versions query. Alright, before we move on to the next query, let's load this data inside of the view. For this, let's create a global variable, something user data, and this type will be observable. Select this auto import. This will import the observable instance from RxJS. Next, set this observable type to any. Now inside this getData method, assign this to this observable. Without this subscription, we don't need that. Wait, I'll keep this for later references, and let's write this code again and assign it to this user data variable. So this dot user data, assign collection data, inside the parentheses, collection instance. That's it. So guys, now we have the data. Let's load this inside the view. So go to the component.html file. After this, create a UL tag, and inside this, create a li tag. Inside this tag, let's add the ng4. So asterisk ng4 and assign. The condition is let data of user data. So as you guys know, this is observable. In order to loop the observable inside the view, we can use the async pipe, right? So add the async pipe here. Now inside this li tag, let's show the user details. So for this, we can use the string interpolation. Open and close double curly brackets. Inside this, data dot name. After this, let's separate the second data with the slash. So after this slash, and this second data is email. Again, another string interpolation, data dot email. At last, I think no need to load the password, right? So save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, now we can see the saved user details inside this view, right? Let's save a new user. As you can see here, after this saved, the new data inside the Firestore database, this list refreshed and show the new user data I saved a moment before. Guys, as you know, Firestore is a real-time database. So the real-time feature is working without any issue after I save a new data, right? Let's again save another user. As you can see, a newly saved user loaded real time, right? With this just one line of code, we loaded the data, Firestore data without any issues and with the real time feature. No need to use this snapshot changes or value changes method like the previous version of Angular Fire. Alright guys, let's move on to the update query. For this also, let's create a method, something called update data and parentheses. Now inside this, let's write the query. This is not like the previous add data and get data methods. In here, we use the collection instance to perform these queries, right? Now we are going to deal with the update query. So we update the data inside of a document, not the collection, right? So first we have to filter out and select the document that we want to update. So in order to do this, we cannot use this collection method. For this, we have to use another method in Angular Fire called doc, right? So let's do this. So first let's import this. This is also coming from the same path. So add the import inside this doc, doc, all simple letters. Now inside the update data method, let's create the doc instance. Create a variable, something const doc instance, assign. This time we're going to use the doc method. So doc and parentheses. Now inside this, pass the firestore module, this dot firestore. After this, pass the collection name as the second parameter, users, pass this as a string. After this, in order to filter out the document from the collection, we have to use the document ID, right? So as the third parameter, we have to pass the ID of the updating document. So we will get the ID to this update data method as a parameter. So create a parameter variable ID, and this type will be something string. Now pass this parameter ID variable as the third parameter for this firestore doc method. That's it. With this, we are defining the path of the document that we want to edit. Okay. Next, I will do this by updating the data manually. So create an object to update the name of the user. So the object name is something update data. Inside the object, let's change the name to something updated name. Now we have the data to update and we have the document instance or the path of the target document. Therefore, now we can write the update query. For this, we have to use another method called update doc. So first we have to import this. So this is also same as previous, coming from the same path. So import this inside this. The method name is update doc. This D is capital. Now inside the update method, after this add this update doc and parentheses. As the first parameter, pass the doc instance. As the second parameter, pass the edited data object, which is this update data object. In a real world application, we do this with a form. But for this lecture, I just created this edited object manually. Hope you guys got the idea, right? So pass this as the second parameter for this update doc Angular fire method. After this, we have to handle the success and error status. This is also returning a promise. So after this, dot then parentheses, inside this callback function, inside this callback create arrow function and log the success message. After this, error state. So for this, we can use the catch method. Inside parentheses, arrow function, and the parameter variable something error, arrow function. Inside this, log the error message. If this update query worked, we will get the success message. If this is failed, we will get this error message. That's it for this update data method. Guys, now we have the method, but in order to trigger this method, we have to call this method. So for this, we'll add an update button inside this user list. So create a button tag inside this HTML page, and the button text is edit. Now I want to call this update data method from this button. As you know, for this we can use the click event binding, but we have a problem. This update data method required a parameter document ID. So how do we get that? If you can remember, when we get the data from firestore, inside this data object we don't have the document ID. So we have to retrieve that with this data object. If you can remember, in the previous version of Angular Fire, for this we used this snapshot changes method to get the document ID. But now we can easily get the ID something like this. So inside the TS file and go to this get data method, just pass this as the second parameter for this get data query. This is an object, so open and close curly brackets. Inside this, the key value pair is ID field and the value is ID. So guys, with this we are saying this collection data method to get the data from this user's collection with the ID field and name that ID field key as ID. So I'll add this to this log as well so we can see this clearly. Save this all and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time we got the ID inside this document object. This key name is ID. So guys, this is what we did here. So once again guys, we are telling to this method to retrieve the data from this file stock collection and include the ID to this data object. Very simple, right? We don't need to write lines of codes. With just this parameter, we retrieve the document ID. Compare the previous snapshot changes method. This is quite easy, right? Alright, now we have the ID. So now we can pass the document ID to this update data method with this button. So at the click event, the method name is update data parentheses, pass the document ID to this data.id, because this key is ID, right? Alright, the update code is completed. Now let's see this in action. Save this all and go to the browser. Click on this edit. As you can see here, this name is changed to update name. Inside the console, we got the success message as well. So guys, which means the update query is working without any problem. Once again, I'll click on this second button. As you can see here, this is also updated to this update name, which is coming from this object, right? So we did this manually. In real world application, you can use a separate form for this. Alright, so guys, this is how we deal with the update query. Alright guys, let's move on to the final query, delete. For this also, let's create a method, something called delete data. This is also required the document ID, so create a parameter variable. For this delete query also, we need the document instance, not the collection instance, like this update data. So copy that and paste it here. The collection name is users, and this required the document ID. Next, in order to perform the delete query, we have the delete doc method in Angular Fire. So in order to use this method, so same as the previous methods, we have to import that to this component file. So first, inside this import, add this import delete doc. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. This D is capital. Next, inside this delete method, after this, delete doc and parentheses. This required the document instance, so pass that as the parameter for this method. That's it. Very simple, right? Next, let's handle the success and error state. This also return a promise. So dot then and parentheses. Inside this callback arrow function. Inside this add the console log. The message is data deleted. That's it for the delete query. Now let's add the delete button. Go to the HTML file. After this, add another button, and the button text is delete. In order to perform the delete operation, we have to call the delete data method when clicking this button. So for this, we can use the click event binding. So the event is click, and the method name is delete data and parentheses. This required the document ID parameter, so pass that here, data.id. That's it. So now save this all and go to the browser. Click on this delete button. As you can see here, the user data is removed from this list. And if you look at the console, we got this data deleted message, which means the data delete query is working as expected. Awesome, right? Alright guys, this is it for this course. Overall, the Angular Fire 7 update is a great update as it allows for easy writing of queries. However, when installing and configuring it with the latest version of Angular, there is some issues to contend with. I believe that in future updates, Angular Fire will address these problems. In the past, I have used previous version of the Angular Fire for stable and bug-free performance. However, this update is very good. So guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the comment section. If you like the video, give a thumbs up, and this will help this video to rank on YouTube search. What's going on, guys? Today in this video, let's learn how to build a complete data table with pagination and filter options using Angular and Firestore from scratch without any plugin used. So let's get started. Hey everyone, before we get started, I just want to let you know that I have recently opened a Patreon account for OctAcademy. If you enjoy my work and would like to support it, I'd greatly appreciate if you could consider joining, even if you can only go for the free membership. Every bit of support helps me to create more valuable content like this, so I can put my 100% focus on OctAcademy YouTube channel. If you are able to join the paid membership, that would be truly appreciated. Thank you so much. Alright, enough of this self-promotion and begging stuff. Let's get started. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. Alright guys, so in this tutorial, let's learn about how to create an Angular data table with pagination and the filter options from scratch without any plugins or npm packages. Also guys, in the end of this video, we will learn how to connect this data table to the Firestore database and how to load the Firestore collection data to our data table as well. So don't skip any part and watch till the end. So let's quickly demo what we are going to build in this tutorial. So guys, there is not much here. You can see here our Angular data table, which now loads the data from the Firestore database. And down here, you can see the pagination. We can go next, or we can come back to the previous pages. And also we can quickly jump into each page by clicking this pagination numbers. So top here, we can see the filter text bar. Using this, we can search for specific data loaded inside this table. This will happen real time. Every time you type a text inside the text field, this will filter out the table according to that filter word, right? Next here, we have the per page data limit count drop down. We can choose how many data that we want to load on each page. Okay. So I think that's it for the demo. Hope you guys got an idea about what we are going to build in this tutorial. So next, let's dive into the real business. Actually guys, this is just a small portion of my new Angular real world client application from scratch full course, which has 120 plus hours of content. You can find the full details about this course at the end of this tutorial, or you can find the links in the description. Perfect. So guys, first thing first, we have to generate a new Angular app for this. So as usual, open the terminal or the command prompt and navigate to the project folder. In my case, my project folder is inside the desktop. So I navigate to the desktop, cd desktop, and cd my project folder name is Angular projects. So inside this, let's generate the new Angular app using the Angular CLI. Hope you guys already installed and configured Angular CLI. If any of you guys are new to Angular, I recommend you guys to watch my complete Angular full course. You can find the link in the description. Alright, so let's generate the new Angular app using the Angular CLI tools. So the Angular CLI command is ng, and in order to generate a new Angular app, we have to use the new command. So ng new, and the project name, let's name it something Angular data table and hit enter. So from here, we are not going to use any routers, so give no to this. After this, here choose CSS as our styling method. That's it. Awesome. Now this will generate a new Angular app for us. Once this is complete, go to the project folder and open this inside of the VS Code. Now open the integrated terminal inside the VS Code. So we can open this by going to the Viv and terminal. This will open the integrated terminal or the command prompt inside the VS Code. Now inside this terminal, let's run our Angular app. So for this, we can use the ng-serve command, right? Hope you guys already know this. This will compile our Angular app and load it inside the browser. By opening this URL inside the browser, we can see our Angular project inside the browser. So guys, this is how the default Angular app looks like. So let's remove this default boilerplate code. So go to the app component HTML file and remove the all default HTML markups. So after this, for now, just simply add an h1 tag and add these text Angular data table. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time we can only see our h1 text Angular data table. So guys, our Angular app is ready for our work. So first let's generate separate Angular component for the data table. So inside the integrated terminal area, open another new terminal and run this command. ng g c. So this G stands for generate and C stands for component. So after this, pass the component name something data dash table. Hit enter to execute this command. This will generate a new Angular component. Inside the file tree, now we can see our component folder. Inside this, we can find all data, table, component, HTML, CSS and TS files. Next, what I want to do is I want to install Tailwind CSS, because for this I am planning to use Tailwind CSS as our CSS framework. So guys, any of you don't know anything about Tailwind CSS, I recommend you guys to watch my Tailwind CSS course. The link is in the description. Alright, so let's install and configure Tailwind CSS inside our Angular project. So how do we install Tailwind CSS? Very simple, just go to the Google and Google Tailwind CSS Angular and go to this URL, Tailwind CSS documentation URL. In here you can find the detailed documentation about how to install and configure Tailwind CSS with our Angular project. So first simply run this first command to install the package inside our Angular project. So copy this first npm install command, go to the VS Code and inside the integrated terminal, paste the command and hit enter to run this command. So once it's done, again go to the Tailwind CSS documentation and copy this second command. This will generate the Tailwind configuration file. So copy and paste this command inside the integrated terminal and run this. So after this, we can see a new file inside our Angular project folder, tailwind.config.js file. So now open this. Inside this, we have to config the Tailwind CSS path. So go to the documentation and copy this src path and paste this inside the Tailwind config file under this content tab. So at last we have to add the Tailwind directives inside our main CSS file. So open this global styles.css file and paste these Tailwind directives. That's it guys. So in order to work with new installation of Tailwind CSS, just simply restart our Angular application. That's it. So guys, now go to the browser and go to our Angular app. Now as you guys can see here, this time our h1 text is smaller than the previous, which means Tailwind CSS successfully installed and configured with our Angular project. And the default styling is reset with the Tailwind CSS default styles. That's why this h1 text got smaller than the default size. So let's double confirm this. Just go to the VS Code and add these Tailwind CSS classes for this h1 tag, text-3xl and text-red-500. So guys, this text 3xl will make this text size bigger and this red 500 will apply Tailwind CSS red 500 contextual color to this h1 tag. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this h1 text is big and red, which means these Tailwind CSS classes are working. So which means Tailwind CSS is successfully installed and configured with our Angular app. Awesome, right? Alright, now let's first write the HTML markups for data table layout. So in our layout, we have at the top a text field for the filter option. After that, on the right side, we have the page data count selector and the bottom, we have our data table with the pagination. So let's start our design with the filter area. So go to the data table component HTML file and add these HTML markups. So remove this default tag and add these. First, let's write the HTML tag for the filter text field. Create an input tag and the input type will be text. After this, add a placeholder for this. The placeholder text is search. Next, let's add the select text for the page size selector. After this, select tag and inside this create an option tag. For now, just simply pass a dummy option something test. So now save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, the page is not showing anything that we added inside of the data table component HTML file. So why is that? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course. In order to show or load an Angular component inside of an Angular app, we have to add the component selector inside of the app component HTML file. So then only this will load this inside the browser. So go to the app component HTML file and add the data table component selector, which can be found inside of the data table component TS file. So app-data-table. So that's it. So guys, they add this like an HTML opening tag and close tag. Now save this and go to the browser. Now we can see this text field and the selector inputs. As you guys can see, this is not looking good. So let's make this look nice by using Tailwind CSS. So go to the VS Code, go to the data table component HTML file and add these Tailwind CSS classes to this input field, class attribute, and the Tailwind CSS classes are w-full, border, p-2, rounded-lg. So I hope you guys are familiar with these Tailwind CSS classes. I'm not going to explain all of these because this is not the scope of this tutorial. If you guys want to learn more about Tailwind CSS, I already uploaded a full complete guide tutorial about Tailwind CSS where you can learn about all of these Tailwind CSS classes. Alright, so next let's add Tailwind CSS classes for the select input. Inside this select input class attribute, add these classes border, p-2, rounded-lg. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. I want to place both input fields on the same row. So let's work on it. Very simple. Just go back to the VS Code and add these, create a div and put these all inside of this newly created div. After this, add these Tailwind CSS classes to this div, flex, justify dash between, items dash center. That's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time both inputs are placed on the same row. Cool, right? So now let's move on to the table. First, let's add the HTML tags. So down here, after this, flex div, add these table markups. So down here, open and close table tags. Inside this, create t-head tags, and inside this, create tr tags. Now inside this, create th tags. We need 6 th tags for the table heads. The first one is for the number. So for this, we'll use the hash symbol. Next, another th tag, and this table column heading is supplier. Next, th tag, and the heading is address. Next, another th tag, and the text is email. So after this, again another th tag, the text is phone. So after this, create another th tag for the action column. That's it. So now after this t-head tags, create tbody tags. Now inside this, for now let's hand code some dummy data so it will be easy for us to style this table. So inside this tbody tags, create a tr tag. Now inside this tr tag, create td tags. The first td is for the number column, so hand code a dummy data number 1. After this, again another td for the supplier. For this is for supplier name, so name it supplier 1. Next td, this td is for the supplier address, so add dummy data something address 1. Next td, this is for supplier email, so add something supplier@gmail.com. So guys, next td for the phone number, so add the dummy number 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Next td for the action column, for now keep this td empty. Guys, now save this and go to the browser. This is how this looks like with the default HTML styles. So let's make this look nicer by adding Tailwind CSS. So back to the VS Code and add these Tailwind classes to the table tag. The class attribute and the Tailwind CSS classes are w-full, border-4. That's it for this table tag. Next, add these Tailwind CSS classes to the th tag. So class attribute and the classes are p-3, text-left, bg-gray-200. Next, copy and paste these class attributes to all other th tags. Guys, next add these Tailwind classes to this tr. So the class attribute and the Tailwind class is border-2. Next, add these classes for the td tags p-3 and border-2. Now copy and paste these for other tds as well. Guys, that's it for the data table styling. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got something looking nice table rather than the previous one, right? Let's add a margin between these. So again, back to the VS Code and add this to this first div, mb-4 and mt-4. This will add margin bottom and margin top. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this looks awesome, right? Guys, I almost forgot about the pagination. The pagination should come bottom of this table, so let's add that. So guys, after this, first thing first, create a div and add these classes mt-4, flex, items-center, justify-center. So inside this, first create a button for the previous option. So create a button tag and add these Tailwind CSS classes, text-cyan-500, border-4, py-2, px-4, rounded-l-lg, cursor-pointer, mr-5. So after this, add the button text. The button text will be previous. So after this, the buttons for the page numbers, create a button tag and add these Tailwind CSS classes, py-2, px-4, cursor pointer, bg cyan 500, text-white, So for now, just add the number 1 for this button. Later we will make this dynamic. So after this, create another button for the next option. So create a button and add these Tailwind CSS classes. Text cyan 500, border 4, py 2, px 4, cursor pointer, rounded rlg, ml-5. The button text will be next. That's it for the pagination markup. So save this and go to the browser. This looks awesome, right? So now let's make this a little more organized by making this all center to the page. So go to the VS Code, wrap this all with another div and add these CSS classes. W4-4 shadow-md p-10 bg-white shadow-blue-200/20 mx-36 my-10. That's it. So save this and again go to the browser. Now this looks clean, right? Alright guys, now let's load some data to this table dynamically. So for this, first let's create a dummy array with dummy supplier data. So guys, we cannot do all the defining variables and loading data and all other logics kinds of stuff inside the HTML file in Angular, right? So where we define this all? Yes, of course, we can do all the logical stuff inside the component TS file. So open the data table component TS file and define an array. Inside this class scope, let's create an array. So the array name is suppliers. After this, colon, and this data type is an array. So pass that here, array. And after this, we have to pass the array type. So this will be object type array. Because we will store supplier data objects inside this array. So pass that here. That's it. So next I want to assign some dummy supplier data objects to this array. So let's do this. After this equal sign and open and close array scope, which is 2 square brackets. So now inside this, let's define our first supplier object. The object scope, 2 curly brackets. Inside this, first key value pair is name. Now pass the value. The value is supplier1. So pass this as a string inside quotes. So now after this, comma, and the second key value pair is address, and the value is address1. Next key value pair is phone, and the value is something 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So next email, and the value is something supplier1@gmail.com. That's it. We successfully created our first supplier object. Next, let's duplicate this object several times and change the values. The second object supplier name is supplier2, address2, and keep the email and change the email to supplier2@gmail.com. Keep the phone number as it is. So after this, duplicate this again. The name value is change it to supplier3 and change other data according to this. So after this, again copy and paste this supplier4. Likewise, copy and paste this several times and change the data according to that. So I copy and paste this for 20 times. So you guys also can copy and paste this 20 times and change the values. Alright guys, our dummy supply object is ready. Next what I want to do is I want to load this data inside our data table. So how do we do that? Guys, we can use the ng4 directive for this, right? Hope you guys know about this. So let's do this. So go to the HTML file and now let's load the data. So guys, as I said, for this we can use the ng4 directive. So inside the tr tags, let's add this ng4. So asterisk and the ng4 directive. So after this equal sign, inside of quotes, pass the loop logic. So let supplier of suppliers. This is the suppliers array that we defined earlier inside the supplier component ts file. So guys, this is the loop. Now we can load the supplier data inside of this td tags. So the first column is for the index. How do we get the index? So very simple, just after this loop, add this semicolon, create a variable to store the index number, let I, and assign this to the index. That's it. So now inside the first td, remove this and create a string interpolation scope, and inside this pass the index variable, which is this I. So next td is for the supplier name. As you guys know, the supplier name is stored inside this name key value pair. So our loop variable is supplier, after this dot, and the key name is name. So guys, put this inside of string interpolation scope. Okay, so this will load the supplier name. As you guys can see here, we are getting an error saying that property name does not exist on type object. Why is that? So guys, inside of this array, this name property exists, but this is giving us an error saying that the property name does not exist in this object. So why is that? This is because when we call this object property inside of the template file, Angular compiler doesn't know that this object has this property or not. In other words, Angular doesn't know shape of this supplier's object. So that's why this returned this not exist error. As a solution for this, we can define the shape of the supplier object using an interface. So guys who don't know about this interface, simply it's just a blueprint of an object. Using this, we can predefine the shape of the object. What are the expected key value pair of the object? So let's create this interface. So guys, for this we can use a separate interface file. For this tutorial, I will define the interface inside of this same component file. Okay. So top of the data table component ts file, after these imports, let's define the interface. Very simple. Just type the interface keyword and pass the interface name supplier with capital S. Now create the interface scope, open and close curly brackets. So now guys, inside this, let's define the shape of our supplier object. So inside our supplier object, first we have the name property. So the property is name. After this, colon. Now define the data type of this property. So this type is string, because we will store the supplier name as string, right? So next we have the address property. So after this, add a comma, and the property name is address, and this type also string. Next, the email property. So this type also string. The last property is phone. This type also string. That's it for the interface. Now we have to change this array object type to our interface type. So remove this object and pass the interface name supplier with capital S inside this array data type. That's it. So now go to the HTML page and see. Now the previous error is gone. Why is that? Now Angular compiler knows the shape of the supplier object. So guys, this is how we fix the property does not exist error. Awesome, right? So let's move on. The next one is for the address. So inside this td string interpolation, the loop variable supplier dot the object key for this is address. So next one for the email. So inside this, remove this and add string interpolation, open and close two curly brackets. So this is what we call string interpolation, right? So inside this, the loop variable supplier dot the key for this email is email, right? And at last we have the phone number. So inside this, remove this and add a string interpolation scope. The loop variable supplier dot phone, because this key is phone, right? Awesome. So we successfully loaded all the data. Now let's save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this table loaded the data from our suppliers object array. Wait, before we move on, as you guys can see here, this number field is starting from 0. Why is that? Can anyone guess? Yes, of course, because in here we are loading the array index. So array index is starting from 0. So that's why this number started from 0. So just to prevent this, just simply add 1 to this index variable. So inside this string interpolation, add +1 to this. So guys, we successfully loaded the data dynamically. Next, let's start to work on the pagination. So guys, I know some of you guys may think, why am I doing all these basic stuff and making this long and wasting your time? But guys, this is not true. I'm always creating my tutorials considering all levels of students, like beginners to advanced level students. Some of you are familiar with Angular and you will understand all this concept at once, but for beginners, it's a bit difficult to understand what I am saying. That's why I always start all projects from scratch and I'll do all the designing stuff from the beginning. So guys, until now, if you enjoyed this video, please take a moment and give a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and also leave a comment what you are thinking about my teaching pattern. Really appreciate your support. Alright guys, I have a small announcement about my next premium course where you will learn to develop a complete Angular real world client project from scratch. So in this course, you guys will learn an update version of the Angular from scratch. You will learn TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, how to gather requirements from the clients, how to plan the project according to the client's requirements, how to price your project, how to create a project proposal, and so on. And also guys, in this course, I will teach you how I do freelancing as a web developer. And I will show you all the techniques that I use to find new clients or works. So guys, in this course, we'll develop 12 standalone applications, complete admin application, complete inventory and production management application, complete point of sale application for the retail store, complete wholesale management for the wholesale client, complete customer management and reward application, complete online e-commerce store for online sales, employee management system, income and expense accounting application, report management application, online sales management application for like eBay and Amazon, complete e-commerce application, and complete e-commerce content management system. Actually guys, this is a project that I worked on for the past 6 months for a big clothing brand in my country. So guys, in this course, I am sharing my real world experience with you that you will never learn from an online course. This is not just a theory course, this is a totally real world practical course. Guys, I am expecting this course content will last more than 100 plus hours and I almost completed 20 plus hours of content. So guys, I am announcing a pre-sale offer for this course for a limited time. If you join this, you will get all of this knowledge just for a $6.99, and those who join to this course will receive a bonus gift, which is that I will release this course in React.js with Next.js and also in Svelte.js with SvelteKit.js. So with my pre-sale offer, you guys will get these 2 courses for free. Guys, this is for a limited time and for a limited slots. This course will be released in mid of November. So guys, join now and give your support for me to add more valuable stuff to this course. So it's really appreciated, guys. If you guys want to know more details about this course, I have released a full promotional video about this course. You can find the link in the description and also the pre-sale link also in the description. Really sorry guys for wasting your time on self-promotions. So let's get back to the work. Alright, so let's implement the pagination. As you guys can see here, this table loads almost 20 items inside the table on this first page from our supplies array. Think if our supply array has more than thousands plus items, and if we load all the 1000 plus data inside this table at once, what can happen to our application? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course, our application can be crash or our application will get slow. And also guys, it's very expensive. This will increase the usage of the hosted server and also this will increase the database usage. Therefore, this will be really expensive to the client. So in this case, we have to think about how to reduce this. For this, we can use the pagination and we can load only just 5 recent data inside this table. If the user needs to see other data, they can navigate through the next pages via the pagination. So at a time, this will only lower just 5 or 10 items at a time. So this will make our application fast, robust and cost effective. So this is the reason why we should implement pagination when we deal with big data. Alright, so let's write the pagination logic. We already designed the pagination. So now let's write the code. So as you guys know, we write all the logic stuff inside of the component TS file, right? So open the data table component TS file. Now inside this, so first thing first, let's define 2 global variables for this. The first variable is the current page and this type is number. So after this, assigned number 1 to this, right? Next variable is page size and this type also number and set default value number 5. So guys, I defined these 2 variables to store important information of our pagination system. So let me explain what they do. Let's look at the first variable, current page. This variable keeps track of which page of data we are currently viewing. So I assigned a default value 1 because it starts at page 1 because that's where we usually begin when looking at a list of items, right? So at the initial stage of this component loads inside the browser, I want to load page 1 inside of the data table. So hope you guys got the idea. Next one is the page size. So this variable determines how many items or entries we want to see on each page. In our case, I set it to 5 by default, which means we'll see only 5 items on each page unless we decide to change it later. So next what I want to do is I want to filter this array to load only 5 items inside of the view rather than loading all of the data. So how do we do that? Very simple guys. I will just create a new array for this and will store only 5 items that we want to show inside the view from our original supplier array. So guys, how do we cut and separate only 5 items from an array? For this guys, we have a separate method called slice in JavaScript. So we can use that same method to slice our main array. So guys, let's see this in action. Let's write the slicing logic inside of a new method. So create a new method inside this component class scope. The method name is something visible data and parentheses. After this, the method scope. So now inside this, let's slice our suppliers array. So this dot suppliers, this is our main supplier array, right? So after this dot and this slicing method name is slice. So after this parentheses. So this slicing method requires 2 parameters. First parameter is the starting index of the slicing array, and the second one is the last index of the slicing array. Actually guys, we have to tell this method exactly from where to where that we want to slice our main array. In our case, on the first page, we have to load the first 5 data from the suppliers array. So let's pass the index number of the first 5 array items. So what is the first or the starting index? 1 is that correct? Guys, answer is no. Why is that? Array index is starting from 0. So always keep this in your mind. Okay. So now therefore we have to pass 0 as our starting index to slice this array from the first item. So the start index is 0, right? So what will be the end index? Is it 5 or 4? It's 4. Why is that? Again, array index is started with 0. So the first data is 0, the second data index is 1, and the third data index is 2, fourth index is 3, and the fifth array item index is 4. So in our case, we are slicing the first 5 array items. So the fifth item's array index is 4. So let's pass this as the second parameter for this slicing method. That's it. So guys, in order to check whether this slicing method working or not, so log this entire slicing method down here. So console.log, inside this, cut and paste this slicing method. So guys, this slicing method will slice our suppliers array according to our start and end array index numbers, and save this inside of a new array, and this will return that new array, right? So save this and go to the browser and open the browser console. We got nothing here. Why is that? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course. In order to execute a method in Angular or TypeScript or any other programming language, we should call that method when this component loads inside the browser. So for this, we can use the ng-on-init lifecycle hook in Angular. So inside this component file at the top, import the on-init lifecycle hook. This is also coming from this Angular core package. So inside this import and this on-init lifecycle hook. Now down here, before this, define the ng-on-init method. The method name is ng-on-init. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. So after this, as usual, method parentheses and the method scope. So now inside this, let's call the visible data method. The method name is visible data and the parentheses. So guys, this ng-on-init method will automatically execute when this component loads inside the browser, right? So we don't need to call this ng-on-init method again, right? So save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time we can see our sliced array inside the browser console. Inside this array, we got only first 5 items from our supplier main array. So which means our slicing method is working like a charm, right? Now I want to load this sliced array of items inside of the view. So how do we do that? For this we can use two approaches. The first one is we can create another global array and we can load that inside the view using the ng4 like the previous. The second method is we can simply return this from this method and we can loop these sliced array items by calling to this method from the ng4. So for this we'll use the second method. It's very easy. So just simply go to the HTML view and inside this ng4 remove this suppliers array and call our visible data method. Visible data, and don't forget to put the parentheses here. So save this and again go to our visible data method, and inside this remove this console log and just simply return this slicing method from this method. So guys, when this execute this ng4, this will this time call this method. This visible data method is returning this sliced array. So this ng4 will capture that returned sliced array and do the looping and load the data according to these string interpolations. This approach is cleaner than the first approach, guys. For the first approach, we have to create another array and we have to store the sliced array on that, right? So compared to this first method, this method calling approach is clean and less noisy, right? So guys, save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time our data table loaded only 5 items from our supplier array. Awesome, right? Guys, in the previous, we sliced this array by passing the slicing starting and ending index manually. And these manually passed numbers are static. So when we call this every time, this will slice only this 0 to 4 array items index. Think if we want to show the next set of suppliers list on the second page, how do we load that? For this, we have to make this dynamic. So how do we do that? Let's learn this by writing the logic for the next pagination button. So first let's create a method for this next page logic. So inside the data table component is file, create a new method. The method name is next page and the parentheses. When clicking this next button, I want to load the next set of data from the suppliers data array. So at the initial stage of this application, we are inside the first page of this pagination and we loaded the first 5 data from our array. So when we clicking next, I want to load the second page of the pagination and load the next 5 set of the data from our suppliers array. So let's write the logic for this. So if you can remember at the beginning, I defined 2 variables in the global scope, current page and page size. So now what I want to do is when clicking the next page, I want to increase this default value to 1. So at the initial stage, we are in the first page. So that's why I defined a default value to this number 1. So when clicking the next page, this current page should move on to the next page, which is the page 2. So in order to do this, we have to increase this current page value by 1, right? So let's do this. So inside this next page method, let's increase the current page value by 1. This dot current page plus 1. So next assign this new value to the current page same variable. So before this dot current page and equal sign. So next down here, for now just log this current page method so we can see what's happening here. Console.log and inside the parentheses log the current page variable this dot current page. Now save this and go to the HTML page and call the next page method from this next pagination button when click action. For this we can use the click event binding. So inside brackets the event is click, so pass that here. After this equal sign and inside quotes call the next page method, next page and parentheses. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now click on this next page. As you guys can see here, this printed number 2 on the browser. Because at the initial stage of this we are at the first page and the next page is page number 2. Again, if I click this next button, this will change the page number to number 3. So again, I click page number, move to 4, 5, 6 and so on. So now with this current page variable, we can track the page number that we are in. So next what I want to do is, I want to load the supplier data according to this page number. On the first page, we loaded the first 5 values from the suppliers array. For the second page, we have to load the next 5 data from the supplies array. So now let's build the logic for this. So guys, in the previous, we loaded the first 5 data sliced by these hand-coded index numbers. This is not actually right. Because for the first page, this is okay, but for the second and third pages, how do we load the data? So guys, because of this, we cannot hand code the index numbers every time, right? So it's not a good practice. So now what I want to do is, let's make this array index numbers dynamic using our current page variable. So in the initial stage of the current page, default value is 1. So on this page, I want to load the first 5 data, right? So the first array index number is 0. So the starting index number should be 0. The current page number is 1. So we can deduct 1 from the current page number to make the start index 0. So pass that here as the starting index for the slicing method. So this dot current page minus 1. So now this will represent the slicing start index. Guys, actually this is not done yet, because for the first page the starting index is correct. But think for the second page, what should be the starting index for this? Can you guys tell me? On the first page, we load the first 5 data from the suppliers array. For the second page, we should load the next 5 items from the suppliers array, which is the array index starting from the 6th item from this array. So when we slicing this, the starting index should be 5, because this 6th array item index is 5. Because you guys already know, array index starts from 0. So this 6th item's index is 5. So according to our code, the starting index value is on the second page 1. How is this 1? Because current page value will be changed to number 2 on the second page. So 2 minus 1, what is the answer? 1. So the slice starting index is 1 according to our code. So this is not correct, right? So once again, the starting slicing array index must be 5 on the second page. Wait, I'll show you this in action. Inside this, let's define a variable to store this start index. So let start index assign this dot current page minus 1. After this, let's log the start index variable console.log, and the variable name is start index. Now let's call this method from the next page method as well. So inside this next page method scope, after this log, call the visible data method, this dot visible data, and the parentheses. Save this all and go to the browser. At the initial stage, the start index log is 0. Wait, let's separate these logs by passing a message with the console log methods. For this console log method, we can pass a string value. At the beginning of this, pass the message something start index. Next, inside the next page log, pass this. Before this, inside quotes. With this, we are printing the current page number, so current page. So with these guys, we can easily identify the logs that printed inside the browser console. So save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, at the initial stage of this, the start index is 0. So if I click the next button, on the second page, the start index changed to 1. Is that correct? Yes, of course, it's wrong. On the second page, array slicing index must be 5. So how do we fix this? Very simple, just simply multiply this whole statement by per page size. So in our case, our page size is 5. In one page, we are loading only 5 items or the 5 sets of data from our suppliers array, right? So let's write this code. Inside this, wrap this all inside of brackets and simply multiply this all statement by 5. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time initial stage slicing start index is 0. If I click the next page, as you guys can see here, this time the start index changed to 5. Is that correct? Yes, of course. On the second page, we want to load the 6th item from the supplies array, because once again, we load only 5 items per page on the first page. We already loaded the first 5 items from the array. On the second page, we should load the next 5 items from the array starting with 6th item from the supplies array. So 6th item's array index is 5, because array indexing start with 0. Hope you guys got the idea. Now again click this next page button. So this time the page number is 3. So on the third page we have to load the next set of items from the array. So on the second page we loaded 5 items from the array which start with the 6th items and ends with the 10th item. So on the third page we have to load the data that start with 11th item from the our suppliers array. So the 11th suppliers array data array index is 10. So this is what we got here. Awesome, right? Guys, now this start index is perfectly matching on all pagination pages. Guys, before we move on, let's do another small thing. Let's make this page size also dynamic. Here we hand coded the page size. If you can remember, at the beginning we created another global variable called page size. So replace this hand coded 5 to page size variable. This dot page size. So by default I assigned the value to 5. So in case if I want to load 10 items per page, all I need to do is just change this page size variable value to 10. That's all. Alright guys, now we have the start index. Next what I want to do is I want to make this end index also dynamic. For this let's create a variable. So let end index. So after this equal sign. Guys, how do we capture the slicing end index? Very simple. We can get the end index by adding page size to the start index. So for example, at the initial stage, the starting index is 0 and we will load only 5 items for the page. What will the end index? 5. So we can simply add 5 or the page size to the start index to get the end index. So very simple, right? So let's do this. After this, start index, which is stored in this variable, start index. Next, add the page size to this. So after this, plus and the page size global variable, this dot page size. That's it. So guys, now we have the both start and end index here. So replace this slicing method parameters with these variables. So start index and the second parameter is end index. Awesome. Now we do not need this log, so remove it. Inside the next page also remove this log. So now save this all and go to the browser. In the initial stage, this loaded the first 5 data from the suppliers array. Now click on this next. As you guys can see here, this time our data table loaded the next set of suppliers data from our suppliers array, starting with the supplier 6. If I click again, as you guys can see here, this time also this loaded the third page data set, start with supplier 11. Awesome, right? So guys, our next pagination is working without any problem. Alright, next let's move on to the next operation on our pagination, which is the previous button operation. So let's do this. Very simple. For this also create a brand new method inside the component ES file, and the below this create a new method. The method name is previous page. After this parentheses, and don't forget to add the method scope. So guys, now inside this method I want to write the logic for the previous button. This is very simple. As you guys know, for the next page we add 1 to the current page. So for this previous page, what should we do? We do the same exact opposite of the next page, just minus 1 from the current page variable. That's all. So inside this, the current page variable, this dot current page, assign, again this dot current page, minus 1. Next, we have to call the visible data method to load the data inside the data table. So after this, call the method this dot visible data and the parentheses. That's all. Guys, with this we are deducting 1 from the current page number. Why is that? With this previous button, we are loading the previous or the back page of the current page. For example, if you are on the second page and if you want to move back to the first page, we can deduct 1 from the current page too. Then this will go back to the first page. Hope you guys got the idea. So with this method call, according to our current page status, we can load the supplier's data items from the supplier array. This is what we wrote in the previous lecture. Save this and go to the HTML page and call this previous page method from this previous button. So inside this, click event binding and the method call, the method name is previous page. After this, don't forget to add the parentheses. Right, so save this all and go to the browser. Go to the second page and again come back to the first page. As you guys can see here, this loaded the first set of data from the suppliers array and this move on to the first page. Awesome, right? Guys, before we move on to the next chapter, I just want to clean up our code a little bit. Guys, inside this next method and this previous method, we add 1 to this current page and minus 1 from the current page variable. As you can see here, we are repeating the same variable both of the side and this code is a bit long, right? So we can shrink this code by adding incremental and decremental operators to these statements. Very simple. So just remove this equal sign and this adding operation. After this, add increment operator to this, just 2 plus symbols. After this, current page variable. This also same thing like our previous code. This will add 1 to this current page variable. That's it. So now this looks more cleaner than the previous, right? So next do the same for this previous page logic as well. So remove this all and this time add the decremental operator which 2 minus symbols. That's it. So guys, this also minus 1 from this current page variable. That's it guys. So save this all and go to the browser. Check this all are working or not. As you can see here, this next and previous pagination features are working like the previous. So this is now increment and decremental operators working as we expected. So guys, we almost completed our pagination logics. So next let's see how can we load the page number buttons dynamically. As you guys know, previously we just created this button, but for our suppliers array data, there should be more pages, more than one page, right? So let's write the logic for this. So first thing first, create a method for this inside the component.ts file. Create this method, page numbers, and after this parentheses, and don't forget to add the method scope as well. So now inside this, first thing first, guys, we have to calculate how many pages we need to load this whole supplier array by loading 5 supplier data on one page. So how do we calculate that? Very simple, we have to divide this array length by the page size. Okay, so as we know, our array length is 20 and the page size is 5. If we divide 20 by 5, we need 4 pages to load all the data inside our data table. Simple maths, right? So alright, so let's see this in action. Inside of this method, first let's calculate the total page count that we need. So for this, we have to divide the suppliers array length by page size. So this dot suppliers dot length, this will return the length of the suppliers array. So after this, divide symbol, and we stored the page size inside of the page size variable. So let's use that here, this dot page size. Now let's store this inside of a variable. So create a variable let and the variable name total pages and assign this to this calculation. So guys, with this we are getting the page count that we exactly need for this supplies array. For now, let's log this down here and see whether this is working or not. Console.log and the variable is this total pages. In order to execute this method, we have to call this method from the ngOnInit method. So inside the ngOnInit, call this new method, this dot page numbers and the parentheses. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, we got 4, which means we need 4 pages to load all the data inside the table. Guys, now we have the total page count. Next, what do we have to do is we have to load the page numbers button inside our view, right? So in the previous, we designed this one page button. So according to our total page count, we need 4 pages buttons, right? So how do we create 4 buttons? We can create this by hand coding manually like this, just duplicating this first page button. But guys, we don't do like this, right? This total page count can be dynamic. We cannot exactly say it's 4 pages or 5 pages. So how do we make this dynamic? So for this also we can use the ng4 directive. So in order to use ng4 directive, we need an array or observable. So we are not going to use observable in this lecture. So let's do this using the array approach. Very simple. For this we have to create an array that has array items according to the total page count. So then we can load the page number buttons inside of the view using this new array and ng4 directive. So let's see this in action. Inside the page numbers, we have to create an array that has this amount of items. So how do we create that? Very simple. For this, we have an inbuilt method in JavaScript. So we can use that here. So just define a variable, let variable name something, page num array and equal sign. So after this, new keyword and array with capital A. After this, add parentheses. Inside this, we can pass the item count that we want to include in this array. So pass this total pages variable as a parameter for this array method. So inside this parentheses, the variable name is total pages. For now, let's log this array down here so we can check whether this declaring a new array according to our total page count working or not. So down here, after this, console.log, inside brackets, pass this array variable. So save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, as you can see here, this created an empty array with 4 items. So why this is created an empty array? Guys, to this method, we only pass the array item counts. So that's why this returned an empty array. If we want to define the data, we can do that. But for this loading page numbers button, we only needed empty array. So this is fine. Guys, now we have the array. Using this, we can loop and create our pagination page buttons. So guys, in order to access this outside of this method, we have to return this from this method, or we have to assign this array to a global variable. So for this, let's just return this from this method. So down here, return this page num array. So return keyword and return this variable page number array. That's it. So now we can access this page number array by calling to this method. So now go to the HTML page. Now we want to loop these page number buttons. So inside this button tag, ng4 directive, equal sign, inside quotes, the loop variable, something, let page number of Now call the page numbers method. So this will return the page number array. So the method name is page number and parentheses. After this, we need the array index number to label the page numbers button, label the page number buttons. So after this, semicolon, and create a variable to store the index number. Let I assign this to the index of this array. Next, add the button text. Inside this, string interpolation, open and close two curly brackets. Inside this, pass the index variable I and add 1 to this, because array index starts with 0, but we need to start our pagination buttons from the page number 1, right? So after this, +1. That's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded the page buttons. Awesome, right? Guys, I want to make this page button background to this cyan color only on this active status. Otherwise, I want to make this button background white. So how do we do that? For this, we can use the class binding approach in the Angular, right? So let's do this. So guys, we can capture the active status of this pagination button with the current page number. So first, add the class binding inside this button tag, open and close square brackets, and inside this class dot and the tailwind CSS class that we want to apply to this button conditionally, bg dash cyan dash 500. So after this, equal sign. Now inside quotes, pass the condition to apply this tailwind class. So the condition is array index is this I variable. After this, +1 equals to the current page variable. So guys, with this condition, we are saying that if the button number is equal to the current page number, apply this tailwind CSS class to this button. Otherwise, don't apply this. So guys, we labeled our page numbers with the page numbers array index, and we stored the currently active page number with the current page variable, right? So guys, if the current page is 1, this will apply this background color to the number 1 button. If the current page number is 2, this will apply to the number 2 button, and so on. Hope you guys got the idea. Before we move on, I want to make the text color to white on the active status. For this also, we can use the same approach. So let's duplicate this, change the class value to text dash white. So guys, this will apply this tailwind text white class to this button when this button is active. And at last, remove these classes from the class attribute from this button tag. Previously, we hand coded this, right? And now we are applying this logically with the class binding. So we don't need this anymore. Now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the first page number button is active. If I click the next button, look at this guys. The active page number button changed to number 2. So guys, now this page active status changing according to the current page number. Perfect, right? Alright guys, next let's work on the page numbers buttons click status. So guys, when we click this page number button, we have to load the data according to that page number. So this is very easy. Guys, we almost wrote all the logic for this. All we have to do is just change the current page variable number to the page number that we clicked, right? So let's do this. First, let's add the click binding to this, click event binding to this button. So inside this, after this all, let's add the click event binding. Inside brackets, the event name is click. After this, equal sign. And inside the quotes, let's call a method from this click event. So the method name is something change page, and the parentheses. With this, pass the page number to this method as a parameter. So we add the page number using the array index. So the index variable name is I and +1. Because array index is starting with 0, right? That's it. So as you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error because this method is not defined yet. So go to the component.ts file and create this method. The method name is change page. After this parentheses, this required a parameter. So create a parameter variable to capture that page number and set this type to number. After this, add the method scope. So guys, inside this, assign this parameter page number value to the current page global variable. This dot current page assign page number parameter variable. After this, call the visible data method to load the data inside the data table according to this current page. So this dot visible data and the parentheses. That's it guys. Save this all and go to the browser. Now click on this second pagination button. As you guys can see here, this data table loaded the second page dataset. Click on this 3, 4 and 5. All the time we click one of these page buttons, this data table loads the data according to the clicked page. And also you can see this changing the button's active status as well. So until now everything is working as we expected. Perfect. Guys, before we move on, we have to make a small change in our code. Guys, inside our suppliers array, we have 20 items. Now I want to add another item to this array's 21st supplier data. So duplicate this and change this data values. So guys, now inside our suppliers array, we have 21 items, right? So save this and now go to the browser. Look at this, guys. The data table, this is not looking good. Here we can see an empty column and down here also we cannot see the page numbers. And also inside the browser console, we can see this error. So what's going on here? If you look at the error, this error says that invalid array length. Now can you guys guess the problem? So guys, I added a new item to our suppliers array. So now this array length is 21. If you guys can remember, to get the total page count, we divided the suppliers array length with the page size. So previously this was returned 4 because the array length was 20 and the page size is 5. If we divide this 20 by 5, the answer is 4, right? But now this array length is 21. So if we divide this by 5, what will be the answer for this? Let's log this here again so we can see this clearly. So down here, add a console log. As the first parameter, pass this inside quotes total page. So after this comma and the pass the total page variable. Now save this and go to the browser. Now look at inside the browser console. This total page count is now a decimal value of 4.2. So guys, this is why this new array statement returned an error saying that invalid array length. In order to create an array using this array method, we have to pass the array length as a full integer number. We cannot pass decimal values. So how do we fix this? So for this, we have to round up this total pages value to the nearest full digit number. For this, we can use the math sale method in JavaScript. So let's do this. Now before this, type this math with capital M. After this, dot, and the method name is sale, C-E-I-L. After this, parentheses. Now put this calculation inside of this parentheses. So guys, this will round up the answer of this calculation to the nearest full digit. So now again save this and go to the browser. Look at this. This time the error is gone and this total page count rounded up to the nearest full digit number 5. And here also we got these 5 pagination buttons and these all, and the data table also loaded the suppliers data without any problem, and all these work as previous without any issues. Awesome, right? Alright guys, let's move on to the next feature of our data table, filter data based on the user's input. So for this we created a text field. So using this we can get the search term and search through our suppliers array, and we can load the filtered supplier details inside the table. So let's see this in action. First thing first, we have to capture the user input from the text field. How do we do that? For this also we can use the Angular event binding approach. So for this we can use the key up event binding. So go to the data table component HTML file, and inside this text field, let's add the key up event binding. So inside this input tag, open and close brackets, inside this event is key up, all simple letters, right? So now I want to call a method when triggering this event. So let's call the method from here, equal sign, and after this inside quotes, call the method. Let's name this method something filter data, and after this add the parentheses. So guys, we are getting this error because still we don't have this method declared, right? So go to the component ts file and create this method. Down here the method name is filter data and the parentheses. After this, don't forget to add the method scope. Now guys, we have to capture the user input data. So for this we have to pass the user input value from this input to this input text field to this filter data method. So how do we capture the user input value? For this we have several methods, but for this tutorial I will use the template variable approach. So let's define a template variable for this input. How do we define template variables? Very simple. First, hash symbol and the variable name something. We'll define variable name filter. That's it. So guys, using this we can capture the user's input value from this text field. So in order to pass this value from this HTML file to the component ts file, we can pass this as a parameter for this method code. So inside this parentheses, pass the value, this template variable filter, after this dot value. So with this we are passing this inputs value to this method using this template variable. So now next we have to capture this parameter inside of the component ts file. So inside this filter data method, parentheses, create a parameter variable to capture the user input value. So the parameter variable name something search term, and after this colon, and set this data type to string. Next, let's log this parameter and see whether this is working or not. So inside this console.log, inside this pass the parameter variable search term. Awesome. Now save this all and go to the browser. Now inside this text field type something. As you guys can see here, this typing value printed inside the browser console, which means this capturing user input value logic is successfully working as we expected. Alright, next let's get into the filter logic. So guys, for this first we have to filter the main suppliers array, then we have to filter each and every suppliers object, right? This is something like, think there is a box full of suppliers cards with written supplier details like supplier name, address and so on. So in order to find a particular supplier card, first we have to get into this supplier box and we have to go through all of the card details to find that exact supplier card. So this finding a data inside of this array also same like this. First we have to get into the box or our supplier array. Then we have to go through all of our cards or the supplier object. Right? So hope you guys got the idea. So let's work on this logic. First we have to filter into the suppliers array. So for this we can use the filter method in JavaScript. So our array, this dot suppliers, after this dot filter, and add the parentheses. So guys, inside this parentheses we have to add the callback function. So inside this, let's use the arrow function for this. Open and close brackets. After this arrow, equal sign and the greater than symbol. After this callback function scope. So guys, this will return the array items. So capture that. Inside this callback parentheses, capture that. So create a parameter variable for this. So now with this filter method, we will loop through all of the array items. Now we have to go through each and every supplier object. So for this, we have the object method in JavaScript. So we can use that with our Angular code. So inside this callback, object with capital O, after this dot values and parentheses. So guys, with this object method, we are going to look inside our suppliers object. So we captured the supplier object with this filter method callback, which is this item parameter variable. So now we have to pass that to this object method. So then this will go inside this passing supplier object and check for our matching data, right? So pass this callback parameter variable to this object values method. So guys, in order to perform this search, with this we have to call another method. So after this dot, the method name is sum. After this parentheses. So inside this another callback function. So open and close the brackets, create a parameter variable, something val. After this arrow and the function scope. Now inside this we have to check the current object value is matching with our search term. So we captured our object value with this callback parameter variable. So val dot, I want to make this object value to lowercase letters because it's easy to perform this search if there are all lowercase letters. Okay, so after this val dot to lowercase and parentheses. So follow this method name capital simple letters carefully. If you spell it wrong, this will not work. So guys, this will convert this value to all lowercase letters. So after this, we have to check that this object value match our search term. So after this, dot includes and parentheses. Inside this parentheses, pass our search term as a parameter for this method. Search term, and guys, also I want to make the search term values to all lowercase. So after this dot to lowercase and parentheses. That's it. So guys, with this we are capturing the supplier's object value, and here we check whether our object value includes the user input search term or not. So guys, once again, with this we are filtering our main suppliers array and capturing the suppliers object. With this we are going inside of each and every supplier object values, and at the end we are checking that these object values match with the user input search term or not. Hope you guys got the idea. So next what I want to do is I want to store this value inside of another array. So create a global array for this. So top here inside the class scope, new array variable name something, filtered supplier, and this type is array and the array type is suppliers interface, right? So after this assign this to an empty array. So now inside our filter method, assign this array filtering to our new array. So this dot filtered suppliers After this, equal sign. So guys, in order to capture this, we have to return this statement as well. So the whole statement will go through our supply array and filter out the data that matches the search term, create a new array and return it. So with this, we are storing that returning array. Now we can load this inside the table. So guys, how do we do that? For this, so guys, as you know, we are loading the suppliers array inside our table using this visible data method. Now we have to load the filtered array also inside our data table, but we cannot loop two arrays at a time. So what we can do for this? So guys, instead of loading two arrays, we can load only one array which can load both data. So at the initial stage, we have to load all the data. So now what I am going to do is, I am going to assign the suppliers array to this filtered suppliers array at the initial stage. So remove this empty array and assign the suppliers array to this filtered suppliers. So this dot suppliers. Now inside our visible data array, change this suppliers array to filtered suppliers. That's it. One more thing, call this visible data method from this filter data method as well. Now that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. At the initial stage, this loaded all the data because we assigned the whole supplier data to this filtered suppliers array, right? So now this is loading this filtered data array inside this table, right? So now next type supplier 10 inside this filter text fields. As you can see here, this time this loaded only the supplier 10 data, which means our filter option also working as we expected. So guys, one more thing, with this filter you can search any of this data, supplier name, address, email or phone number. For everything this filter will work. So guys, some of you may notice this, when we filter this paginations page numbers still showing this total number of page numbers, even this showing a one data. Why is that? Guys, now we are loading the filtered supplier array inside the view, but we are calculating the total page numbers using the suppliers array. So that's why this is showing the old page numbers. So in order to fix this, change this supplier.length to filtered suppliers.length. Now save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time this pagination page numbers only show one page. Awesome, right? I think that's it for the filter section. Let's move on to the next. So next we have the page size selector. So let's work on this logic. So first thing first, let's load the page number options to this drop down. So for this, create another new page size array. So go to the component ES file and inside the global scope, create a new array. So array name is page sizes and this type is array and the array type is number. So after this, assign this to page size array. Open and close square brackets. Inside this, define few page sizes, something like 5, 10 and 20. So now let's load this inside of our page size drop down. For this also we can use the ng4 directive. So using that we can loop through this page sizes array and load the page sizes array items inside this drop down. So go to the HTML file, inside this option stack, add the ng4. So asterisk ng4 and the equal sign. Now after this, loop variable something size and of array name page sizes. So next, add the value attribute to this option stack to load the page numbers. So inside square brackets value and assign inside quotes pass the size loop variable. So between these option stacks display the page size. So string interpolation and the loop variable size. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, this now loaded the page sizes. So guys, next let's see how to load the data inside the table when we change the page size from this drop down. So for this we can use the change event binding. So inside the select tag and the change event binding, so inside brackets, event name is change. After this, as usual, call a method from this. So method name is something change page size and parentheses. Now from this method, pass the selected page size to this method. So how do we do that? For this also, we'll use the same approach as previous. We'll use the template variable. So declare template variable inside this hash variable name something page size. Now pass this value using the template variable for this method. Inside the parentheses, template variable page size dot value. With this we are passing the selected value from this selected tag to this method. So still we don't have this method, so create this method inside the component.ts file. Down here method name is change page size parentheses and the method scope. This method receives a parameter, so create a parameter variable to capture that page size and set this variable type to any. Inside this method, all we have to do is just assign this parameter page size to our global page size variable. So this dot page size, which is the global page size variable, assign this to the parameter variable page size. So after this, call the visible data method to load this inside the table. So this dot visible data. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. By default, this loaded 5 items inside the table. Let's change this to 10. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded 10 data inside the data table on the first page. And change this to 20. Perfect, this loaded 20 data here. Awesome, right? So guys, at this moment we completed all the functions of our data table and this looks cool, right? So guys, next we'll see how to load Firestore data inside this table. Before we start, if you guys really learned something with this course, please give a thumbs up and also leave a comment what you think about this tutorial. Your like and comment will help this video to rank on the YouTube algorithm. Alright, let's move on to the next and the final chapter of this course. For this, first thing first, we need a Firebase account and a Firestore collection. For this, I have created the suppliers Firestore collection inside my Firebase account. You guys can create this manually. So very simple, same as our suppliers array. Okay, guys, if you don't know what is Firestore or Firebase, you can learn about it in this video. I'll leave the link in the description for your later references. Okay, so let's get started by adding Angular Fire to our Angular project. So guys, in order to work with Firestore, we need this, right? So inside of this VS Code integrated terminal, run this command ng add @angular/fire. Hit enter to execute this command. Now give yes to this. This will install the latest Angular Fire inside our Angular project. So after this installation process, this will ask you to select what are the Firebase features that you want to set up. So guys, for this tutorial, we need only the Firestore setup. So untick this first ng deploy option. We can select or deselect an option using the spacebar. So untick this and move down using the arrow keys and select the Firestore option. Once you select, hit enter to execute this. Next, this will ask you to log into your Firebase account. So do that here. Next, this will ask you to select the desired Firebase project. So select that as well. So again, after this, at last, select the Firebase app that you want to set up. That's it. So guys, this will install and configure Angular Fire according to our selections. So we don't need to do anything manually. This will do everything automatically. Not like the previous versions of the Angular Fire. In the previous versions of the Angular Fire, we have to set up all the things manually one by one. Right? So this is very easy. Now go to the app model TS file. Now we can find all the setup configurations. Awesome, right? Next, in order to work with Angular Fire, we have to install another npm package. So without this, you may get some errors when writing queries. So let's install this. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command npm install rxfire at 6.0.3. So guys, this will install this rxfire module inside our Angular project. That's it. Alright, the Angular Fire setup is done. Now let's work on the query to retrieve the suppliers collection data. So go to the data table component TS file and write this code. So guys, usually we will write all the database queries inside of Angular service file. So for this tutorial, I will not going to use any service files. I will write all the queries inside this same data table component TS file. Right, so let's write the queries. So guys, this is nothing much, very simple. So first we'll work on the load query, and after that we'll see how to load that Firestore supplier collection data inside the data table instead of our dummy array data. So first let's import a few modules from Angular Fire to this component TS file. So at the top, this import area, add this import, and import modules are Firestore, this is with capital F. Next, the collection, simple C, and after that collection data, this D is capital. So this is all imported from at angular/fire/firestore. Next, in order to use the Firestore module, we have to inject that into our component constructor. So create the constructor method here, constructor and parentheses. After this, constructor scope. Now inside this constructor parentheses, inject the Firestore module. So private Firestore, and the module is Firestore with capital F. Perfect. So guys, I am going all the setups and all these Firestore queries a bit fast, cause I hope you guys already know about Firestore. So any of you guys are new to this Angular Fire or new to the Firestore queries, you guys can learn about this in detail in this video. So I leave the link in the description. Alright, so next let's write the query. So for this we'll create a separate method. So inside this class scope, create a new method, the method name something, load Firestore. After this parentheses and the method scope. So now inside this, let's write the Firestore query. First, we have to define the Firestore collection reference. So from which collection we are loading the data, right? So create a variable, let collection ref, after this equal sign. Now for this, we can use the collection module. So we imported that, right? So collection and parentheses. So this requires two parameters, the Firestore module and the collection name. So first let's pass the Firestore module which we injected to the constructor. So this dot Firestore, as the second parameter, pass the collection name suppliers. So pass this as a string value inside of quotes. So I already created this collection inside my Firestore database. The collection name is suppliers. So that's what I passed here. Awesome. Now we have the collection reference. Next, let's retrieve the data. For this, we can use the collection data module. Previous, we imported this as well, right? So down here, collection data and the parentheses. So this required the collection reference as a parameter for this. So pass it here, collection ref. So this return the supplies collection data as an observable. In order to retrieve this data, we have to subscribe to this method. So after this, dot subscribe and parentheses. Inside this parentheses, callback function. So again parentheses and the arrow function. So this return the data. So capture that with the callback function parameter. So create a parameter variable for this val. Now inside this, for now let's log this val variable and see whether this is working or not. So console.log, inside this pass the variable val. So guys, in order to execute this method, we have to call this method, right? So inside the enjoin init method, let's call this method. The method name is this.load file store and the parentheses. So now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got our file store supplies data collection printed here, which means our query is working without any issues. So guys, now we have the data. So next, let's see how to load this file store data inside our data table. So guys, first thing first, we don't need this suppliers array data anymore. So I'll remove this all dummy hand coded data from this component file and assign this to an empty array. So next, inside this subscribe method, assign this val to the suppliers array. This dot suppliers array equal sign val. We are getting a compile error. In order to prevent this error, just set this subscribe parameter type to any. So next we have to assign this newly data assigned supplier array to our filter data array. So down here, this dot filtered suppliers assign this dot suppliers. That's it. So guys, now we directly assigned our file store data to our main array suppliers, and also we assign the suppliers array data to our filter suppliers array. Because with this visible data method, we are loading the data using the filtered suppliers array variable, right? So save this all and go to the browser. So as you guys can see here, this time our data table loaded the actual data from the Firestore database. And also guys, all the data table options are working without any issues. Next and these previous buttons are working, page numbers working, filter option also working, and this page size selection also working as previous without any issues. Very simple and easy, right? So guys, we successfully completed our data tables, all functions. I think that's it for this tutorial. Guys, before the end of this tutorial, quick note, guys, this is just one way that you can build a data table using Angular. There will be so many ways. I just use the easiest way to create this tutorial. Then only it's easy you guys to understand each and every logic, right? So don't stop from this here. You guys try to experiment the code and try to make this more robust and user friendly. The source code link is in the description. And also guys, as I mentioned earlier, this is a part of my premium course. So in that course, we will dive into more details and we will follow more best practices when we creating this data table. So any of you guys like to join to my premium course, I'll leave the link in the description. What's going on YouTube? Today in this tutorial, let's develop a password manager application using Angular and Firestore. Let's get started. Actually guys, I developed this application to solve my own problem. As a freelance developer, I found myself managing a large number of online accounts for my clients. Domain accounts, hosting accounts, payment wallets, email accounts, and more. However, I encountered a major problem when trying to keep track of all these passwords. I used to save all my account information and password on an Excel sheet, but one day my hard disk crashed and I lost everything, all 100 plus accounts, including my own Payoneer, PayPal and Stripe accounts. It was a tough process to recover all the information and I didn't want to go through that again. So I tried using online tools and Chrome extensions to save all my passwords, but there were limits to how many passwords I could store. And I was not completely comfortable with trusting these online password managers. That's when I realized as a developer, why not create my own password manager? So I decided to develop a password manager. Not only that, but I also decided to create a video tutorial so my students could follow along and create their own password manager. It would be a valuable project to add to your portfolios. So guys, for this I am going to use the Angular and the Google Firebase Firestore database. So any of you guys new to Angular, I have created a full complete Angular full course. You guys can check it out. I'll leave the links in the description. Now let's quickly demonstrate the password manager app that we are going to build in this tutorial. In order to access our password manager, first we have to log in. So guys, for this we're going to use the Firebase Auth module. So this will be the main page of our password manager application. Here we can find all the website list. For this application, I designed this funky styled awesome looking theme using the Tailwind CSS. I did not even write any custom CSS codes. Alright, so from here we can create a new site. All the sites will be loaded down here. We can edit the site using this edit button. So when we click this edit button, this will load the details inside this form. Previously this form was a new site form. Now it's converted as an edit site form. So once we are done the editing, we can update the data using this edit button, right? So as you can see here, this edit loaded here in real time. How is that? As I said earlier, for this we're going to use the Firestore as our database, which is a real-time database. That's why this data loaded in real time. We can delete the site from this delete button. With this add new password, we can save the user login details for this site. If I click this will open this page. In here, we can see the site details. From this form, we can save new password details, email, username and password. Down here, we can find all the saved password details under this website. So guys, for security purpose, we encrypt and save the password inside the Firestore database. So in order to decrypt this password, we can use this decrypt password button. Next, with the edit and delete buttons, as usual, we can edit this password or we can delete this password from the database. So guys, as I said earlier, for this we use the Angular framework for the front end, and for the database we'll use the Firestore database from Firebase, right? For the authentication, we will use the Firebase authentication module. That's it for the demo. So you guys may have a clear picture of what we are going to build in this video. So let's begin. So first let's create a new Angular project. Inside the terminal, I'll run this command to create a new Angular project. ng new, the project name is something password manager. Yes, we will use the Angular router for this. From here, select CSS. That's it. Once the installation is done, open this inside the VS Code. As I said in the intro, we're gonna use Tailwind CSS as our CSS framework. So guys, if any of you are new to Tailwind CSS, I have created a full course about Tailwind CSS, so you guys can watch that. I'll leave the link in the description. In order to use Tailwind CSS, we have to install that in our Angular project. So we can find the details in the official Tailwind CSS documentation. So first run this command to install Tailwind CSS on our Angular project. Once it's done, next run this command to create a Tailwind CSS configuration file. So as you can see here, this previous init command create this Tailwind config file. Open this and copy and paste this inside here. Next, add these Tailwind components inside our root CSS file, which is this styles.css. So guys, that's it for the Tailwind CSS installation and configurations. So guys, next let's create environment files. In the latest Angular version, the Angular team has removed the environment files from the Angular boilerplate. But in order to use the Angular Fire Angular package, we need this. So let's create this manually. So guys, recently I released a full guide about this, how to use Angular Fire latest version with the Angular's latest version. So in case any of you guys missed this, you can check it out. So I'll leave the link in the description. Alright, inside the src folder, create an environment folder and create two files, environment.ts and environment.prod.ts. Inside these files, we have to create the environment's initial object. So create that as well. Awesome. Before we install the Firebase Angular Fire module in our Angular project, first let's create a Firebase project. So go to the firebase.google.com and go to the console. In here, let's create a brand new project by clicking this. The project name is something password manager. So after this, agree to these terms and click continue. Remove this Google Analytics and create the project. Once it has been completed, go to the Firestore tab and configure the Firestore database as well. So from here, select the test mount and create the database. That's it. Alright, so guys, now we have fulfilled all the pre-requirements to install Angular Fire. So now let's install this. Inside the VS Code, open the integrated terminal and run this command: ng add angular/fire. From here, select the Firebase module that we're gonna use with our application. So for our password manager, we will use the authentication and the Firestore database. So select it and hit enter to execute this command. So now from here, select the Firebase account. After this, from here, create a new application, give it a name and hit enter. So guys, this will install and configure all the necessary things for us. We don't need to do anything. So I'm going through these steps a little fast because I already created a full guide for this. If any of you guys don't understand this configuration, I strongly recommend you guys to watch this tutorial. So links are in the description. Alright, so we have successfully completed all the plugins installation and configurations. Now let's generate the all required components and service files. For this application, we need several components: a navbar component for the navbar, site list component for the list of sites, and we need a password list component for password management. At last, we need a separate component for the login page. That's all. So now let's generate them quickly. So how do we generate Angular components? Can you guys remember? Yes, of course. We can generate them using the Angular CLI. So inside the integrated terminal, run this command: ng gc. This G stands for generate and this C stands for component because we are generating components. Okay. So after this, pass the component name. This is for the navbar, so the component name is navbar. Perfect. We created the component. You can find this component inside this app folder. Awesome. Next, the second component, site list. So ng gc site dash list. Next, password list. So ng gc password dash list. Next, this is for the login page. So the component name is login. Perfect. We successfully created all required components. Next, we need a service file to write the database queries. So let's generate that. For this application, I will only use one service file. So inside the integrated terminal, nggs, this time we're going to generate a service file. So this S stand for service. Okay, so the service file name is something password dash manager. Hit enter to execute this command. That's it. So now we have all the required files. Next, let's begin the design. Alright, let's begin the design with the navbar component. The navbar will be a simple design. So on the left side, I will show the application name and the right side will show a logout button. So let's design this. For this, we will use only the Tailwind CSS. No need to write any custom CSS codes. Alright, so open the navbar component HTML file and add these markups. First, create a new HTML file tag. Inside this, add these Tailwind CSS classes: bg white, border 2, border gray 900, px2, py3, rounded, shadow md. Now inside this, create a div and add these classes: container, flex wrap, items center, justify between, mx-auto. So now inside this, create a span tag and add these classes: self center, text excel, font semi-bold. So inside the span tag, add the brand name OctAcademy password M. After this, let's add the logout button. So create a button tag and add these classes: text white, bg gray 900, rounded lg, text sm, px5 and py3. The button text will be logout. That's it for the navbar markups. Now let's see this inside the browser. So for this, we have to add this navbar component selector inside the app component. So let's do this. Open the app component HTML file and remove these default boilerplate codes. Now add the navbar component selector app-navbar. That's it. Save this all and let's run this application. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command ng serve. So this will compile and run our Angular app inside of a local server. Once this compilation is done, go to this URL localhost 4200. This is what the navbar looks like with these Tailwind CSS classes. To achieve this simple design, we just only use Tailwind CSS classes, right? So I'm not going to explain all of these Tailwind CSS classes. You guys can simply understand this with these class names. So I have already created a course for this, so you guys can check that out. Alright, so let's move on to the second component, site list component. Alright, now let's design the site list component. So open the site list component HTML page and add these markups. Create a div and add these Tailwind CSS classes: container, mx-auto, my16. Inside this container div, create a h1 tag. The classes are text 5xl, empty-0, mb-file. The text is something like OctAcademy password manager. After this, create a p tag and add some dummy text as the paragraph. For this p tag, add this margin bottom 5 Tailwind utility class. After this, let's add a button for the add new form. So create a button and add these classes: mb-5, mx-0.5, px-5, py3, text sm, bg gray 900, text white, shadow, rounded MD. The button text is add new site. That's it for the button. Let's move on to the next. Down here, we'll create a form to save a new site. So now add these markups. So create a div with these classes px20, py10, mb10, my5, border 4, border gray 900. So inside this, first let's add a title for this form. So create an h2 tag and add these classes text 3xl, text center. The h1 text will be add new site. Below this, add a p tag and add these classes text center, and the paragraph text will be you can add a new site from the below form. Now after this, let's create the form. So create form tag. For this, we don't have to write any Tailwind CSS classes. Inside this form, we need 3 inputs, one for the site name, another one for the site URL, and the last input for the site image URL. So let's create them. So first create a div with these classes flex and flex call. Inside this, create a label and add these classes to this label tag text LG, font medium, MB-2. The label text is site name. So after this, create an input tag and the input type is text. Name attribute, and this input name is something site name. Next, add these Tailwind CSS classes to this input tag. So border 2, border gray 900, P2, rounded LG, W dash full. That's it for this first input. So guys, as I said earlier, we need 2 more inputs. This is also the same as this, so copy and paste this input 2 times. The second input is for the site URL. So the label text is site URL. The input name is site URL, and keep other values as it is. The third input for the site is image URL, so change the label and the input name attribute to site img URL. Perfect. Now after this, let's create the submit button. So after this, create a button tag and add these classes empty-10, mx-0.5, px5, py3, text sm, bg gray 900, text white, shadow, rounded md. The button text will be add new site. Let's add another button for cancel. So create a button tag and add these classes empty-10, mx-0.5, px-5, py-3, text sm, border 2, border gray 900, text gray 900, shadow, rounded MD. The button text will be cancel. Alright, that's it for the form markups. Before we move on to the next, let's see this inside the browser, how this looks like. So save this all and go to the browser. In here we can only see this navbar component, but we cannot see the site list component. Can you guys, why is that? Yes, of course, in order to show a component inside the browser, we have to add the component selector inside the app component, like this navbar component selector. So the site list component selector is this app-site-list, So add this after this navbar component selector. Save this again and go to the browser. So guys, as you can see here, this time we can see our site list component here with this add new site form. Looks cool, right? Alright, let's move on. So guys, next let's design the site list card after this form. Nothing much, very simple design using the Tailwind CSS. So inside this same site list component, after this add this markup. First of all, create a grid div. So div and Tailwind class is grid. Next, inside of a row, we will show for site list cards. So add this class grid dash calls dash 4. After this, set the gap to around 5. Inside this, the site list card div, create a div and add these classes shadow LG, border 2, border gray 900. So inside this div, create an image tag for the site image. For the src, for now just add an image URL. Search the GoDaddy from Google search and copy this GoDaddy image URL and paste it inside this src. Alright, next after this img tag, add this create a h3 tag and the classes are p3, text excel, font bold. This h3 is for the site name. So for now just simply type a name, later we will make this dynamic. So the site name is godaddy.com. Next after this, let's add the site URL, create a div and add these classes. So w60 m-3 px-3 bg blue 200 text blue 800 rounded LG text SM. Add the site URL as this text for this div godaddy.com. Perfect. Next we have to add action button for the site list card. So for this we have to create 3 buttons. One is for the add new password for the site list. The second button is for edit the site. And the last button for delete this site from the Firestore database. So let's create these buttons. First the add new password button, create a button tag and add these classes my3, ml3, mx 0.5, px 5, py3, text sm, bg gray 900, text white shadow, rounded md. The button text is add new password. Next another button and add these classes my3, mx 0.5, px 5, py3, text sm, border 2, border gray 900, text gray 900, shadow, rounded md. The button text is edit. For the delete button also copy and paste the second button. So these button styles are same. So no need to change anything. This last button text is delete. That's it for the site list card markup. Now again save this all and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time we can see this awesome looking site list card. Looks awesome, right? Alright guys, this site list is still static. So we just designed this, and now before we move on to the next password component list, we'll make this site list component functional. So guys, let's do the query for this site list. So first thing first, in order to save the data inside the Firestore database, we have to capture the user input data. As you know, this form is still a static form. In order to capture the data, we'll convert this to an Angular template driven form. In order to make this form template driven, the first thing first we have to import the forms module. So let's do this. Inside the app module TS file, import the forms module. Now again go to the site list component and let's make this form as a template driven. So inside this form tag, create a template variable hashtag f and assign it to ng form. Next, add the ng model directive to all of these inputs. Ng model. Next, let's add the submit function. So inside this form and add this ng submit event binding. Inside brackets ng submit, assign, create a method something called onSubmit. As the parameter, pass this form's value. So we capture this form's value using this template variable. So inside this f.value. So guys, as you can see here, we are getting this compile error. We still do not have this method. So let's create this method inside the component TS file. So open the site list component TS file. Inside this class scope, let's create the onSubmit method. The method name is onSubmit parentheses. This required a parameter variable. So parameter variable name is something values and set this type to object. Next, the method scope. For now, let's log this values parameter variable and see whether this submission is working or not. So save this all and go to the browser, fill this form. And hit this button. As you can see inside the browser console, we got this object with these forms values. Awesome, right? So guys, we can also write the Firestore queries inside the same component TS file, but as a good practice in Angular, we write all the third-party request API queries inside of an Angular service file. So guys, already we generated this previously when we generate the components, right? So open the service file. Inside this, let's write the save or the create query for this Firestore. So inside this, first let's import Firestore methods from Angular Fire. So first thing first, we need the Firestore module. So import it. Inside this import section, import. Inside curly brackets, the module name is Firestore with capital F. So this is coming from @angular/fire/Firestore. So in order to use this, we have to inject this to the constructor. So inside this constructor parentheses, private Firestore and colon Firestore. This is called dependency injection. Alright, so guys, to write the create query, we need two more methods from Angular Fire. So let's import them as well. So these methods also coming from the same path. So inside the same import, add these collection. These all letters are simple. Next, the add-doc method. So this D is capital. That's it. So now let's create a method, something called addSite and parentheses. After this, add the method scope. So we get the form data from the site list component to this service method as a parameter. So create a parameter variable to capture that. The variable name is data and set this type to object. Now inside this, let's write the create query. So first we have to create the database instance. So create a variable, something const db instance, assign collection, so which is this imported method from Angular. This collection method requires two parameters. As the first parameter, we have to pass the Firestore module. So we already injected that to this constructor. So let's pass it here, this dot Firestore. So as the second parameter, we have to pass the Firestore collection name. In our case, we are dealing with the sites. So set the collection name as sites. Pass this as a string value inside of quotes. Awesome. Alright guys, next, in order to save the data inside the Firestore, we have another method called addDoc. We already imported that. So now let's use that to write the create query. So after this, addDoc and parentheses. This requires two parameters. As the first parameter, pass the DB instance, this variable. So as the second parameter, pass the data object that we want to save inside the file store database. So we are getting the data to this method as a parameter. So pass this parameter variable here, data. That's it for the create query. Now let's call this service method from our component onSubmit method. So let's do this. Inside this onSubmit method, call this addSite method. In order to access an Angular service file, we have to inject that into this constructor. So inside this component file, we don't have the constructor method. So create it, constructor and parentheses. Inside this, private password manager, and the service file is password manager, and select this auto import. This will import this service to this component. Alright, now let's call the addSite method from this onSubmit method. So inside this dot the service file injection is password manager, and dot, now the method name is addSite. This required the data parameter, so pass that. So we are getting the forms value to this method with this values parameter variable, so pass that here. In order to handle the callback, we have to return this query callback from this service file. So we will get the callback inside this component TS file. So now let's handle the callback. This will return a promise. So after this, dot, then, and the callback. Inside this, handle the success message. So after this, the error state will handle the error state with the catch method. So dot catch and the callback. So the parameter variable is something error, and log this error inside this callback. So guys, that's it. We successfully completed our first query. Alright guys, any of you guys are confused or don't get these steps about this file store query, you guys can check my full guide on how to use Angular 5.7 with Angular latest version. The link's in the description. Alright, let's save this and go to the browser and fill out this form. Add the site name. Let's add this same GoDaddy details. So the site name is godaddy.com. The site URL is https://godaddy.com. Next, the image URL. So get it from the Google. Right click, copy the image URL and paste it here. Now click this save button. Guys, as you can see here, inside this browser console, we got the success message, which means the data saved inside the file store successfully. So let's confirm it. Go to the file store console and refresh it. As you can see here, we got this collection size, and inside this we can see this document ID. Inside that we got our first file store document. Cool, right? Alright guys, we successfully completed this save query. Now let's work on the load query. So for this, first thing first, let's write the query. So we will write all the queries inside the service file, right? So go to this and create a new method, something called load sites. After this, parentheses. So for this, we don't need to get any parameter values, so keep it empty. After this, create the method scope. Before we write the query, import another method for this load query from Angular 5 module. So this also comes from the same path. So put this inside of the same import. The method name is collection data. So this D is capital. So guys, carefully follow these capital simple letters. Now back to the load sites method and write the query. So for this also we need the database instance. So take it from the previous method and paste it here. Next, the load query. So collection data and parentheses. For this, pass the DB instance. So as the second parameter, pass the ID object because we need the document's ID. So after this, object scope id field colon id. So pass this as a string value. So the second parameter is optional. If we pass this, we will get the dataset with the document id, otherwise we will not get the id, right? So that's it for the query. Next, let's return this, then only we can access this data from the component ts file. So now go to the site list component ts file and create a method load sites and the parentheses. No need to pass any parameter variables. So after this, the method scope. Now inside this, let's call the load site service method. So how do we call that? In order to access Angular service, we have to use the dependency injection method. So we did that already. So now inside this method, this dot password service, which is this injected service variable. After this dot, this time call this load sites method. So this will return an observable. So subscribe to this observable to get the data. So after this dot subscribe and the callback, create a parameter variable to capture the data. So the parameter variable name is something val, and arrow function inside this log this val variable. So guys, that's it for the load query. Now we have the method. In order to execute this method, we have to call this method. So let's call this from the constructor. So inside this dot load sites and the parentheses. So now save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, we can see this object array. So inside that, as you can see, we got our site data from Firestore, which means the load site query is working as we expected. So guys, as you can see here, data is loaded inside the console. But in order to show this to the user, we have to load this inside of our view. For this, we already designed the site list card. This card details are still static. We hand coded them. Now let's replace this data with the dynamic data from Firestore. So first thing first, we do not need the subscribe method, so remove it. Next, assign this to something global variable. So inside the global scope, the variable name is all sites and this variable type will be observable. So select this autocomplete. This will import the observable to this component ts file automatically. After this, set this observable type to an array and set this array type to any. Still, we are getting this compile error. To prevent this, add this exclamation point. Now go to the load sites method and assign this to the all sites global variable. So this dot all site assign to this query. So guys, now we have the data stored inside of the global variable. Now let's show this inside the view. So go to the site list component HTML file. Go to the site list card div and inside this add the ng4 directive to loop the observable. So ng4 and assign inside codes let site of all sites. This all site is the global variable which is carrying the data from the Firestore. This is observable. In order to loop this, we have to use the async pipe here. So the pipe symbol and pipe name is async. Awesome. Guys, next let's replace the static data with the real data. First thing first, let's make this image src dynamic. So for this, we can use the data binding method. So wrap this src with a square bracket. Remove this encoded URL. Inside this, now add the site, which is this ng4 loop variable and the document key name. As you know, we save our image URL with this key name. So site.site img URL. So that's it. Next, let's move on to the title. For this, we can use a string interpolation. So remove this and create a string interpolation space. Open and close two curly brackets. Inside this, add this site.site name. This site is this ng4 loop variable and the site name is the Firestore key name. Alright, so next remove the site link and add this, open and close two curly brackets inside this site.site URL. That's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time we got this data loaded here. You can't find the difference, right? So previously also we showed the same card with the static data. Let's add a new data and see whether it's loading here or not. So the site name is something digitalocean.com. The site URL is https://digitalocean.com, and the site image, as usual, get this image URL from the Google search, copy this URL and paste it here. Once it's done, hit this save button. Look at this, guys. As you can see here, our newly saved data is loaded inside this site list card, which means everything working as we expected. So guys, if you noticed, as soon as I hit the save button, the newly saved data loaded here in real time. So how this is happening? Because the Firestore database is real-time database. So every time we change the Firestore database any data, the changes are immediately loaded inside our application. Right? So guys, we successfully completed the load site Firestore query and its related functions. Now let's move on to the next edit data. So guys, now let's see how to edit the data. For this we have to do a few steps. So first we have to load the editing data inside this forms input. Then only we can edit those data, right? So after that we have to update the Firestore database with the edited data. So first thing first, let's see how to load the data that we want to edit inside this form. For this we can pass this data from HTML view to the components TS file via binding to a method parameter when clicking this edit button. So let's do this first. Inside this edit button, so click event binding, inside brackets, click. Now assign this to a method called something edit site. After this, add the parentheses. Inside this parentheses, pass all the data that we want to edit. So first, site name. We can get the site name with the ng4 site variable. So site dot site name. The second parameter is site dot site URL. As the third parameter, pass the site dot site img URL. Guys, in order to update the data inside the Firestore, we have to pass the document ID to the Firestore database. So we'll pass that also as a parameter. So as the last parameter, pass the ID. So site.id. So guys, still we don't have this method. That's why we are getting this error. So let's create this method inside the component TS file. So inside this site list component TS file, create the method. The method name is edit site. After this parentheses and the method scope. This parameter has 4 parameter variables. So we are passing that from here. So create parameter variables to capture these values. So the first one is for the site name. So the variable name is site name and the data type is string. Next, for the site URL, so the variable name is site URL and this variable type is string. Next, for the site image URL, so the variable name is site img URL and this type also string. At last, we are passing the document ID, so the parameter variable name is ID and this type also string. Perfect. Guys, now we have the data here. Next, what I want to do is I want to load this data inside this form. Guys, how do we do that? Can you guys guess? For this, we can use the two-way data binding approach, right? So it's very easy. So let's begin. So create a global variable for this two-way data binding. So the first global variable is site name and the type is string. Next, site URL. This type also string. the site image URL. So the variable name is site img URL, and also this type is string. And at last we need another variable for the ID. So the variable name is site ID and this type is also string. Now assign these parameter variables to these global variables. So inside this method, let's do this. So the first variable is site name. So this dot site name assigned to this parameter variable site name. So guys, this variable is the global variable and this is the parameter variable. So don't get confused. Okay. Alright. So next, site URL. So the global variable is this dot site URL. Assign the parameter variable site URL. Next, the global variable is site img URL. Assign parameter variable site img URL. After this, global variable is this dot site ID and assign this to this parameter ID variable. Alright guys, so now we have the data, but in order to edit this data, we have to load this data inside this form, right? So guys, how do we do that? Very simple. For this, we can use the two-way data binding approach as I said earlier. So let's see this in action. So guys, in order to do the two-way data binding, we have to wrap this ng model inside of brackets and square brackets, right? So do that. Now assign this to the site name global variable because this input is for the site name. Okay. So actually guys, I hope you guys already know this two-way data binding approach. I'll quickly explain it. With this, we can assign a variable to an input tag. So this will load this variable data inside the input field. And also if we change that loaded data, it will automatically assign that edited value to this variable. So this is just a simple explanation. If you guys do not know anything about it, you guys can check my Angular full course where you will learn about this from scratch. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Make the second input ng model as a two-way data binding. Put this inside of brackets and square brackets, and also assign this to the site URL global variable. Next, the site image URL. Put this inside this and assign it to site img URL global variable. So that's it for loading the editing data inside this form. So let's see if this is working or not. So save this all and go to the browser. Click on this edit button and look at this guys. These site details are loaded inside this form. Cool, right? So guys, I'll explain it to you how I did this one more time. So in order to edit the data, we have to load the data into this form, right? Then only we can add the changes to that data. Okay. So in order to do this, we have to pass the data that we want to edit to the component TS file. So for this, I use this method approach to passing the data to the TypeScript file as a parameter variables. So this is what I did here. I passed the site data to this edit site method as parameters. So inside this method, I captured all the data with these parameter variables. So after that, in order to access this data out of this method, I assigned all these parameter variable to these global variables. So then only we can access this data outside of this method scope. So after that, I used the two-way data binding approach to load this site data inside this form. So nothing much, very simple. Okay. Alright guys, now we have the data that we want to edit. Next, let's see how to write the update query. Before that, let's do another small thing. As you can see here, when I press this edit button, this form loaded the editing data. But this form's title and this button is showing this add new site. So now what I want to do is I want to make this static text to dynamic, and I want to make this add new text to edit site when we dealing with the editing process. So how do we do that? Very simple. So let's see this in action. So first let's create a global variable, something called form state. So this type is string and the set initial value to add new. So set this as a string inside of quotes. So now I will make this forms title dynamic by adding this form state variable here. So we can add this using the string interpolation. So remove the static add new text and add this. So open and close curly brackets. Inside this, pass the variable form state. Do the same for this button. Remove this add new and add the string interpolation, and the variable name is form state. So save this all and back to the browser. Now we can see this add new this time. So this is not a static text, so we made it dynamic with the string interpolation. So now if I click this edit button, this is still in the default add new stage. So what I want to do is I want to make this add new to edit when clicking this button. So go to this edit site method and assign edit to this form state variable. So this dot form state assign, the value is edit. So pass this as a string. Now save this and back to the browser. Click on this edit button. As you can see here, this time this add new changed to edit. So now this is looking perfect. Alright guys, now let's work on the update query. So first let's write the query. So inside the service file, after this create method, the method name is update site and the parentheses. After this add the method scope. So guys, this required the document ID and the edited data to execute the Firestore update query. So we will get those data as a parameter for this method. So create a parameter variable to capture these. The first parameter for the document ID, so the parameter variable name is ID. The type is string. Next for the data, so the variable name is data and the type is object. Now inside this, let's write the query. Previously we used the DB instance to identify the collection, but for this update we have to capture the document instance. For this we have a separate method in AngularFire. So let's import that. So this also coming from the same module. So inside the same import, the first method is doc, all simple letters. The next method is update doc. So we use this doc method to define the document instance like the collection method, and we can use this update doc to write the update query. So now inside this method, first let's write the doc instance. So create a variable const doc instance, assign doc, which is this imported AngularFire method, and after this parentheses. So first we have to pass the Firestore module, same like the previous. So this dot Firestore. After this we have to pass the collection name. We are dealing with the site, so the collection name is sites. So after this we have to pass another parameter for this, which is the document ID. So pass it here, ID, which is this ID parameter variable. So guys, with this we are filtering the target Firestore document that we want to update. Okay. Alright, so now let's write the query. For this we imported the update doc AngularFire method. So update doc and parentheses. This required two parameters, this doc instance and the edited data object. So pass this doc instance and this data parameter variable. So guys, in order to handle the success state, return this. So that's it. So guys, that's it for the update query. Now let's call this update query method from the sitelist component TS file. As you guys know, for this editing also we are using this same save form. So this form will call this onSubmit method when we submit this form. But with this onSubmit method, we are calling this save query. So in order to perform the edit query also with this onSubmit, we have to differentiate the form status, whether it is a save operation or update operation. So this we can use the form status global variable. If this variable value is add new, which means the operation is safe. If value is edit, the form submission operation is update, right? So let's see this in action. So inside this on submit method, create a if condition. The condition is this dot form status equals add new. If this is add new, we have to call the add site method. So remove this from here and put it inside this if block. Now next else if condition block, and the condition is this dot form state equals, this time we check if this is edit or not. So the value is edit. So guys, if this is edit, we have to call the update site service method. So inside this dot password service dot update site. This method requires two parameters, the ID and the edited data. If you guys can remember, we stored the ID of the editing data with this site ID global variable. So now we can pass that here. This dot site ID. Next the data. So we are getting the edited data with this parameter variable. So pass that as the second parameter for this method. So after this, handle the success or error state. This returns a promise. So after this dot then call back inside this and the log. The log message is data updated. Next for the error state dot catch and the callback parameter variable is error, and inside this log this error. That's it guys, we successfully completed all the queries of update site. So let's see whether this is working or not. So save this all and go to the browser. Click on this edit and edit these values, site name and the site URL. Next submit this form by clicking this edit button. As you can see here, inside this browser console we got this data updated success message, which means the data update query is working without any problem. And also guys, we can see this updated site name and the site URL here. So guys, which means everything working as we expected. Alright, so this is the end of this update query. Let's move on to the delete query. So guys, this delete query process is easy to compare to the previous update query process. So let's do this. First thing first, let's write the delete query. So go to the service file and create a method called delete site, parentheses, and the method scope. In order to delete a document from file store, we need the target documents ID. So we will get that ID to this method as a parameter. So create a parameter variable to capture that. So the parameter variable is ID and this type is string. Perfect. Now next inside this, let's write the query. So for this also, like this update, we need the document instance. We already did this, so copy and paste it here. So after this, delete query. So guys, like others, we have a separate method for this delete query. First, let's import it. This also comes with the same path. So inside this, the method is delete doc. This D is capital. Now back to the delete site method. So now after this, delete doc and parentheses, which require the document instance. So pass it here. So guys, that's it for the query. In order to access this from the component, just return this. Awesome. Now back to the component HTML file. I want to trigger the delete query when clicking this delete button. So let's do that. Create a click event and assign it to a method called delete site and the parentheses. In order to delete a document, we need the ID of that document. So pass it as a parameter for this method, the site.id. Still we don't have this method, so let's create that. Inside this component is file, the method name is delete site and the parentheses. So inside this parentheses, parameter variable ID and the type is string. After this, define the method scope. Now from here, let's call the service delete method. So this dot password service, which is this injected service, and the parentheses, This required the ID, so pass it as a parameter for this method. So after this, handle the callbacks. After this dot, then callback, and inside this log the success message. After this, define the error state with the catch method. So guys, that's it for the delete query. Now save this all and go to the browser. Click on this delete. As you can see here, the site card is removed from the list. And also we can see this data deleted success message inside this browser console. So guys, which means delete query is working as we expected. Alright, we successfully completed all the queries for the site list. Now guys, if you can remember, we logged all the success messages inside the browser console. So it's not a good practice. The end user will not use this browser console. So in a real world production application, we will show this success state with an alert message. So let's do this for our application as well. So let's first design a simple alert message. So inside this HTML file, after this site heading and before this new site form, let's create the alert. So create a div with these classes p5, my3, bg till 100, text till 900. Now inside this div, for now let's set a dummy success message. So something data saved. Now save this and go to the browser. Now as you can see here, we got this success alert message. Now what I want to do is, I want to show this message conditionally. If any of the query state is success, I want to show this alert message. So let's do this as well. So nothing much, it's very simple. Just simply create a global variable, something is success, and this type is boolean, and set this default value to false. Next, what I want to do is, I want to set this is success value to true in these success callbacks. So like this console log. So guys, first let's do this to the save operation. So remove this log, we don't need that anymore. Inside this, set this is success value to true. So this dot is success, assign true. Now do this for the update query. So copy and paste this, and also do the same for the delete operation as well. That's it. So now let's show the alert message conditionally using this boolean value inside the HTML view. So how do we do that? In Angular, very simple. For this we can use the ngIf condition. So inside this alert div, ngIf, and pass the is success boolean value. So if this boolean value is false, this will not show this alert inside the view. If this is true, this will appear inside the browser. Now let's save this all and go to the browser. This time we cannot see the alert message. Why is that? At the initial stage, we set this is success boolean value to false. So that's why this is not appearing inside the browser. Okay, now let's save a new site and see whether this is working or not. The site name is something paypal.com, and the site URL https://paypal.com, image URL. As usual, copy this from the Google image search. Once you fill the form, save this. Now as you can see here, this time we got this alert message saying data save. Perfect, right? Now next let's test this with the editing process. So edit this, change this data to something, and click this edit. As you can see here, this time also we got this success alert, but this says data saved message even in the edit operation. It's not good, right? So let's fix this. Again, create another global variable for this, something success message, and set this type to string. Next, let's create a method show alert, and this required the message parameter. So guys, we're going to use this method to show the alert message. So inside this, let's set this is success to true and set this success message value to this message parameter variable, because we will get the alert message to this method as the parameter. So that's it for this method. Now let's call this method from the all these success state. So remove this from the save query and call the show alert message. So pass the alert message as the parameter for this show alert method. This is for the save operation, so the message should be data save successfully. Next, do the same for the edit. Remove this and this dot show alert parentheses, pass the message data edited successfully. Next, move on to the delete. So remove this previous boolean value, call the show alert method and pass the message data deleted successfully. Next, now let's make the static message to dynamic inside the HTML view. For this, we can show this success message variable inside this view. So remove this hand coded success message. Now add a string interpolation and the variable name is success message. That's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Again, create a new site. We got this data save success message. Next, edit this site. As you can see here, this time we got this data edited success message. Next, delete this. As you can see here, this time we got this data delete alert. So now this looks perfect. Alright, we successfully completed all the queries and logic of the all sites component. Now let's move on to the password list component. So as usual, first let's design the view. After that, we'll work on the queries. So open the password list component HTML file. If you can remember, we generated this component at the beginning of this lecture. Okay, so inside this, let's add the markups. First, create a div and add these Tailwind CSS classes, container, mx auto, my16. Now inside this div, create another div and add these Tailwind CSS classes, grid calls to gap 5. That's it. So next, inside this another div and the classes are shadow LG, border 2, border gray 900. So we'll use this to show the site details. Now inside this, create an image tag and add a dummy image URL for this. Next, create a h3 tag for the site name. So h3 and add these classes, text Excel, font bold, p3. For this h3 also pass a static site name for now. So we'll make this dynamic later. Alright, next create a div and add these classes, grid calls 3, gap 3, my1, p-3. So inside this, create another div for the site URL and add these Tailwind CSS classes, call span to px3, bg blue 200, text blue 800, rounded LG, text SM. For this also add a simple dummy URL. So we completed the site details card. Now let's design the add new password form. So inside this same grid div, after this create again another div and add these classes, px20, py10, mb10, my5, border 4, border gray 900. This div is for the password form, right? So next, inside this div, add this create h2 tag and add these classes, text 3xl, text center. The text will be add new user and password. Next, create a p tag, and the CSS class is text center. Inside this p tag, add this text. You can add new user and password from the below form. Next, the form tag. Inside this div with these classes, flex call. Now inside this, create a label, and the classes are text LG, font medium, MB2. The label text is email. So after this, create an input tag, and this input type will be email. And after this, add these classes: border 2, border gray 900, P2, rounded LG, W full, and the input name is email. Next, we need two more inputs, one for the username and another one for the password. So copy and paste these 2 times and change this label name to username. This type will be text, and change the name to username. Next, change this third input label to password. This type also password. At last, change this name to password. After this all, create a submit button. So the classes will be mt10, mx.5, px5, py3, text sm, bg gray 900, text white, shadow, rounded md. That's it. So the button text will be add new password. So that's it for the password form. Alright, now down here, let's design the password list table. So after this first grid, create this div and add these classes: grid calls 1, empty 10. Now inside this div, create a table tag and add these classes: border 2, border gray 900. Now inside this table, create a t-head tags, and inside this t-head, create tr and add these classes: bg gray 200, p52, h14, text left. Now next, inside this, create a th tag. Classes are border 2, border gray 900, p3. The first th is for the email, so we need 3 more th. So duplicate this. Second th is for the username, so change the name to username. So next one is for the password, and the last t-head for the action column. So now after this t-head, create a t-body tags. Inside this, we can load the data, but for now I will add some static data to see this table clearly inside the browser. So create a tr tag. The class is h14. Next, td, and add these classes: border 2, border gray 900, and p3. This td represent the email column, so pass a dummy email address here, something m@m.com. Create another td, so duplicate this, change this to a username, something. You know what, I'll keep the same email address as the username. So next, for the password, duplicate this and add a dummy password. Next, for this action column, we'll add edit and delete buttons for this. So duplicate this td and remove the text. After this, add these buttons. Create a button tag with these classes: mx 0.5, px5, py3, text sm, bg gray 900, text white, shadow, rounded md. So this button is for the edit, so the button text is edit. Next, again another button tag. So tailwind classes are mx 0.5, px5, py3, text sm, border 2, border gray 900, text gray 900, shadow rounded MD. So this button is for the delete, so the button text is delete. Perfect. So guys, we successfully completed the design of the password list component. Now let's see this inside the browser. But in order to see this inside the browser, we have to add this password list component list selector inside this app component HTML file, right? But guys, we have another method for this, which is we can load the components inside the browser using the routers. Okay, so let's do that. So go to the app routing module file. Inside this route array, let's define the routes for our Angular application. So first thing first, we have to define the default router. So inside this, create an object. As the first key value pair, pass the path colon, and this value will be an empty string. So guys, we define the default path like this in Angular. So after this, we have to define the component which should load in this default path. So guys, for this I will load the login component. Next, again another object. The path is site list. So this is for the site list component. Next, for the password list, the path is password dash list and the component is password list component. Perfect. So routers are ready. But in order to work these routers properly, we have to add the router outlet inside our app component HTML file. So inside this, now we don't need this site list app component selector here. So remove it and add the route outlet here. That's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. In our default router, which is this root URL, we can see this login works text, which means guys, in this default path, this loaded the login component. So we define that with this router object. Okay. So now in order to navigate to the site list, we have to go to this router. So inside the browser, go to this URL, our default URL, and slash the router path is site list. Now hit enter. As you can see here, this loaded the site list component. Now let's navigate to the password list. So the path is password dash list and hit enter. Now we can see our newly designed password list component. This also looks great, right? Guys, we successfully completed the design of the password list. So in the password list component design, we created this area to show the website data. Now these details are static, but what I want to do is I want to make this dynamic. So how do we do that? As you know guys, we loaded all the site information inside this site list component. So in order to access this data from another component, we have to somehow pass this data to this password list component. For this, we have some different approaches. As example, we can simply pass the site list document ID to this password list component, and we can fetch the relevant document data from the file store using the ID. But as we already have the data, so we don't need to query the database again and again. So in this case, we can simply pass this data to this component via binding to the router. So guys, for this we have two approaches in Angular: router parameter and query parameter. So for this we will use the query parameter approach. Alright, so let's see this in action. For this we don't need to modify anything inside the router path. So we can simply pass the data from this HTML file. I want to open the password list component when clicking this add new password button. So we can do this using the router link directive. So inside this add new password button, add the router link directive. After this, assign and pass the router of the password list component here. So inside codes, the router path is password dash list. So in order to navigate to this using this router link, we have to add this slash beginning of this router path. That's it for the router link. So let's see if this is working or not. Save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, when I click this add new password button, this loaded the password list component inside the browser, which means this router link is working as we expected. Alright, now let's see how to pass the site details to the password list component as the query parameters. So this is very simple. For this we have another directive, query params. So this is like a data binding approach in Angular. So inside this, after this router link, query params, this P is capital, and put this inside of square brackets. Okay. So after this assign symbol and inside quotes, we can pass all the data as an object. So open and close an object scope. Inside this, first thing first, we'll pass the document ID. So create a key value pair. The key is ID and the document ID is this ng for loop variable site.id. Next, let's pass the site name. So the key is site name and the value is site.sitename. Next, pass the site URL. So the key is site URL and the value is site.siteURL. Next, image URL. The key is img URL and the value is site.img URL. That's it. So guys, with this we are binding this data to this router. So let's see this. Save this all and go to the browser. Navigate to the password list by using this button. This time, as you can see inside the browser address bar, after this router, we can see these ID, site names and all other query parameters. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we use the query parameter to pass data between components. Alright guys, now we have the site data inside the URL. Now I want to capture them inside our password list component and replace the static data with this real data set. So okay, so let's begin. So guys, inside the password list component, let's capture the query parameters. To access the query parameter in Angular, we have a module called activated route. So in order to use this with our component, we have to inject that into the constructor of this component. So let's do this. Inside this constructor parentheses, private route. This variable name can be any name. After this, the module name is activated route. So select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement here. Now we can capture the query parameters using this. So inside this, the same constructor method, this dot route, which is this activated route. So after this dot query params. So guys, this will return all the query parameter values as a observable. So in order to access the observable data, we have to subscribe. So after this dot subscribe, inside this arrow function, we get the data with the parameter. So create a parameter variable something val and set this type to any. Next, inside this, for now let's log this. So console.log and this parameter variable is val. That's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, we can see this query parameter object with these values. Cool, right? So guys, we have the data. Now we can load this data inside the view. So for this, we have to assign this to global variable. So first let's define some global variables for this. The first one is for the site ID. So the variable name is site ID and set this type to string. In order to prevent this declaration error, just simply add an exclamation mark before this colon. Okay, let's move on. So the second variable is the site name. So the variable name is site name and this type also string. Next, for the site URL, so the variable name is site URL and this type is string. Next, for the image, so the variable name is img URL and this type also string. Now assign these subscribe values to these global variables. This dot site ID assign val.id. So this is the global variable and this is the query parameter variable. Next, this dot site name assign val dot the query parameter key name is site name. Next, the site URL. So this dot site URL and assign val dot site URL. So this is the global variable that we created earlier, and this is the query parameter key name. So don't get confused. Okay. Next, the site image. So the global variable is this dot site ing URL and assign to val dot site ing URL. That's it. So we successfully assign the query parameter values to the global variable. Now we can use these global variables inside our view. So for this we can use the string interpolation. So inside the password list component HTML file, first remove the site image URL and add the global variable site ing variable inside this src. First make this as a data binding, so wrap this src inside of square brackets. After this, remove this encoded URL and add this global variable name site ing URL. Perfect. So next, remove the site name and add a string interpolation. The variable name is site name. After this, remove this URL and create a string interpolation. The variable name is site URL. So we successfully made these static site details into a dynamic real site details. Now save this all and go to the browser. We can see the site data like the previous, but this time we loaded them from the query parameter values. If I go back and open the second site, as you can see here, this time the site details got loaded this DigitalOcean website details. So now this site details loading the data according to the query parameter values that we are passing from the site list component. Looks perfect, right? Alright, now let's work on the save query. So first let's make this static form to a template driven form. Nothing much. Inside the password list HTML file, inside this form tag, create a template variable and assign it to a ng form module. So after this, add ng module to all these inputs. For the first one, email input, so add the ng module. Second one, username, so add the ng module here. And after this, the last input password, add the ng module here as well. Now let's write the submit logic. For this, let's use the ng submit event. So inside this form, ng submit, write this inside of brackets. After this, assign it to a method called something on submit. We don't have this method yet, so create this inside the password list component TS file. So after this, all create this method. The method name is on submit, parentheses, and the method scope. In order to get the value of the form to this method, we have to pass this form's value to this method as a parameter. So pass it from here, this template variable f dot value. Now capture this from here, create a parameter variable values and set this type to an object. Next, let's log this and see whether this is working or not. So save this all and go to the browser, fill this form and submit here. As you can see here, inside this browser console, we got this log with the forms data, which means this is working as we expected. Alright, now let's write the queries for the password. This is a bit different than the previous site queries, because for this we will nest the password file store collection inside of site documents. Wait, I'll show you an example. Think now I want to save new account details for the site GoDaddy. So inside the file store database, this is the document of the site GoDaddy. Now I want to save a new password under this document. So how do we do that? Guys, for this we have few approaches. The first approach is we can create an array inside this document So like this. So inside this we can create a field and we can make this field as an array. Inside this we can add an array data. So this array is an object array. So we can set an object array data type with the map data type in Firestore. So select map from here and add the data. First key value pair is email and add the dummy values. As the second value, add the username, and as the third value, add a password. So click add this. So don't forget to give a field name for this password. After this all done, click add this. So this will save this data inside this document. As you can see here, inside this password array, we created our first password list. So like this, we can save another password inside this array. So guys, this is the first approach. But inside of a document, stacking the data like this is not a good practice. And also we will face so many difficulties when dealing with this, with the Angular Fire and the queries. It's not easy. Let's look at the second method. For this we will create a separate collection for the password and we'll add the document ID inside the password document to create the relationship between these passwords and the site list document. So let's look at an example for this. So create a separate collection here. The collection name is password. Inside this, create a document for the password. So set the ID to auto. The first field is email and set dummy value. And the second value is username. After this, the key value pair is password and set a dummy password. Save this. Alright, now we have the password collection and this document. But this password document has no connection with the site document. Without this, how do we know which password is for which site? So in order to create a connection between this password and the site documents, we can add a field in the password document holds the unique ID of the site document. If this password is for this first document, so copy this document ID and we can create a field inside this document. The field name is site ID and add the site document ID here. Now using this, we can identify the relationship between this password and this site document, right? So guys, this approach is good, but this is also a bit difficult when writing queries. So guys, for this we have a better and easy approach in the Firestore database. So for this we can use a sub-collection in Firestore. So what is this sub-collection? A sub-collection is a collection that can create inside of a document. If we take our example, with the sub-collection approach, we can create this password collection inside this site document, right? So let's see this in action. So if I open this site document, in here we can see this start collection button. So using this, we can create a sub-collection inside this document. This is also the same as the root collection. So click on this and create the collection. So the collection name is password. Now inside this collection, we can create password documents to store the passwords as many as we wanted, right? So let's create a password. The set dummy email, username and password. And save this. As you can see here, now inside this site godaddy.com document, we have this password collection and inside that we have the password document. So guys, now we don't need to create the relationship by adding the site document ID here. It's already connected. How is that? Yes, of course, now this password collection is directly inside this site document. If you want to save another password for this site document, you can simply create another password document here inside this sub collection passwords. So guys, compared to the previous methods, using the sub collections in file store makes the relationship between the password and site documents much easier. And it's very easy to write Angular file queries to retrieve the site information with the password list. So guys, once again, by using sub collections, we can write more efficient queries to retrieve the information and also simplify the relationship between the password and site documents. This approach is highly recommended when working with Firestore. Alright, so I hope you guys now have a clear picture of how to build a relationship in the Firestore database. Now let's write the query for saving passwords inside the Firestore sub collection. So we already captured the data inside this onSubmit method. Now let's write the query to save this data. So for this also we'll use the same service file. So after this, I'll add a comment to separate the password queries. Now let's write the save query. So after this, create a method. The method name is add password, parentheses, and the method scope. So like the previous queries, for this also we have to create the collection instance first. So let's do this. Create a variable db instance, assign, and the method name is collection and parentheses. As the first parameter, pass the Firestore module. So this dot Firestore. Now as the second parameter, we have to pass the collection name. So now we are dealing with the password collection, so pass that here as a string. So the collection name is passwords. Next, now we can write the query. For this also we will use the same method add doc like this sites queries. So after this, add doc, parentheses, this required the db instance and the data object. So we will get this data object to this as a parameter. So create a parameter variable to capture this data. So the variable name is data and set this type to object. Now pass the first parameter, this db instant. After this, pass this data parameter variable here. So once it's done, at last, don't forget to return this query. So guys, that's it for the query. Now let's call this from the password component on submit method. So first thing first, inject the password service to this constructor. Then only we can work with this service file. So inside this constructor parentheses, so private password manager service, and the service file is password manager service. Select this autocomplete and this will import this to this component ts file. Next, inside this onSubmit method, so this dot password management service dot the method is add password. So this required the data parameter, so pass it here. This value is parameter variable. Now after this, handle the callbacks. So this also promise. So after this, dot then, and inside this, log the success message. After this, catch the errors. So for this we will use the catch method. So after this, dot catch, and inside this, log the error message. That's it. Now let's save this all and go to the browser. Fill this form. Email is something a@a.com. Username a user, and the password 123456. So after filling this, hit this add password button. As you can see here, inside this we got this success message, which means the save query worked without any issues. Now let's go to the Firestore console. In here, so we have this password under this site GoDaddy, but inside this GoDaddy password sub collection, we have only one document which was we created earlier manually. So we can't find the newly added password here. So inside the second site document also, we don't have the password document that we created now. So where is that? Guys, let's look inside this password root collection, this main collection. As you can see here, inside this we can find this newly created password document. So what's going on here? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. Guys, the problem is with the collection instance or with this DB instance. As you know, for this collection method, we have to pass the collection name as the second parameter. So we already passed that here. But the problem is we pass this collection as a main root collection, not the sub collection. So this password collection must be a sub collection, right? So in order to fix this, we have to pass this collection path correctly. If you look at this sub collection path inside this Firestore database, as you can see here, this is something like this. So this sub collection is inside this document ID, right? So we have to exactly pass this path inside this collection method to create the sub collection. So first the main site collection, so add this here. Next the site document ID, so where we want to create the sub collection. Next we have to pass the site document ID where we want to create the sub collection. So we will get the document ID to this method as a parameter. So create a parameter variable to capture that. The variable name is site ID and this type will be string. Next pass that here. For this we'll use template variables. So remove these quotes and add backticks. After this sites, after this collection name sites, add slash, the document ID. So dollar symbol inside curly brackets, the variable name is site ID. And after this slash, and now pass the sub collection name passwords. That's it. So guys, this is how we define the sub collection path. If we pass this collection name directly to this will consider this collection as a root collection. So hope you guys got the idea. Now save this and again go to the browser. Now again save a new password. Fill this form. As you can see here inside this browser console, we got this success message. Go to the Firestore and look inside this document. As you can see here, this time we got this password document inside this sub collection. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we save data inside of a sub collection in Firestore using the Angular Fire module. Alright, now let's work on the load password query. So let's write the query for this. Go to the service file, inside this, create a method. The method name is load passwords and parentheses. For this query also we need the site ID to capture the password sub collection. So create a parameter variable for this site ID and this type is string. After this create the method scope. Now inside this let's write the query. So for this also we need the DB instance. So this is same as this previous, so copy and paste it here. The path is this because we are dealing with the sub collection. Remember that, right? Alright, so next the query. So guys, for this we will use the collection data Angular Fire method. So we already used this. So after this collection data and parentheses. So inside this pass the DB instance as the parameter and after this we have to load the password document ID. So pass this as the second parameter. So inside curly brackets ID field colon inside quotes ID. At last return this query. Perfect. So next let's call this from the password list component TS file. So guys, first thing first, let's create a method for this. The method name is load password. After this parentheses and the method scope. So guys, inside this, let's call the load password service method. So this dot password service, which is this injected service. So after this dot, and the service method name is load password. This required the site ID. So we already stored the ID inside the site ID global variable from the router query parameter. So pass that to this method, this dot site ID. This will return the file store data as an observable. So store it inside of a global variable. Create a global variable, something named password list. This type is observable, and the observable type is an array, and at last the array type is any. So next, inside this load password method, assign this global variable password list to this query. So this dot password list assign to this method call. Perfect. Now we have the data. Now let's load this inside the password list table. So go to the password list component HTML file, and inside this table add the ng4. So ng4 assign the loop is let password of password list, which is this global variable. So guys, in order to loop observable, we have to add the async pipe. So after this, add the async pipe here, pipe symbol, and the pipe is async. Alright, so now inside this, remove the static data and add the string interpolation. First data is for the email, so add a string interpolation. After this password, so which is this loop variable. After this dot, and the key name is email. Next, again string interpolation. Inside this password dot username. So after this password column, so remove this and add the string interpolation. Password, which is this loop variable. After this the key name, so dot key name also password. That's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you can see here, this time this data is loaded with the real data. Let's save another password here. Fill this form. As you can see here, the newly added password is loaded inside this table, which means this load data file store query is working without any issues. Alright, so guys, let's move on to the edit password query. So this is also the same as the site list. We load the editing data inside this same form, converting this to an edit password form. So let's do this. First, let's call a method from this edit button. So bind a click event to this button inside brackets, click event, and from here call to a method something edit password. After this, add the parentheses. Now pass the data to this method that we want to edit. So first the email. So password dot email. So this password is this loop variable, right? So after this, second parameter, password dot username, and the third parameter, password dot password. At last, we need the document ID, so pass that as well. So password dot ID. Awesome. So now inside this password list component is file, create this method. So after this, down here, create the method. The method name is edit password. After this, parentheses. So we are receiving the data as the parameter for this method. So create a parameter variable to capture them. So the first variable is email and type is string. Next, the username, type is string. So after this, password, and this type also string. At last, we need the password ID. So the variable is password ID and this type also string. Perfect. Now guys, inside this assign these parameter values to global variables. So let's define the global variables for this. So guys, we did this earlier. In that section I explained everything one by one. I think I don't need to explain it again. If any of you guys don't know about this, if any of you guys don't get this what I'm doing here, so please go back to the site list editing section and learn it again, right? Alright, so back to the work. So in this global scope, create global variables. So the first variable is for the email. So the variable name is email and the type is string. Next, the username, the type is string. So after this password, the type is string, and at last password ID and this type also string. Now inside this edit password method, assign these parameter values to global variables. So this dot email, which is this global variable, assign email. So once again, this is the global variable and this is the parameter variable. Hope you guys got the idea. So next for the username, so this dot username, assign username. After this the password, so this dot password, assign password. At last this dot password ID, assign password ID. So now we successfully assign the data to the global variables. Now let's load these global variables data inside the form. As you know, for this we can use the two-way data binding approach. So go to the HTML file, wrap this ng model inside of brackets and square brackets. Now assign this to the email global variable. So this input field is for the email, right? So next the username input. So wrap this ng model and assign it to the username global variable. At last wrap this ng model, this password input, and assign it to the password global variable. Alright, so next I want to make this add new password text and the submit button text according to the form's type. So let's do this as well. So first create a global variable for this, form state, and type is string. Set this default state to add new. Now inside this edit password method, change this form state global variable value to edit. Now go to the HTML file and remove this text and add this global variable form state here using the string interpolation. So after this, inside this paragraph, also remove this add new and add the string interpolation, and the variable is form state. So after this, add the string interpolation inside the submit button as well. That's it guys. Now let's see this inside the browser. Save this all and go to the browser. Now click on this edit button. As you can see here, this loaded the password details inside this form, and this form state also changed to edit. Cool, right? So guys, the preparation for the editing is done. Now let's work on the file store query. Alright guys, now let's write the edit query. So inside the service file, create a method called update password and the parentheses. So for this we need three parameters. So first one is site ID, the second one is password ID, and the last one we need the data to update. So guys, now inside this let's first define the document instant, the same as this update site. So here const doc instance assign, and for this we will use the doc angular fire method. So doc and parentheses. Inside this now we have to pass three parameters. The first one is the file store module. So this dot file store. As the second parameter, pass this collection path for our password sub collection. So I will copy this from the previous code and paste it here. So now as the last parameter, we have to pass the password document ID. So pass this password ID parameter variable here. So next, to update the data inside the file store, we will use the update doc angular file method. So after this, update doc and parentheses. Inside this, first pass the document instance. As the second parameter, pass the data. So at the end, return this query. Alright guys, that's it for the update query. Now we have the query, so now we can call this from the component ts file. So as you guys know, we have only one form and only one submit method for both add new and for the editing process. So first we have to differentiate the form state and perform the queries according to that. The same thing like the site submit method. So we did this already. So guys, we can capture the current form state with the form state global variable. So let's do this. Inside this one submit method, create an if statement, and the condition is this dot form state equals add new. If this is add new, we will perform the add new query. So remove this add new query from here and put this inside this if block. After this, else if condition, and the condition is form state equals edit. So guys, if this is edit, call the update password service method. So now inside this if else block, this dot password service, and call the method update password. So this requires 3 parameters, so pass them. First parameter site document ID. So we already store that inside the site ID global variable. So pass that here. As the second parameter, we have to pass the password document ID. So this is stored inside the password ID global variable. So pass that here as the second parameter. At last we have to send the data, so we will get the data to this with this parameter variable. So pass that here values. Perfect. Now handle the callback. So after this dot them, inside this log the success message, and after this dot catch, and inside this log the error message. Alright guys, that's it for the update query and all the process. Now save this all and go to the browser, edit this password. As you can see here, inside the browser console, we got the edit success message. And inside this table, we can see this newly edited data, which means everything working as we expected. Guys, before moving on to the next, we'll reset this form to the add new password state after completing the editing process. So for this, create a separate method, something reset form. Inside this, first reset all these two-way data binding form variables. So this dot email assign, so assign it to an empty string. Next the username. After this password variable. After this all, set the form state global variable to add new. At last reset the password ID variable as well. So now call this method inside this update success state, inside this then call back this dot form reset, and the parentheses. And also guys, reset the form inside the save method as well. That's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Edit this password, and as you can see here, this time this form state change to its default state, add new, and all this input text is also set to empty. Alright, let's work on the delete query. So first let's write the delete query. So inside the service file, create a method for this, delete password and parentheses. This requires two parameters, site ID and the password ID. For this also we will use the doc instance. So copy this from the update password method and paste it here. Next, the delete doc angular file method and the parentheses. Now inside this we have to pass the doc instance, and at last return this statement. That's it. So now let's call this method when clicking on the delete button. So inside the HTML file, add a click event for this delete button. So inside this delete button, click event and call a method from here. The method name is delete password. So this requires the password ID. So pass it as a parameter for this method. Now inside the password list component TS file, create this delete password method. This required parameter, so declare it password and the type is string. Now inside this method, call the delete service method. So this dot password service dot delete password and parentheses. This requires two parameters. One, the site ID. So we captured and stored the site ID inside of site ID global variable. So pass that here. Next, we need the password ID. So we will get that with this parameter. So pass that as the second parameter for this method. Finally, handle the callbacks. Dot then, and inside this log the success message. After this, dot catch, and inside this log the error message. Perfect. So now save this all and go to the browser. Delete this. As you can see here, the password deleted from this list. And inside the console, we can see this delete success message. Awesome, right? So guys, for this password components all query success state, I used the browser console. This is not a good practice, right? So user will not see this log. So like the site component will show an alert message for this. So nothing much, we already did this. So let's copy and paste them here. So first copy the is success and success message variable from the site list component ES5 and paste it inside the password list component. Next, copy the show alert method and paste it here. And at last, copy the HTML markups from the site list component HTML file and paste it inside the password list HTML file. Now we have all the markups and methods for this success alert message. Now we have to call this show alert message from these queries success states. So inside this, then callback, let's call the show alert message. This required the message parameter, so pass the message. So this is for the save. So the message is data save successfully. So next for this update, so call this method this dot alert message and parentheses. So this required the message, so pass it from here. This is for the update query, so the alert message will be data updated successfully. So next for this delete, so call the method and the alert message will be data deleted successfully. Alright, so now save this all and go to the browser. Save a new password. As you can see here, this time we got this success alert. So again, update this. So we got this update alert message, and at last delete this. As you can see here, this time we got this delete success message. Perfect. So guys, we completed all the queries of the password list as well. Before we moving on to the next, we have another work to do here. As you guys know, with this we are storing the password of our user accounts inside the 5-star database. 5-star database is a secure database. We don't need to worry about that. But in order to add an extra layer of protection to our password, we can encrypt the data from our front end and save the encrypted data inside the database. So in this case, even though if someone accesses our 5-star database console, they cannot steal our password because it's already encrypted. So let's do this. So guys, for this we can use a third-party npm package called crypto.js. So now let's install this using the npm or the node package manager. So inside the VS Code integrated terminal, run this command npm I, this I stands for install, right? So after this, the package name is crypto-js. Hit enter to execute this command. So once the installation is completed, we need another package to use this crypto.js with the TypeScript. So let's install it. So now again inside the integrated terminal, run this command npm I at types / crypto-js. Alright, now we have the required packages to do this encryption. So let's see this in action. Inside the password list component is file, first import these methods from crypto.js. So in here, add these, import, inside curly brackets, the first module is AES, use all capital letters, and also we need another method, ENC. This all simple letters. So after this, from, and the path is crypto.js. Awesome. Next, let's create a method to do this encryption. So create a method something encrypt password and parentheses. For this method, we will pass the password to encrypt. So create a parameter variable and don't forget to create the method scope. Now inside this, we can encrypt the password using the crypto.js AES method. So we imported this already. Guys, one more thing, in order to encrypt using the crypto.js, we need a unique secret key. So first let's generate a unique secret key from an online tool. So go to the Google and search encryption key generator. Go to this first result. From here select this 256-bit key size. This will give us a unique key. So copy this and go to the VS Code and create a variable for this inside this method, something const secret key, and assign it to the key that we generated from the online tool. So guys, now we have the secret key. Guys, for this you don't need to use this key same as mine. You guys can use anything for this, right? Alright, so next we can write the encryption code AES.encrypt and parentheses. This requires two parameters. First one is the password that we want to encrypt. So we will get the password to this method as the parameter. So pass the parameter variable here, password. Next we have to pass the secret key. So pass this secret key here. So after this we have to convert this to a string value. So after this dot to string and parentheses. So now this will return the encrypted password. So we'll store this inside of a variable. So assign this to a variable something const encrypted password. So after this, let's log this encrypted password for now. Alright, so now let's call this method from the onSubmit method. So inside this, before this if condition, let's call this encrypted password method. So this dot encrypted password and the parentheses. This required the password parameter, so pass it. So inside this values dot password, so we are getting to this method the form data as an object and the password object key name is password. So that's what I pass here. Hope you guys got the idea. For now, I will comment all these if else logics and queries. So save this all and go to the browser. Now fill this form. Password is 123456 and hit this save button. As you can see here inside this browser console, we got this encrypted password. Cool, right? So now we have the encrypted password. Next, let's push this encrypted password to the Firestore database instead of the raw password. So how do we do that? Very simple. All we have to do is just replace this forms value object's password value with this new encrypted password. First, in order to capture this encrypted password from this onSubmit method, just return this encrypted password variable from here. So now this method call will return the encrypted password. So store it inside of a variable const encrypted password and assign this to this method call. So now we can replace this encrypted password inside our form values object. So how do we do that? Very simple. Form value object. So this parameter variable is values dot inside this password value key is password. So dot password. Assign the new encrypted password here, which is stored inside this variable. So assign this variable encrypted password. That's it. So now let's log this form values object and we can see whether this password value is replaced with the encrypted password or not. I'll add another log top here before this encrypted password. So this will log the old values object with the raw password and this one will log the values object with the encrypted password. Right, so save this all and go to the browser. Fill this form and hit the save button. Here we can see these two objects. The first one is with the normal raw password and the second object has replaced the raw password with the encrypted password. Awesome, right? So now we have the encrypted password here. So uncomment all these and save this. Again, go to the browser and save a new password, fill this form and hit this save button. As you can see here, we got this success alert and also inside this table, we can see this new password, but this time we got this encrypted password. Perfect, right? Now we have the encrypted password. Now let's see how to decrypt this password. Think now I want to log into this GoDaddy account, but in here I can see this encrypted password. So in order to log into this, I need the correct password, not this encrypted password, right? So in order to see this password, we have to decrypt this password. So let's do this. For this also we can use the same crypto.js module. So first let's create a method for this. The method name is decrypt password and parentheses. After this, add the method scope. For this method, we will receive the encrypted password as a parameter value. So create a parameter variable to capture this password. The variable name is something password and set this type to string. Next, inside this first thing first, we need the password encryption key. So for this, use the same key that we use to encrypt the password. If we use something different key, this decryption will not work. So copy this key from the encryption method and now inside this method, create a variable for this const secret key and paste the key that we copied here. Next, we can decrypt the password using the same AES method from crypto.js. So we already imported that. Okay. So after this, AES dot decrypt. So this time we are dealing with the decryption. So for this, we'll use the decrypt method from crypto.js. Right. So after this, method parentheses. So this required two parameters, encrypted password and the secret key. So we will get the password to this method with this parameter. So pass that here as the first parameter, password. And for the second parameter, pass the secret key. So guys, after this, we have to convert this value to a string value. So dot to string and parentheses. Inside this, pass the encode method. So enc dot utf8. So this U is capital. Awesome. So guys, this will return the decrypt password. So let's store this inside of a variable. Create a variable const dec password. After this, assign this to this decryption method. Right. So now at the end, return this decrypt password variable from this method. So guys, that's it for the decrypt method. Now what I want to do is I want to add a decrypt button in front of this password, and I will decrypt this password when clicking on this decrypt button. So let's do this. Inside the password list HTML file, inside this password td, after this string interpolation, create a button and add these Tailwind CSS classes mx.5, px5, py1, text sm, bg red 500, text white, shadow, rounded md. The button text is decrypt. So now let's call a method when we click this button. So the click event binding and the method name is, we can directly call the decrypt method from here, but I will keep this method separate and will create a new method for this. So the method name is something on decrypt. After this, add the parentheses. For this method, pass the encrypted password. So this loop variable password and dot password. Next, let's create this method inside the TS file. The method name is on decrypt and parentheses. So create a parameter variable to capture the password. So the parameter variable is password and set this type to string. After this, don't forget to add the method scope. So from this method, call the decrypt password method. So this dot decrypt password. So this method required the password as the parameter. So pass it from here. Now this return the decrypted password. So capture it. So create a variable for this const decrypt password and assign it to this method call. For now, let's log this and see whether this password decryption is working or not. So now save this all and go to the browser. Click one of these decrypt button. As you can see here inside the browser console, we got this decrypted password. So guys, this decryption is working as we expected. So guys, now I want to replace this encrypted password with the current decrypted password. So how do we do that? Very simple. We stored all the password inside this password list array global variable, right? So inside this array, we have a list of objects that carry the password account details. So we can simply replace that object password value like this previously encrypted password. So let's do this. So in order to do this, we need the array index number. So let's get that. So inside this HTML file, we can get this array index with this ng4. So after this, semicolon, define a variable, let I assign this to the array index. So now we have the array index. So let's pass this to the onDecrypt method as a parameter. So inside this, pass this array index as the second parameter. So the index variable is this I. So pass that here. Now inside the TS file, let's capture this. Create a parameter variable for this. Variable name is index and set this type to number. So now inside this, after this, let's assign this decrypted password to the array password object. Guys, we have a problem here. So as you know, this password list is observable. So replacing an observable value is a bit confusing and it's not easy. So what I'm going to do is I will subscribe to this load password service method call from here and assign the observable data array to this password list by making this an array. So very simple, let's do this. So first make this password list data type to an array. So remove this observable data type and make this data type as an array, and this array type is any. Now inside this load password method, remove this assign, subscribe to this method. So after this method, call dot subscribe and the parameter variable val and arrow function. So inside this, we are getting the data with this val parameter variable. So assign this to the password list array global variable. Now we have the data. So now go to the HTML file and remove this async pipe. This time we are looping through an array, not an observable. So remove this async pipe. That's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, this loaded the password documents inside this table without any problem. So which means this is working as previous. Awesome. So now guys, we can easily replace this decrypt password value. So let's do this inside the decrypt method. First the password list array. So this dot password list and filter this to the target array using the index number. So we get the index number to this as this parameter. So filter this array using this index number. After the square brackets and pass the index number here. After this, the key name, password, and assign this to the decrypt password variable, the password. So with this, we are capturing the target array with the index and replacing the password keys value with new decrypted password. Very easy, right? So guys, that's it for the decryption. So save this all and go to the browser. Now hit this decrypt button. As you can see here, this password is decrypted. And now I can see my password, right? Perfect. So guys, this is how we deal with the encryption and decryption using the Crypto.js npm plugin. Alright, we successfully completed the password list components, all related logics and queries. So we have almost completed our password manager app's functionalities. Now let's work on the login component and the login query. So as usual, first we'll work on the design, then we can move on to the query part. So guys, we already generated the login component. So open the login component HTML file. Inside this, add these markups. So create a section tag and add this utility class bggray50. So now inside this, create a div and add these classes flex call, items center, justify center, px6, py8, mx auto, and h screen. Now inside this flex div, create another div for the login card and add these classes w full, border 4, border gray 900, bg white, rounded lg, shadow, mxwmd. Now inside this, create another div and the tailwind CSS classes p6 space dash y dash 6. So next, create a h tag and add these text to Excel, font bold, text gray 900. The h1 text is login to your account. So after this, create a form tag and add this tailwind class space y6. Now inside this form tag, create a div. So inside this div, create a label tag for the input. Add these classes to this label: block mb2, text sm, font medium, text gray 900. The label text will be your email. So now inside the same div, create a input tag. This type is email. So the input name is email. After this, add the placeholder. So the placeholder text is name@company.com. So now add these tailwind classes to this input: block w full, p 2.5, text sm, bg gray 50, border 4, border gray 900, text gray 900, and rounded lg. So we need another input for this password. So this also same as this input. So duplicate this, change the input type to password and the name to password, and also change the placeholder, and don't forget to change this label name as well. So after this, let's create a submit button. Create a button tag and add these classes: w full, text white, bg gray 800, hover colon, bg gray 900, font medium, rounded lg, text sm, px5, py 2.5, text center. So the button text is sign in. Perfect. Guys, that's it for the login form markups. So save this and go to the browser. Navigate to the default URL. As you guys know, we defined the default router to load this login component, right? So in here, we can see our newly designed login component with this login card. And this looks awesome. But in this login component, I don't want to show this navbar. So let's remove this from the app component HTML file and put this inside of the site list component and the password list component. Right, so save this all and go to the browser. Now this looks perfect. Alright, now let's work on the login query. So first let's write the query. For this also we'll use the same service file. So inside the password manager service file, at the bottom let's write the login query. So guys, in order to work with this login query, we need the auth module. If you can remember, when we installing Angular Fire package, I selected the Firestore and Firebase auth module to install. So that's why I got this. So without this will not work. Any of you guys missed to install this, install the Angular Fire again and select the auth module. Alright, so go to the service file. For this guys, we need the auth module. So like this Firestore module, first let's write the import statement for this. Import inside curly brackets, the module name is auth. This is coming from @angular/fire/auth. So in order to work with this auth module, we have to inject this to the constructor like this Firestore module. So inside this constructor parentheses, private auth and this module auth. So now in order to perform the login, we need another method. So this also comes from the same authentication module path. So inside this same import, the method name is sign in with email and password. That's it. So now we can implement the login query using this method. So guys, down here, let's create a method for this. The method name is something login, parentheses, and the method scope. In order to perform the login operation, we need the email and password. So we will get that to this method via parameter. So create parameter variables for this. So email and type is string. The second parameter variable is password and this type also string. Now inside this let's write the login query. The method that we imported, sign in with email and password and the parentheses. So this required the auth module, email and password. So pass them here. The first parameter is auth module, which is this injected module variable. So this dot auth. Next the email. So pass this parameter variable email. And last, pass the password parameter variable. That's it. So guys, that's it for the query. So in order to access this from the component TS file, return this. Okay, now we have the query. Let's call this from the login component TS file. So first thing first, let's make this login form a template driven form. So first create a template variable and assign it to the ng form module. After this, add ng model to these inputs, ng model. Perfect. So now let's write the submit event. As you know, for this we will use the ng submit. So add that here inside this form tag. From here, call a method. The method name is as usual on submit. So pass these form values to this method as a parameter. So now go to the login component TS file and create this on submit method. Capture the parameter with the parameter variables. So the variable name is values and this type is object. Now from here we have to call the login service query. So guys, as you know, in order to work with the service file, first we have to inject that service file to the constructor. You guys are already know about this, right? So let's do this. First, let's create a constructor. Inside this parentheses, private password manager service, and the service name is password manager, and select this complete. So this will automatically import this part to this component. Alright, now inside this onSubmit method, call the login method. So this dot password service and the method name is login. So this required the email and password parameters. So this values object carrying these values from the login form. So pass them here. The first parameter is email. So this object values dot email. Next password. So values dot password. So now after this, let's handle the callbacks. Nothing much, same as the previous queries. So this also return a promise. So after this, dot then and the arrow function. Inside this, log the success message, login success. Next, the error state. So dot catch and the parameter error, and inside this, log this error message. That's it. So guys, we successfully completed the login query and it's all logics. But in order to work with this, first we have to activate the authentication inside the Firebase console. So let's do this. So go to the Firebase console, go to this authentication tab, and from here activate the authentication. So guys, the Firebase has several authentication methods. For this course, we will use only the email and password method. In case if you guys want to learn about these authentications, please leave a comment below. Alright, so from here, select this email and password option and enable this from here. So after this, save these changes. Once you have done this, go to the users tab and create a new user. So click on this add user, fill this email, address and password. email something m@m.com, and the password 123456. So after this, add the user. So now we can log into our application using this email and password. So now go to our password manager application and try to log into this using our newly created Firebase user. So the email is m@m.com and the password is 123456. Now click on this login button. Look at this, guys. As you can see here, inside this console log, we got this success message, which means this login query working without any issues. Alright guys, now what I want to do is I want to navigate to the site list component if this login is successful. If this is failed, I want to show an error alert message here. So let's do this. So in order to open the site list component, we have to navigate to the site list router. We defined this inside the router modules, right? So for this, we have to navigate to this programmatically. Guys, how do we do that? Yes, of course, for this we can use the router module in Angular. So let's see this in action. So inside this login component TS file, import the router module. So import inside curly brackets, the module name is router with capital R. This is coming from @angular/router. Alright, next let's navigate to the site list router when the login is success. So the login success state is inside this then callback. So in here, let's remove the log and add this. Wait, in order to use the router module, first we have to inject that to the constructor. Otherwise this will not work, right? So let's do that. Inside the constructor parentheses, private router, and the module is router. Alright, now back to the work. Now we can navigate to the site list router using this injected router. So inside this, then method this dot router dot navigate. After this, parentheses. Inside this parentheses, pass the router path like this. So open and close square brackets. Now inside this codes, pass the router path with the slash symbol. So slash router path is site dash list. That's it. So this will navigate to this router when this login is success. So now let's see if this is working or not. So save this and go to the browser. Log into this using the correct email and password m@m.com, and the password is 123456. As you can see here, this time this navigate to the site list component view. Awesome, right? So guys, this navigation is working as we expected. So next what I want to do is I want to show an alert if the user enters the wrong email or the password. So wait, I'll show you an example. So go to the login form and this time login with something wrong email and password. As you can see here, this time we got this error message inside the browser console. So saying the email or password is wrong. So now what I want to do is I want to show an alert message here with this email or password wrong message rather showing this console log. So the end user can easily identify the error. Okay. So first let's add the HTML markup for this. Inside the login HTML file, we'll show this message before this form tag. So before this form tag, create a div tag and add these Tailwind CSS classes. So P5, my3, bg red 100, text red 900. The error message is the username or password is wrong. Next, we'll show this alert message conditionally. So create an ngIf and the boolean value variable is error. So still we don't have this variable. So let's create this. Go to the login component TS file and create this variable is error. This type is boolean and set the initial value to false. Now inside this onSubmit method, service call, we capture the error with this catch method. So inside this, set the isError value to true to show the alert message in the view. So this dot isError assign true. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser and navigate to the login page. This time type a wrong email or password. As you can see here, if the email or password is wrong, we are getting this error message saying that username or password is wrong. Perfect. So guys, we successfully handled the login success and error states. Awesome. Alright guys, let's add the logout logic for this. So this is not much. What I want to do is, if the user press the logout button, I will redirect this to the login router, which is the default URL. So let's do this. Go to the navbar component HTML file and add the router link directive to this logout button. The router is just slash because we are redirecting to the login page, which is linked to the default root router. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Click on this logout. As you can see here, this is navigate to the root URL. Perfect. Yes guys, I understand that this is not the correct login logout system. But don't worry, I will create a complete guide about authentication and authorization in the second part of this application tutorial video. I will also include additional features to this password manager application. So in that tutorial, if you have any suggestions for new features, please leave a comment and I will include them into the second part of this tutorial. What's going on guys? Today we're going to be building this Angular to-do app from scratch. So let's get started. Before we start, if you are new to my channel, please subscribe and don't forget to hit the notification bell icon. So let's create a new Angular app using the Angular CLI. If you don't have installed Angular CLI, just go to this Angular CLI website, cli.angular.io, and simply follow this first command. That's it. If you are on a Mac, before you type this command, add sudo beginning of this command. So the modified command will be look like this: sudo npm install -g @angular/cli. Otherwise, it will show a security permission error. This is only for Mac users. If you are on a Windows, no need to modify anything. Just simply run this command on your command prompt. That's it. Alright, let's create a project folder. So for this tutorial purpose, I am going to create my project folder inside my desktop. You can create your project folder wherever you want, and it's up to you. If you want, you can follow me. So right click on your desktop, new folder, and rename it to UT projects. Now open the terminal or the command prompt, navigate to the project folder, cd desktop, cd UT projects, and run this command to create a new Angular app, ng new, and the app name. In our case, we are creating a to-do app. So the app name is to do. Hit enter. Yes, of course, we are using the Angular router. So give yes to this. Select CSS as our styling method and hit enter. Alright, our Angular to-do app is cooking. This may take several minutes depending on your PC and internet speed. So while this installed, I give you an idea of what we are going to build in this tutorial. As I mentioned before, this is a to-do app where we can manage our simple to-dos. So in this app, we have to-do categories. We can create, delete, update categories, and we can save new to-dos under each category. So inside these to-dos, we can mark uncompleted to-dos as completed completed to do as uncompleted, and also we can edit, delete and save new to-dos. Alright, so we are using Firebase Firestore database as our backend database. I think most of you already know about this Firebase, right? Firebase is a backend service for mobile and web apps. So it has so many inbuilt features like real-time databases, cloud functions, analytic tools, testing tools, push notifications, authentication and hosting. Likewise, so many features are there. So this Firebase has free trial, which is very helpful for startups. Once your app grows, you can pay. Cool, right? And also Firebase is developed and maintained by Google. Okay, so I have divided this tutorial into 3 sections. In the first section, we will be designing the entire to-do app using the Bootstrap and with some custom CSS. In the second section, we will be writing some codes to handle our backend process. We will connect the app to the Firestore. As I mentioned before, Firestore is a backend database service that is one of the services offered by the Firebase, and it is free. Then we will do some form validations. Also, we are going to use some of third-party NPM plugins to show loading states and pop-up notifications. So I think that's it for the second section. In the third section, we will be building the to-do app to the production, and also I will show you how to deploy the app to the Firebase host. Alright, our Angular to-do app is cooked and ready to serve. Open this app inside your favorite code editor. I am using VS Code, so I am opening this project inside the VS Code. Beautiful. Now let's run this newly created Angular app. To do that, open the integrated terminal inside VS Code. Go to View and Terminal, or you can use this keyboard shortcut. Inside the terminal, run ng serve. Alright, our app compiled without any problem. So now open your browser and go to this URL. http://localhost again :4200. And we can see this default Angular boilerplate view. So now let's dive into our first section. So let's start design the app. To design, we're gonna be use Bootstrap as our main CSS framework. Most of you already know about Bootstrap, right? If you don't know about Bootstrap, so you can simply go to the getbootstrap.com and follow this documentation. It is easy. It's just a simple CSS framework with a bunch of CSS classes. Let's add the Bootstrap to our Angular app using the npm. Create a new terminal by clicking this plus icon. Then run npm I. This I stand for install. Then type Bootstrap and press enter. Once installation completed, import Bootstrap file to our project. Then only we can work with Bootstrap. Open this angular.json file. Inside, go to this CSS section and here import the Bootstrap CSS file by adding this path. node_bootstrap/bootstrap/css/bootstrap.min.css. So I use the minified version of Bootstrap CSS. This will speed up a little bit our app. Save this file, and to load these changes, we have to restart the app. Go to the terminal that our project is running. We can switch between terminals with this drop down. Ctrl C to stop the app, and again run this command ng-serve to restart the app. Alright, for now our project basic settings are done. Let's get started to the design process by creating the Angular components. So in this to-do app, the first page will be the category page. You can see in this wireframe, we have a navbar and the footer, a new category form, and down below I am planning to show saved category list in card style with some random color top borders. So if I click one of this category card, this will open the to-dos page and this will show the list of to-dos saved under this category. And also here we can see the navbar component and as well as the footer component. So our to-do app components are the main app component, navbar component and the footer component. These two components will be shown inside these two pages, and the category component and to-do component. Alright, let's create the components using the Angular CLI. Type this command inside the terminal, switch back to this terminal and run this command ng g. G stands for generate, C stands for components, and give the component path and component name. So I'm gonna put header and footer components inside the layouts folder. So type layouts / and the component name navbar and press enter. The navbar component is ready. Go to the file structure and open the app folder. Inside we can see this layouts folder. Open this and inside that we can see our newly created navbar component. Alright, run the same command to create the footer component. This time component name will be footer. Alright, footer and navbar components are ready. We have two more components to generate, this category component and the to-do component. Again run this command ng g c. This time I am not going to put these components inside any subfolders. This will be generated inside the app folder. So I type only the component name here, category, and press enter. Alright, category component generated. Again run the same command. This time component name will be to do. Alright, we have generated all of the components. So now let's get busy with some coding. So now open this app.component.html file and clean this up. Remove this all and place the navbar and footer component here. Save the file and get back to the browser. In here we can see navbar works and this footer works. Actually these are coming from our components. Open this navbar.component.html file. This is what's showing inside the web browser. So which means everything is working perfectly. Some of you new to Angular may be wondering, how do I add these tags? App-navbar and this app-footer. This is simple. You can see the HTML markup tag for each component by opening the relevant component.ts file. So in our case, open the navbar.component.ts file. In here we can see the selector app-navbar. If you want to show this component in your view, we have to use this selector. Open this footer.component.ts file. In here you can see this selector app-footer. So this is how I added these tags to the app.component HTML file. Hope you guys got the idea, right? So next, let's add routes to show these category and to-do components. Open this app-routing.module.ts file. Inside this array, let's add our first router. So first add a curly bracket here. Inside these curly brackets, the first value will be the path. I'm gonna add the empty path here. An empty path will represent the default URL of the app. In our case, our Angular to-do app default path URL is localhost:4200. If we load this URL inside the browser, Angular shows the view of this app.component.html file. That's why we are seeing this navbar and footer components here. So now I want to show the category component on my default path. To do that, get back to the app-routing.module.ts file. As I mentioned before, this empty path represents our app default URL. In order to show the category component on default path URL, we have to pass another value here. This value will be the component. So type component and category component. While you type this, you can see this autocomplete suggestion. Select that. We can see here this will automatically import the path to that category component. If you don't get this autocomplete and this auto import path, no worries. Just simply type this path. Now save this file and go back to the browser. This is not working. If it's work, this will show this category works text inside the browser. Oh, I did a mistake here. I forgot to add the router outlet. So add the router outlet between this navbar and footer components. Save this file and back to the browser. Beautiful. Now we can see this category works text here, which means we have successfully added the category component to the default URL. Next, let's add the to-do router. Again, get back to the app-router.module.ts file and copy and paste this line, and don't forget to add the comma here. Change this path value to to-do and change this component to to-do component. And again select the autocomplete, which will automatically import the path to this to-do component. Save and get back to the browser, and end of this default URL, add our to-do route. Our to-do route is /todo and press enter. So now we can see this to-do works. So routers are working perfectly. Alright, until now everything is working fine. Now let's add some styling to these components. Well, we start with the navbar component. So close this all and open the navbar.component.html file. Create a header tags. Between these header tags, create a div HTML tag with container bootstrap class. I am using emit here, so div.container. This div is the HTML div tag, and this dot represents the class, and this will be the class name, container. And press the tab key on your keyboard. Beautiful. Then create another div with these classes, div.row and again dot justify dash content dash md dash center. Press the tab key. Okay, now we can see this newly created div with these two classes. Like this, we can create a div with multiple classes. Between this row, another div dot call dash md dash auto. Inside this call, add an h5 tag, and inside this h5 type to do app. This h5 tag has two classes, text dash primary and brand. This text primary is bootstrap class and this brand is a custom CSS class. Save this and get back to the browser. Here we can see our simple navbar with basic bootstrap styling. Let's add some custom CSS to this navbar. Open this navbar.component.css file. Now we are going to add some styling to header tag. Type header and add the scope. Inside this, set height to 100 pixels. Padding top to 30 pixels. Padding bottom to 20 pixels. Add margin bottom 50 pixels. Let's add some shadow to this navbar. We can generate the drop shadow CSS codes using the help of an online tool. Open your browser and go to this URL cssmatic.com/box-shadow. With this tool, we can generate the drop shadow CSS code according to our preferences. On the left side, we can see the editor, and on the right side, we can see the preview of the shadow. Set horizontal length to 0, vertical length to 0, set blur radius to around 33 pixels. If you noticed, when we adjust these settings, we can get the real-time view of the shadow in here. So we can get a clear picture of what we are doing here. Set spread radius to -10 pixels. Add shadow color to #4772FE. This background color and box color, keep it as default. Don't change anything. Set the opacity to 0.3. And now we can see this auto-generated CSS code for the drop shadow according to our settings. It's cool, right? Now copy this code and paste inside header CSS. Save and get back to the browser. So here we can see the shadow. Now let's add some styling to this app name. So back to the VS Code. I already set a custom CSS class for this app name, that is brand. Inside the navbar CSS dot brand and the scope. Inside the scope, set background color #F3F6FF and padding top and bottom will be 10 pixels and left and right will be 50 pixels. Border radius to 50 pixels and make the cursor to pointer. Okay, navbar looks great. Let's move on to the next component, footer component. Footer also the same as this navbar. There is not much difference. Open footer.component.html file and go to this navbar component.html file and copy this all and paste it inside this footer component.html file. And change these header tags to the footer tags and add the p tag below this h5 tag and add this copyright text. Type copyright and the copyright symbol. Type 0169 while pressing the Alt key, then release it. Then type to do app and also change this h5 to h6 tag. And add this text dash center class to this div. Copy this header tag CSS. Open footer.component.css file and paste it here. Change this header to footer. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Footer looking great. Open app.component.html. Wrap this router outlet with container class. Create a div with a container class, div.container, press tab. Put this router outlet inside this container. And also wrap this container inside another div. Create a div tag and put this container div inside this div. Add a custom CSS class to this div app. Open app.component.css file. Let's add the CSS style to this app class. .app. Inside this, min height, the value will be 100 VH. Save this and back to the browser. If you noticed, we can see a little margin below the footer. To remove that, go to the footer CSS and remove this margin bottom value. Save and back to the browser. Beautiful. Alright, everything looks perfect. Now let's design the category component. Inside this category HTML file, create a div with these 3 bootstrap classes. div.row, again dot justify dash content dash center dot mb dash 3. Press enter. Inside this div, add another column div with text dash center class. div dot call dash md dash 4 dot text dash center. Inside this, create an h1 tag and type to do categories inside this h1 tag, all capital letters. Down below, just add the p tag with class text dash info. Between this p tag, add the dummy text lorem and select this autocomplete, enter. Save and back to the browser. This dummy text does not look perfect. Remove bit text from this p tag. Done. Save it. Back to the browser. Now looks perfect. Okay, let's code the new category form area. Create a div with bootstrap class row. Inside this div, create another div with bootstrap class call dash md dash 12. Inside this call div, create a form with bootstrap class form dash inline. Inside the form, create a div with class call-md-10 and form-group. Inside this form group, add an input tag. The type will be text and the placeholder add new categories here. Input name will be category name and this N will be capital. And add this bootstrap class to this input field form-control-plain text. Next we need to have here a submit button. So create a button tag and type will be submit and add this class button btn-primary call-md-2 and also this custom CSS class btn-todo and btn-blog. Between these button tags, type add. Save this file and back to the browser, and it looks like this with the default bootstrap styling. Let's add some CSS to this form. To style this input field, open category.component.css file, input, square brackets, type the equal sign and our input type is text. Then curly brackets, add the background color to ash fe. Height will be 60 pixels. Padding left will be 20 pixels. Then add a shadow. As I mentioned before, you can use the online tool to generate the drop shadow. So this time the drop shadow will be same as the navbar. So copy previous navbar shadow and paste it here. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. We are now done with the text field styling. Let's add some style to this button. Inside the category CSS file, our custom button CSS class btn-todo. Inside this, height will be 60 pixels. Background color is ash E9EEFF and the color ash 4772FE. Set border to none and also add the same shadow to this button too. Save, back to the browser. Looks perfect as we planned. If you noticed, we have used the same shadow in several places. Inside this navbar CSS, again inside this footer CSS, and again 2 times in this category CSS. Repeating the same code again and again, this is actually not a good practice. So what we can do here is, we can create a global CSS class for this shadow CSS and we can import that class whenever we need a drop shadow. In Angular, every component has its own CSS file. You can see in this tree, navbar has its own navbar CSS file. The footer has its own CSS file. Likewise, every component has its own CSS file. If we add some CSS in some of these component CSS files, this CSS style will only apply to that relevant component only. For example, if we add some CSS on the navbar component CSS file, this will only apply to that navbar component. This will not apply to the footer component or any other component. So if we want to create a global CSS style in Angular, we can use this styles.css file. Inside this styles.css file, create a class for the global drop shadow. .drop-shadow and the scope. Place this drop shadow code inside this global style and save the file. Now remove all the other drop shadow codes inside navbar component CSS file. Remove it. Inside footer component CSS file, remove it. And category component CSS file, remove these two shadow codes. Save everything and back to the browser. Now we cannot see the drop shadows. Now let's import this global drop shadow class to components. Inside the navbar, we want to show a shadow on the navbar. So add class inside this header tag, class drop-shadow. Save the file. Beautiful. Now we can see this shadow as previous. Do the same to other components as well. Add drop-shadow class to footer tag, and inside the category component, for now we have to add this drop shadow in two places. One for the input tag and another one for the button. Save all files and back to the browser. Everything looks like previous. It's cool, right? And also always remember to learn smart, not hard. Let's design the category cards. Add these HTML codes inside the category.component.html file. Create a div with a class, row and categories-list. This row class will be a bootstrap class, and this category-list is a custom CSS class. Inside this, another div with class called -md-3. Inside this call, another div with the class card. And again inside this card, another div with class card-body. So inside this card-body, div with class clearFix bootstrap class to position the category label and the edit delete button left and right in one line. Okay, inside this clearFix, a div with these classes, float left bootstrap class for position this left side inside the card body, and another div with these classes, badge-primary. The text will be category, all capital letters. So again another div inside this clearFix. The class will be float-right and create a custom class cat-tools for custom CSS. This floating-right Bootstrap class will position this on the right side of the card body. Now we have to add edit icon and delete icon. For that, we are going to use Font Awesome icon library. To get the library, open this site fontawesome.com and click this start for free and select this npm. To install Font Awesome via npm, we can use this command. Copy this command by clicking this icon and paste it inside the internal command prompt. Enter. This will install Font Awesome icon library. This may take several minutes depending on your internet speed. Now add the Font Awesome import to our project. To do that, open angular.json file and add this line under this style. Node underscore modules slash at Font Awesome slash Font Awesome dash free slash css slash all.css. In order to work this import, we have to restart this ng serve. Ctrl C to stop currently running server and again run ng serve. Okay, let's continue our coding. Back to the category.component.html file. Inside this CatTools div, add a small tag. I want to be these icons smaller, so I added this small tag. And I tag with fa-pencil-alt and text-success classes. This fa and fa-pencil-alt class imported from Font Awesome icon library, and this text-success from the Bootstrap framework. Add another small tag and I tag for delete icon. Classes will be fas, fa-trash and text-danger. As I mentioned before, these two classes from Font Awesome and this is from Bootstrap. Alright, next inside this card body div, add a div with a custom CSS class to-do-content. Add an h3 tag inside this div to show to-do category name. For now, let's make it static. Don't worry, in the later sections, we will be making this static layout to dynamic via loading data from Firestore database. So add a simple category name inside this h3 tag. I added category. Next, add a small tag with the class text-secondary and add some dummy text inside this small tag. Type lorem and press enter. Next, add a to-dos count area to show total to-do counts saved under this category. Span with Bootstrap classes badge-danger. Inside this span, type 3-to-dos. Alright, we are done with the category cards. Save it and back to the browser. It will be looks like this without custom styling. Let's add some CSS and make this looks awesome. Open category.component.css file. .card curly brackets. Set the border to none. Border dash left to 5 pixels. Solid and the color will be ash and 4 zeros. At the end, this color will be dynamic. For now, keep it this way. Margin dash top 50 pixels. Okay, save it and let's see how it looks like. Looks okay, but we have to add the drop shadow to this card. So we already create a global CSS class for the drop shadow. So no need to write any CSS codes for this shadowing again. Back to the category component HTML file and add this drop dash shadow class to this card div. Save this file and back to the browser. Beautiful. Actually this dummy text not looks good. So remove bit text from it, save and back to the browser. Cool. Okay, let's design these badges. Types of badges I am using with this project is badge primary and badge danger. Okay, badge primary. Background color will be ash E9EEFF and color will be ash 4772FE. Badge dash danger. Background color ash FEF0F0 and the color will be ash F04141. Save and back to the browser. Looking awesome. Let's add style for updates and delete buttons. For this I have given a custom CSS class cat-tools. Back to the CSS file .cat-tools, display none. It will be visible when it hover the card. .cat-tools I, the style for the I tag, margin 0 pixels for top and bottom, 5 pixels for left and right, and cursor pointer. Categories dash list card hover, curly brackets, cursor pointer, background dash color ash F8F8F8. Next, category dash list card hover cat dash tools. Inside the scope, display inline. Save it and back to the browser. And also add the top margin to this badge. Inside this category CSS, badge dash danger class, add margin dash top to 50 pixels. And also add the left top border radius to this card. Inside this card CSS class, add this border dash top dash left dash radius 30 pixels. Save and back to the browser. Everything looks perfect. Alright, let's move on to the next and the final component, to-do component. In the to-do component also we have this heading, text and this form area like this category component. So copy this heading area and this form area, paste it inside the to-do component HTML file and change this to-do category to to-dos, all capital letters, and inside this input field change this placeholder and input name will be to-do text and this T will be capital. Save this and back to the browser and navigate to the to-do router /to-do. We can see as previous the basic bootstrap style for this form. Our custom form style is not working. Why is that? Because this form style is inside this category component CSS file. This CSS only works with this category component only. So in order to work this in to-do component, we have to put this CSS inside the to-do component CSS as well. Copy this input and button CSS from category component CSS and paste it here inside the to-do component CSS file. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. All good. Wait, before we move on, if you noticed again, we're repeating the same CSS code inside these two components. This is not good, right? So like drop shadow, we can make these CSS classes global. Copy this input and button CSS and paste it inside this styles.css file. And remove these CSS codes from category component CSS and to-do component CSS. Save this and back to the browser. If you noticed here, textfield CSS is applied, but this button style is not applied. To fix this, back to the styles.css and add this important to all these styles inside this button dash to do. Save this and back to the browser. Everything working perfect. Next, let's create the to-do cards. Open todo.component.html file and add these tags. Create a div with class, row and to-do-list custom CSS class. Inside this div, create another div with these classes .call-md-6 .justify-content-center. Inside this div, create another div with class card, and inside this card, div with class card body. Inside card body, create a clear fix div, and inside this div, create another div .float-left .text-secondary. Inside this, create a I tag with FA-circle text-danger. This FAR and FA-circles class coming from font awesome icon library, and this text-danger coming from bootstrap. After this float-left div, create a div with float-right class. Inside this, I tag with the classes FAR, FA-check-circle, text-success. And again another I tag with these classes FAR, FA-times-circle and text-danger. After this, create a div with to-do-tools custom CSS class. Inside this div, I tag with these classes FAS, FA-pencil-alt, text-warning. and again another I tag with these classes FAs, FA dash trash, text dash danger, and put these I tags inside small tags. Save this and back to the browser. Here we can see the to-do card with the simple bootstrap styling. But we have a small problem here. This to-do card must be in center of the page. So let's check the code. Oh, I did a mistake here. This justify dash content dash center class must be with this row class. Cut it from here and paste it inside this row div. And also remove this S. This must be to-do list. Save it. Now we can see this to-do card is on the right place. Let's add styling to this to-do cards. Open todo.component.css file. Inside this, let's add a margin top to this to-do list. .todo dash list margin dash top 50 pixels. Next, .todo dash list .card and the scope. Inside this, border will be none. Set margin dash top to 5 pixels and set background dash color to F8 F8 F8. Next, to do dash tools. Make this display none. This to do tools will show when the to do cards hover. And again to do dash tools and I. This is for the I tag, which is these to edit and delete icons. Inside this, margin top and bottom will be 0 pixels, left and right will be 5 pixels, and make the cursor pointer. Save and back to the browser. Beautiful. Let's add the over style for this to-do cards. Back to the to-do component CSS file. .todo dash list space .card hover and the scope. Inside this, cursor pointer make width 600 pixels, make height 80 pixels, margin dash left minus 30 pixels, border dash top dash left dash radius 30 pixels, and border dash bottom dash right dash radius 30 pixels. Save and back to the browser. Hover style is working perfectly. Let's add a margin to this icon, and also if you noticed we cannot see the edit and delete icons. To fix that, back to the to-do component CSS file and add this. .todo dash list .card hover and again .todo dash tools. Inside this, set display to inline and also add the margin for the I tag, I and the scope. Inside this, margin dash right to 20 pixels. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. So our to-do component style also the done. Now let's add a background image. Open the link in the description below. Download this image. And put it inside YouTube projects, to do, SRC and assets folder. And again back to the VS Code and add these styles inside the styles.css file. Background dash image URL and brackets. Add the path to the background image inside these brackets. Single quotes inside dot slash assets slash background dot png. Then make background dash position to center, background dash repeat to no repeat, and also background dash size to cover. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Alright, now we are done with our first section. Next, let's move on to the second section. First thing first, we have to create a Firebase account. Go to the firebase.google.com and click this Get Started button and log into your Gmail account. If you don't have one, you can create a new account with this. I already have an account, so I am logging into that Gmail account. So now we can see this welcome page. To create a new Firebase project, click this button. Add a project name here. You can add whatever the name you want. I just add to do because our app is a to-do app. Down below we can see this auto-generated project ID. If you want, you can edit this project ID by clicking this pencil icon. I am okay with the project, so I am leaving that as it is. Click continue. In the next page, we can see this analytics page. We can enable, disable Google Analytics. By default it's enabled, so I am keeping this enabled. Click continue and tick these two agreements, then click create project. Alright, Firebase project is successfully created. Now click continue. Now we can see our project dashboard. On the right side, we can see lots of options, but in this tutorial, we only use this database and hosting sections only. Go to this database and click this create database button. In this tutorial, we are not going to do any authentication, so select this start in test mode. If you want to learn more about authentication and these security rules, let me know in the comment section below and click next. Here we can select the Cloud Firestore location. I am keeping the default location and click done. This may take 20 to 60 seconds. Okay, our Cloud Firestore database is successfully created. Now we have to connect our Angular to-do app to this Firebase. To do that, go to this project overview tab and click this web icon. Here give a nickname to the app, to-do app. Keep this untick. We'll set up the Firebase hosting on our next section. Click this register app and copy this config data. Back to the VS Code and open this environment.ts file, which inside this environment folder. After this, create an environment variable, Firebase config. This C will be capital. And inside this, paste copied Firebase config data and save this. Okay, we have created the Firebase environment variable. Now we have to connect our Angular app to Firebase. To do that, we are going to use an npm package called Angular Fire. Search Angular Fire on Google and go to this GitHub page. Here you can find all the information about the Angular Fire. Go to this quick start guide, copy this command and back to the VS Code. Paste copied command inside the internal terminal and press enter. So after installing the Angular Fire, install another npm package, npm I Firebase. Press enter. Okay, next let's set up the Angular Fire. Open this app.modules.ts file and import Angular Fire module. Type import curly brackets inside this Angular Fire module. Follow this capital simple letters carefully. Then from double quotes or single quotes, inside this type @Angular/fire and also import the environment Firebase config variable. So again import curly brackets inside this environment from single quotes src/environments/environment. Then go to this imports. Inside this, add this Angular Fire module.initialize app inside the brackets environment.firebase config. This is our Firebase config variable. We connected to Firebase, so we are using Firestore. In order to use Firestore with the Angular app, we have to import Firestore module as well. Go to the import section and add this import statement. Import inside curly brackets Angular Firestore module from single quotes @Angular/fire/firestore. And back to these imports and add this module, Angular Firestore module. After these Firebase imports, just restart the app. Go to the terminal, Ctrl C to stop the running server and again run ng serve to run the app. Alright, we have completed the Firebase and Firestore setup. Next, let me give you a quick intro about the Firestore database. So Firestore is a cloud NoSQL document-based database. This is different than the traditional table-based database like SQL database. So in SQL database, data saved in a table, but Firestore database saved data in a document. So what is a document? It is a group of key value pairs. For example, details of a user A, the name is user A, gender male and age 30. You can see here this is the key and this is the value. And this is a group of key value pair. This group of key value pairs we can call this document. Group of these documents we called collection. In our example, we have a group of user details documents. So this will be users collection. Hope you guys got the idea, right? In a document, we can also have only one key value pair. There is no limitation for this. In another document, we can have different types of key value pairs. In Firestore, we can store string values, number values, boolean values, map coordinates, arrays, timestamps, geopoint values, references, and also we can store null values. How do we add relations in Cloud Firestore? Think if a user has many hobbies. How do we add multiple hobbies in a document? In the SQL database, we have users in a separate database and we can store hobbies in another separate table. By importing the user's ID, we can connect each other tables. In NoSQL databases, also we can do the same. We have a users collection. Each document has its own unique IDs. And also we can add the hobbies collection and create a document for hobby and we can import the user ID to connect each collection. But we can do this in a better way in Firestore. We can create a collection inside documents. If we take the same example, take this user A as two hobbies. One is reading books and another one is watching movies. We can store this data by creating a hobbies collection inside this user collection. This hobbies collection has two hobbies. One is reading books and another one is watching movies. If the user has three hobbies, we can save that again another hobbies collection for this user document. And inside this hobbies collection, three hobbies documents. One is traveling, one is sleeping, and one is playing games. If the user C doesn't have any hobbies, no problem. We can leave this empty. So hope you guys got the idea. This is just a simple example. If you guys want to learn more deeply about this Firestore, let me know in the comment section below. Now let's plan our to-do Firestore database. In our to-do app, we have to-do categories. Each category has its own list of to-dos. We need a categories collection. This collection will have a list of category documents. So documents keys will be category, color dash code and to-do count. This category is the category name. So for example, category gym. This color code is when we save a new category, I am planning to give a random color for this category. So when we load this list of categories on our front end, we can show a random border colors to that category card using this color code. If you don't get it, just leave it. You will know when we get to that part. And the to-do count, by default this will save 0. When we save a new to-do under this category, this count will increase. So these category documents has its own to-dos. So like previous obese example, we will store these to-dos by creating a collection inside these documents. So that collection name will be to-dos, and that collection will have to-do documents. So this document keys will be to-do and is completed. So this to-do value will be simple to-do like do 10 push-ups, and this is completed value will be a boolean value, which means true or false. If this value is true, this means we completed this to-do. If this value is false, which means we are not done with this to-do. Simple, right? This is it for the database planning. Let me show you this action by adding a data to Firestore database using the Firebase dashboard. Go to the Firebase dashboard and go to this database tab. And click this start collection. So a collection name will be categories. And select next. Now this will ask about this document keys and values. So in our case, we have category and type will be string. And value will be like our example, gym. And again, click this add field, and our next field is color code. This C is capital, and data type is string, and value will be add a random color, just add DE2828. And again we have another field. The field name is to do count, and again this C is capital. This type will be number and value will be 0. And now click this save. Perfect, we successfully saved our first document inside the Firestore. So here we can see the document. In Firestore, each document represents with its own unique ID. This column will show the list of documents. This ID will generate automatically, but if we need a custom ID, we can generate that by ourselves. Inside this column, we can see our document fields and values. Next we have to-dos. As we planned previously, we are going to add that to-dos collection under this document. So this time click this start collection, not this one. This is in the main collection tree, and this is the sub collection tree for this document. Click the start collection and again give a collection name. This time this will be to-dos. And again add fields for this to-do document. To-do, the type is string and value is do 10 push-ups. Next is completed. Select boolean as the type and value will be false. So now we can see this to-dos collection and its document and its values like previous categories collection. If you noticed, this to-dos collection is inside this categories collection. Not only that, also this to-dos collection inside this document as well. Okay, now let's save a category using our Angular app. There is two forms type in Angular, reactive forms and template driven forms. I am going to use template driven forms for this tutorial. Alright, before we start, we have to import forms module. Go to app.modules.ts file and add this import. Import curly brackets, inside the curly brackets, forms module. This F and M must be capital. Then from single quotes, inside this single quotes, at Angular/forms. And add this import under this imports, forms module. Save this file and now open category.component.html file and remove this action inside this form and add this #f =, and ng form inside quotes. This form F must be capital and also this F can be any name. Then add the brackets. Inside the brackets, ng submit. This S must be capital, keep it in mind. =, and quotes. Inside this, we are going to tell what to do when this form submitted. So we are calling to a function. So add the function name here on submit. Don't get confused. This function is not coming from Angular. We have to create this function manually, right? And also this function name can be anything. But remember to give a relevant name. So this function is for form submission. That's why I gave this name on submit, which makes more sense, right? Now open this categories.component.ts file and create the function on submit and the parentheses, then function scope. Inside this, add a console log to check whether this function is working or not. Console.log. Inside this, just log working. Save this and back to the browser and open the console. To do that, right click and inspect element and select this console. Then click this form add button. Here inside this browser console, we can see this log working. So on submit function is working. Let me quickly explain what is happening here. When we click the submit button, this will call this ng submit. So in our case, our ng submit function is this on submit function. This will look inside this categories.component.ts file. There are any functions declared named on submit. If any, this will run the function. If not, this will show an error. For now, remove this function and save. Back to the browser and click this button again. Here we can see this error saying that onSubmit is not a function. So, and also here inside this internal terminal also, we can see the same error. Also we can see the error line number and the error place. This is cool, right? Again, keep this as previous and save. It's working now. We can see this working log inside this console. Alright, hope you guys got the idea. So now we have to pass the form input value to this onSubmit function. To do that, pass this ngForm parameter to onSubmit function. For this I added f, so pass f here. If ngForm variable is any other word like or letter like b, then pass here b. This name and this parameter must match each other. After that, we have to bind this input field to this form. So add ng model inside this input. This M must be capital. Save this and open the categories component TS file. We are passing a parameter from form to this onSubmit function. So now we have to catch that. So inside this parenthesis, create a variable to catch that parameter. I am giving f as variable and the type will be ngForm and select the autocomplete. This will import the path to this ngForm. Now console log this f, save this and back to the browser. Type a category here, something that you want. I'm just adding a category and press this button. Now we can see lots of output inside our browser console. For now, we only use this value object. Inside this, we can see the input field name and the value. To get this value, back to the TS file and after this f, add dot value. Save and back to the browser. Again type something inside here and click this button. Now we are getting only the form values instead of the previous big object. So now let's save this value inside the Firestore database. To do that, we have to generate a service file. Go to the terminal and run nggs. This G stands for generate and this S stands for service. And give the path and the service file name. So I am saving all the service files inside a service folder. So service / and service name will be category and press enter. Alright, our service file generated. Open this category.service.ts file and we have to inject Angular Firestore to this constructor. Import curly brackets inside this Angular Firestore and again follow these capital simple letters carefully. Then from single quotes inside @Angular /fire/Firestore. Then inside this constructor inject this Angular Firestore. So private AFS : this can be any name and Angular Firestore. The starting A and this F must be capital. So now create a function for saving category. After this constructor, create a function called save category, parenthesis and the function scope. To save, we have to pass the form data to this function. So add a parameter called data. Okay, now inside this, call this injected Angular Firestore, this .afs dot then collection brackets. Inside this brackets, pass the collection name as a string. So quotes and collection name we are trying to save with this function is a category. So our collection name is categories. If you can remember, we created this collection inside our Firestore manually. So this is the collection name. Then we are saving data. So dot add brackets. Inside these brackets, pass this parameter value. Then add the callback function dot then brackets inside brackets ref and arrow function. Inside this log the success message, and don't forget to put the semicolon end of this line. So now we have to call this service function when we click this add button. We already add this onSubmit function. So from this function we can call that service function. To do that, we have to inject the category service file to this category component constructor. At this import statement, import curly brackets. Inside category service, this C and S must be capital. From single quotes, double dot slash services slash category dot service, and inject this category service inside the constructor. Private category service and category service. Look at this naming convention. The variable's first letter is simple and imported service module's first letter is capital. This variable can be any name that you want, but this module must same as this import. Next, let's call the save category function from this onSubmit function. Type this dot category service dot. Now we can see this save category function on auto import. Select it and parentheses. This save category requires the data parameter. So pass this f dot value to this parameter. Save this and back to the browser and type a category name like something grocery and click this add button. Inside the browser console, we can see this success message, which means category data saved successfully in the Firestore. To double confirm, go to the Firebase dashboard and go to the database. Beautiful. We can see our newly created category. If you noticed here, in this newly created category document is not according to our database plan. We can see only the category value. We cannot see color code and the to-do count values. Why is that? Because we only passed this category form value to this save function. So once again log this data here and comment this line. Save and back to the browser. Type something inside this category input and click this add button. Now inside the browser console, we can see only this category name value. So that's why we are getting only the category value inside our Firebase document. So now let's create an object including the color code and the to-do count values. Inside this onSubmit function, let to-do category, this C must be capital, and assign an object. Category and the value, pass this form value as category. Then color code. For now add this color code #C8C8C8. Later we will save some random color using an array. Next, add this to-do count. The default value is 0. Now pass this to do category object instead of this form value. Save this and back to the browser, and now save a new category. This time save something kitchen and click this add button, and we got the success message inside our console, which means the newly created category saved inside the file store successfully. Go to the file store tab. This is our newly created to-do category. So this time we got this color code and to-do count. Alright, get back to the VS Code and create an array for color codes. Inside this class scope, create a variable color, and this color variable's type will be array, and give the array type any. And assign these colors array. I just copy and paste this array as 15 color hex codes. And this is optional. You don't need to copy the exact these color codes. You can create your own color codes array. I took these colors from a website called colorhunt.co. Just click one of this Xcode. This will copy that color Xcode to clipboard, and you can paste that color inside the array. Likewise, you can copy as many as colors as you wish. If you want to copy the same color codes as mine, so pause the video and copy it. So next what I am going to do is taking a random color from this color array and passing it to this color code. First let's generate a random number, and then we can get the color code array value for that random number. Inside onSubmit function, create a variable let random number, then assign. In JavaScript, we can create random numbers using this function math. This M must be capital. Then dot random and brackets. This will return any random number, so there is no limit. We don't need any random number. We just need a random number that less than our color array's length. In our array, we only have 15 values. So we only need a random value between 0 to 15, right? If we get any number greater than 15, we will get an error, because there is no value for that number in our array. So add this after the math.random function star and 15. This is the length of our array. Comment these codes and log this variable random number. Save this and back to the browser and click this add button. Now we can see this number inside our browser console. Click again. Now again we got this number. If you notice, we are having another problem because we are getting decimal values. So we don't need decimal values. To stop that, put this math.random inside math.flow. This math.flow only return integer values. Save this and back to the browser and click this add button. Cool, right? Now we are getting only random integer values between 0 to 15. Let's make this little dynamic. Rather giving a hand-coded array length, we can use array.length property. So remove this 15 and type this. Our array name is color, so this dot color dot length. Save this and back to the browser and click this button again. Now also we can see this log getting numbers between 0 to 15. Now uncomment this all and remove this log. And remove this color code and add this dot color inside square brackets, add the random number variable. With this line we are pulling the data from color array on this random number position. This number will be any number between 0 to 15. So if this random number is 1, this will pull this second hex code from the color array, not this first one, cause array index starts from 0. So keep this in your mind, arrays start with 0. Save this and back to the browser and save a new category. This time let's save something project to dos and click this add button. So now we got this success message. Go to the file store. Now we can see this newly created project to do category with these two values, colors code and to do count. Now let's show a notification pop-up when we save data to the file store. For that, we're gonna be using another npm pack called ngx toaster. Open the terminal and type this npm i ngx-toaster and press enter. After this installed, open angular.json file and import the ngx toaster css file. Under the css, add this import node underscore modules slash ngx dash toaster slash toaster.css and restart the app. Open app module ts file and first import browser animation module. Import inside curly brackets browser animation module. From inside single quotes at angular slash platform dash browser slash animations. And import toaster module. Import toaster module. From inside single quotes ngx-toaster. Now go to this imports section and add these browser animations module. We are importing this browser animation module cause ngx toaster required this animation module. So next add this toaster module dot for root and brackets. Let's show a toaster success message instead of this success log when we save data successfully. First, import the toaster service. Inside this category service file, import curly brackets toaster service, then from inside single quotes ngx/toaster. After this, inject this toaster service to the constructor private toaster : toaster service. Now go to this callback function and remove this log and add this dot toaster. So we are showing a success message. So here dot success and parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, pass the message that you want to show as a string. So single quotes inside new category saved successfully. Save this file and back to the browser and save a new category. This time save something school and click this add button. Beautiful. We can see this toaster notification saying that new category saved successfully. Alright, now let's do some form validations. Go to the category component HTML file. Inside this category input, add this HTML attribute required. With this required attribute, we can show an error when we submit this form with empty data. Okay, let's make this validation using the Angular. First, let's give an identity for this input. #category. Assign inside single or double quotes ng model. This category can be any name. So next, if this has an error, I want to make this input fields border color to red. To do that, let's write a small CSS. Write this CSS as global style, because we're gonna use this style on to-do components as well. Open style.css file. Inside this, dot border dash danger, border 1 pixel, solid, and color will be red. Save this and go to the category component HTML file and add this class border danger inside this input. Save this and back to the browser. We are having a small problem here. We can see this top and bottom, this red border, but in left side and right side we cannot see the border. To fix this, get back to the styles.css file and add this import after this border. Save this and back to the browser. We can see this border turned into red color. So I want to show this border red when we have an error, not always like this. So we can add CSS style class with conditions using the Angular ng class attribute directive. So inside this input tag, square brackets and add ng class. This C must be capital, equal sign, then double quotes. Inside these quotes, curly brackets. The first property will be the CSS style class name. Single quotes. Inside the single quotes. So in our case, border dash danger colon, then pass the condition. First, we have to check this form is submitted or not. So our form identity is this F. So F.submitted and Add this AND operator. Now check this input field as an error. For that, input field identity is category. So category.invalid. After this, remove this class border danger. Save this and back to the browser. Now click this button without typing anything inside this input field. Beautiful. Now we can see this red border when we passing an empty value. If you noticed here, we got also the data saved success toaster message, which means we saved empty data inside the Firestore. We can confirm this by going to the Firestore and check is there any data saved with empty category value. Here it is. If you guys may think we did the validation and we got the red border on our input, but still this saved an empty data. How this happened? Actually we are not done with the validation. We did only the changing this border color. In order to stop data inserting to the database, we have to stop submit this form. When we click this button, this call this onSubmit function. If there is value, no problem. But if there is no value or empty value, we have to stop this form submission. In Angular, we can add a condition inside this ng submit. We're gonna check is this form valid or not. If this form is valid, this onSubmit function will call. Otherwise it won't. Inside this, before the onSubmit, add this f.form.valid. Then AND operator, double AND signs. Then this onSubmit function. Save this and back to the browser. Click this add button. As previous, we are seeing this red border, but we didn't show any toaster notification because this form is not submitted, which means this onSubmit function not worked. That's why no data saved inside the Firestore. If you guys may be wondering how do I add these valid, submitted and this invalid properties. Actually these properties are coming with the ng form. Go to the category component TS file and comment this all inside this onSubmit function and log this ng form f parameter. Save this and back to the browser. Type something and click this add button. Inside the browser console, we can see this list of properties. Inside this form, we can see this valid property. And it is true now because we are passing a data, so this form is now valid. And here is submitted property, and in here we can see invalid property. This is how I added these properties. Hope you guys got the idea, right? Again, back to the category component TS file and uncomment this all and remove this log. Now I want to show the error message under this input. Open the category component HTML file and add this after this submit button. Div with class text-danger and ml-3. Inside this div, add this error message. Category is required. Save this and back to the browser. We can see this error message now. So let's add a condition to show this error message when we passing an empty data. Now we are going to use the ngIf directive star ngIf this I must be capital. The equal sign inside quotes, add these conditions. F.submitted and operator, category.invalid, and again and operator, category.errors.required. So here we passed these three validations. You guys already know about these two, submitted and invalid. So this also coming from this ng form. In here we are checking this error required. If this input field is empty, this required will be true. If not, this will return false. Save this and back to the browser. Click this add button without type anything inside this input field. Beautiful. We can see this error message. If you type something inside this input, we cannot see the error. Delete this typed data. Once this input field got empty, this will show again the error message. So we are done with the form validation part. Next, let's load saved category list from the Firestore and show it in the front end. Open category service file and like this save category, create a function to load categories. Load categories, this C capital, then parenthesis and the function scope. For loading data from the Firestore, we don't need to pass any parameters. Inside this function, this .afs, if you can remember, this afs is this injected Angular Firestore. Collection, brackets, inside brackets, pass the collection name. So single quotes, inside this quotes, collection name, categories. After this, snapshot changes, this C must be capital, and brackets. After this, pipe and again brackets. Inside this brackets, map this. So type this, map, again brackets, inside these brackets, actions, then arrow function, curly brackets, inside this arrow function, return actions.map, brackets, inside this A, again another arrow function. Inside this arrow function, create a variable const data, assign a dot payload dot doc dot data and parenthesis, then semicolon. Next, another variable const id, assign a dot payload dot doc dot id, then return this id and data. So we want to return this from this main function also. So add return to this main query. This return coming to this function, and this return coming to this function, and this return coming to this function. If you noticed here, we are getting an error here. To solve this, add this import import curly brackets, inside curly brackets map from inside single quotes rxjs/operators. Alright, next let's call this load categories function from category component ts file. We want to show saved categories data when this component onloads. If you used jQuery, you can remember that onload function. In Angular, we can do the same with this ng-on-init function. If you want to take an action when the time of component loads to the browser, we can use this ng-on-init function. Let's call the load category service function inside this ng-on-init function. This dot category service. Then we can see this auto import. Now we can see these two functions. Choose this load categories function. This load categories function returns an observable. So subscribe to this function dot subscribe brackets, inside this brackets val, this can be any variable, arrow function and the scope. Inside this, just log this val. Save this and back to the browser. Inside browser console, we can see this list of our to-do categories. If we look further, we can see each object as ID, value and the data object. Inside this data object, we can see this category, color code and to-do count. Alright, now we have this data. So next, let's load this data inside this category component HTML view. We cannot access this val variable outside of this function scope, because this variable isn't a global variable. So create a global variable inside this class scope, create a variable categories and give the type array. If you notice, this output is an array. Here we can see the length of this array. Then this array type is object, because we got here a list of object inside this array. Then assign this val to this categories global variable. This dot categories assign val. Save this and back to the categories component HTML file. Now we have to loop these categories. To do that, in Angular, we have a directive ng-for. In the previous section, we designed this category card. So now loop this category card. So I want to loop this category card, but this category card is inside this column. So I want to loop this with this column. So add the ng-for directive inside this column div star ng-for equal sign. Inside quotes, type the loop let category of categories. So this categories is this global variable, and this variable can be any name. Change this category name, remove this and open and close two curly brackets. In Angular, if we want to show a dynamic data on the front end, we can use this double curly brackets. Inside these curly brackets, category dot data.category. Don't get confused. This category is this loop variable, and this data is coming from this array object. Inside that data, we can see this category. This is the value we are pulling with this. And make this to-do count also dynamic. Open and close two curly brackets. Inside this category.data.todo count. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Now we can see this list of to-do category cards. Some of these cards are not showing the category and also this to-do count. Why is that? Because at the beginning we saved a data without to-do count and color code. And even this category key also wrong. After that we saved an empty category data when we doing the form validation. That's why we are getting these cards with missing data. So remove this invalid data from Firestore. And back to the browser. Now looks perfect. So now let's add side borders for these category cards by using the color code value. In Angular, we can bind dynamic style to HTML tag using the style directive. So we are adding the left border color to this category card. Go to the category component HTML file and add this inside the card div. Square brackets. Inside this style.border dash left dash color. This is the style directive and this is the CSS property. Then equal sign, codes. Inside codes, add the color code. Category.data.color code. This value coming from the Firestore. Not only that, let's add the color code to this category H3. This time I am changing the text color. So again, inside this H3 tag, square brackets, style.color, equal sign, inside quotes, category.data.color code. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Looks perfect. We can see this dynamic left border and the category text colors. Let's add a new category, reminders, and click this add button. Data saved successfully. We can see this toaster and also we can see this newly created category reminder card. And also we can see this random color border on this card. Perfect, everything working according to our plan. Alright, next let's edit the categories. First, let's create a update category function inside category service. The function name is update category. Then parentheses. After this function scope. Inside this function, let's add the update query. This.afs. This time not collection. We are updating a document. So doc, then brackets. Inside brackets, add the document path as a string. Document path format something like this. Collection name and slash, then ID of the document that you want to edit. So now the collection is categories. How do we know this? Because we are editing to do categories. So collection name is categories. Pass this as a string, add single quotes. Inside this single quotes, categories slash, then we have to pass the document ID. This document ID will be dynamic. So we are getting the document ID as a parameter for this function. Inside the parenthesis, add a variable for the parameter ID. The type will be string. So the document ID is this ID parameter. So concat the string. After this quotes, plus sign and ID. So we are getting the document with this. After this, dot update brackets. Inside these brackets, we have to pass the editing field name and the editing value. So add curly brackets. Inside this, the field name is category and colon. Now we have to pass the edited category value for this. So we are getting this edited value from the category component. So add another parameter for this. After this ID parameter, comma, updated data. Now pass this updated data to this value. Now the callback function, dot then, brackets. Inside this callback function, add a parenthesis, then arrow and the function scope. Inside this, for now, let's add a success log. Later we can add the toaster message. Next, let's call this update category function from category component. Before that, let me quickly explain the editing process. If you can remember, we added this pencil icon in the previous section. Now what I want to do is, when we click this pencil icon, this category must load to this input field. And I want to change this button add text to edit. After editing this category, and we have to click this submit button. This will submit the form. On this submit form, I want to call this update category service function. Let's do this step by step. First, let's load the category to this input field when we clicked one of this edit pencil icon. To do that, I am gonna call a function when clicking this icon. This time we want to take an action on mouse click, right? So in Angular, we can bind click event for this. So inside this I tag, this is the edit icon tag. So brackets inside this click, equal sign and quotes. Inside this quotes, call the function. So function name is onEdit, then parenthesis. Still we don't have this onEdit function, so create this onEdit function. Open the category component TS file. After this onSubmit function, create this onEdit function. OnEdit, parenthesis and function scope. Now I want to bind the category to the input field. To do that, I am gonna use two-way data binding method in Angular. Open category component HTML file. So first, I am gonna pass the category to onEdit function. Inside this parenthesis, the category is this. So this is coming from the file store. So copy this and paste it inside the parenthesis. Now go to the category component TS file and add the parameter to this onEdit function. Parameter variable name is category. Type will be string. Let's check this is working or not. Log this category parameter. Save this all files. And back to the browser. Open the console and click this edit pencil icon. We can see this category name log inside the console. Click this category. Cool, this time this logged this category. Beautiful. Now let's bind this category to the input field. Create a global variable category name, and this n will be capital. Type will be string and make this variable empty. Okay, now assign this category parameter to this category name global variable. This dot category name assign parameter variable category. After this, go to the category component HTML file. Inside this, in previous we added this ng model to bind this form data to this form. Now let's bind this input field to this category name. We are doing two-way data binding. So wrap this ng model inside square brackets and again brackets, and put this ng model inside this equal sign, and inside single quotes variable category name. Save this and back to the browser. Now click one of this edit pencil icon. Beautiful. Now we can see this category inside the input field. Some of you may be wondering how this happens. With this onEdit function, we are passing the category. Inside onEdit function, we are getting that category parameter and assigning it to this category name global variable. Then we have bound this category name variable to this input field. So this variable value is shown inside the input field. For example, if I click this gym categories edit button, from this icon we are passing this gym to this function onEdit. This parameter variable is now gym. Now we are assigning this gym category value to this category name. So this is also now gym. And we bound this category name to this input. So this category name value is gym. So this gym category value is showing inside this input field. This is how we got this category inside the input field. Hope you guys got the idea. We don't need two ng models here, so remove this. So next I want to make this button add to edit. To do that, I'm gonna make the submit buttons add dynamic. Remove this and add two curly brackets and add a variable name data status. This S is capital. We don't have any variable called data status. So create a new variable inside the category component TS file. This is gonna be a global variable. So inside the class scope, create the variable. The variable name is data status and type will be the string. Save this and back to the browser. Now we cannot see anything inside the button because we removed add text and added this variable. But still this variable doesn't have any assigned value. So assign a default value for this variable. This value will be add. Now again save this and back to the browser. Now we can see this add inside this button. Now I want to make this add to edit when we click this edit icon. So we already have the click event function. Go to the onEdit function inside the category component TS file. And inside this onEdit function, change this data status variable add value to edit. This dot data status assign edit. Save this and back to the browser. Click one of this edit pencil icon. Now we can see this add change to edit. And also we can see this category inside this input field. Alright, we load category to this input field and also we change this add to edit when clicking this edit pencil icon. So next what do we have to do is call the update category service function from category component TS file. The update process will be something like this. We already loaded the editing category to this input field. So now we can edit the category inside this input field. After editing this, we're gonna click this edit submit button. So when we click this button, this also does the same form submission like add category. This will call the same on submit function. Click edit one of this category and change this. I'm gonna add edit after the category and click this edit button. Okay, we got this save data success message and we can see here new category saved instead of updating the category. Why this happened? Because we are calling the same form submit function in edit action and save action. So what I am gonna do is inside the onSubmit function, I am gonna capture these two actions, add and edit. So if this button is add, we are saving a new category. If this button is edit, we are gonna do the editing category. So this button status changed with this data status variable. So inside this onSubmit, create an if statement, if brackets. The condition is this dot data status equals add. Don't forget to put this inside the quotes. And the scope, after this, else if brackets. This time we are checking this dot data status equals edit and the scope. With this add if, we are saving a new category. So put this save code inside this add if. For now, let's log edit inside this edit if. Save this and back to the browser. Edit one of these category and click this edit button. Right now we are getting this edit log inside the console and we didn't get any toaster message or new category saved. So we are almost done. Now remove this log and let's call the update category function from here. So this dot category service dot. Now we can see this autocomplete. Select the update category function. To call this function, we have to pass these two parameters. First one is the document ID. So we need the document ID. So go to the category component HTML file, pass the document parameter as this document ID to this onEdit function. After this, comma, category.id, So this is coming from the Firestore. If you can remember, we got this ID inside this categories array. Now we have to capture this ID parameter in onEdit function. Go to the categories component TS file and add this parameter ID colon type is string. So now we want to access this ID from this onSubmit function. This is not a global variable, so we cannot access this ID parameter from another function. So to solve this problem, let's make a global variable and assign this ID parameter to that global variable. Inside the class scope, the variable name is catID and type is string. Now go to the onEdit function and assign this ID parameter to that catID global variable. This .catID assign ID. Now go to the onSubmit function and pass this catID as the first parameter. For the second parameter, we have to pass the edited category. So f.value.category name. So this is coming from the ng form. Alright, save this all and back to the browser. Click the edit icon on this category card. Edit this. So I'm gonna add edit end of this and click this edit button. Beautiful. Now we can see this log, which means category data updated successfully. And also we can see here updated category. Let's add the toaster success message instead of this log. Open category service TS file and inside this update category, remove this log and copy this toaster message from the save category function and paste it inside this update category and change this save to update. Save this and back to the browser. Again update the same edited category and this time I will remove this edit and click this edit button. Perfect. Now we can see this toaster success message. If you noticed, after we editing the category, it still remains inside this text field. So let's make it empty after editing the category. And also I want to set this button back to add. Inside onSubmit function, after this update category function call, add these f.resetForm and brackets. This f is this ng form, so this will reset the form. And also change this .data status to add. And also add this form reset to this save category also. Save this and back to the browser. Edit a category. Click this edit button. Perfect. Now text field is empty and this edit change back to the add. Alright, we are now successfully completed the update category. Next, let's do the delete category. Delete category is really easy comparing to update and save. As usual, first let's create the delete category function inside the category service TS file. Function name delete category. This C is capital. Parentheses and the function scope. Inside this function, let's add the delete query. This .afs dot. This time also we are deleting a document, So doc brackets. Inside these brackets, we have to pass the document path. Codes. Inside these codes, collection name. We are deleting categories, so collection name is category slash. Then we have to pass the collection ID. So we are getting this ID as a parameter. So add a parameter to this function. This will be ID and type will be string. Now concat this ID here, plus sign and ID. End of this brackets, dot delete brackets. Now the callback function dot then brackets. Inside this brackets arrow function, open and close a bracket, then arrow and the scope. Inside this callback, let's show the delete success message. Copy and paste this toaster message. This time let's change the message type to danger and add this message inside these brackets. Remove this all and add category deleted successfully. Next, go to the category component HTML file. Inside this delete icon tag, add the click event binding. Brackets, inside brackets, click, assign. Let's call a function codes inside on delete and brackets. Now let's create this onDelete function in a category component TS file. After this onEdit function, create the onDelete function. Let's call the delete category function from this function. This dot category service dot. Now select the delete category function. This required the document ID parameter. So let's pass the document ID to this onDelete function. Back to the category component HTML file and pass the ID inside this parenthesis. Category.id. Now again go to the category component TS file and create a variable to catch the document ID inside this onEdit parenthesis. ID and type will be string. Now pass this ID to this delete category. Save this all and back to the browser. Now click one of this category delete icon. We can see this toaster red color message saying that category deleted successfully and also that category card removed from our category list. So we cannot see that category card any longer. Delete another one. Beautiful. So we have successfully completed all the save, delete, update and load categories functionalities. Next, let's move on to the to-dos component. So this time, this is going to be very easy. This to-do also the same as the category. We have to save, update, delete and load to-dos from the file store. And also we do marking to-dos completed or uncompleted in this to-dos component. Alright, let's create a service file for this to-do component. So inside the internal terminal, run this command. We already did this when we generating the category service file. This also the same. nggs. This service file will be generated inside the service folder. So service slash and this service name to do. Press enter. After this service file generated, let's create the save to do function. Before that, we have to inject the Angular file store to this constructor. This time I am not going to hand code these imports. I am going to copy and paste from category service. Go to the category service file and copy these all imports and paste it inside the to-do service file. We are going to use all these same as category service. Again, go to the category service and copy these injected AFS and toaster. Paste it inside the to-do service constructor. So next let's create the save to do function. Save to do parenthesis and the scope. Inside this, let's do the add query. This .afs.collection and brackets. Inside this we have to pass the collection name. This time this is different than the previous category collection. Previous category's collection was in the main row. So here we can see this at first. But the to-do collection is inside this category's collection. And also we can see this to-do collection inside this document too. So we have to build this query. So the first collection is categories. Inside this collection we have the document. So doc and brackets. And inside these brackets pass the document ID. This document ID will be dynamic. So we are getting this ID as a parameter. Inside the function parenthesis ID. The ID variable and the type will be string. And pass this ID parameter inside this doc brackets. After the document, only we have this to-dos collection. We have this to-dos collection inside this document. So after this, dot collection. This time collection name is to-dos. Don't get confused. This category's collection is this. And this document can be one of this document. Inside document we are saving a new to-do inside the to-dos collection. Hope you guys got the idea, right? After this, everything same as previous. So copy this code from this .add and paste it after this to-dos collection. So we need this data parameter. So create a parameter called data inside this function scope. Change this toaster notification text, add to do instead of this category. So toaster message is new to do saved successfully. Save this. Now let's call this function from to do component ts file. Before that, I want to open the to do component when we click one of these category cards. We can do this by adding a router link to this card content div. Router link equal sign. Inside quotes give the to do router. If you can remember, we created this router for to do component. So the router will be /to do. Save this and go to the browser. Now click one of these card. Awesome. We got the to do router and the to do component weave. So next, let's make this to do component form to Angular template driven form. So this also like the previous category component form. So copy form identity and this submit event binding, paste it inside the to-do component HTML files form. Next, copy this ng model required input identity and this ng class directive from category input and paste it inside this to-do input. Now change this. This identity will be to-do, and also this category.invalid will be to-do.invalid. Now copy this error message from category component HTML file and paste it inside to-do component HTML file after this submit button. Change this category to to-do. Save this and open to-do component TS file. First, let's import the to-do service file to this component file. Import curly brackets to-do service from single quotes double dot slash service slash to-do dot service. Now inject this to-do service to this constructor. Private to-do service colon to-do service. And also I forget to mention, remove this two-way data binding ng model and put just ng model here. We'll do the two-way data binding in later section. Alright, now create the onSubmit function. OnSubmit parenthesis. Inside parenthesis we are getting ng form parameter. So f type will be ng form and select this auto suggestion. This will add the auto import to this ng form. Function scope. Inside this function, let's create the to-do object. Let to-do equal sign and curly brackets. As our to-do document plan, in to-do document we have to-do. So to-do colon this to-do coming with the form. So f dot value dot to-do text. This is the text field name. Next we have this is completed. So after this is completed colon pass the default value false. Now let's call the save to do function. This dot to do service dot save to do and parenthesis. This save to do function required these two parameters, id parameter and the data parameter. We have this data parameter on ready, but we don't have the category document id to pass for this id parameter. This category document id is in the category component. So we have to pass that id to this to do component. So we can do this by binding this id to the router. To do that, we have to first change our router. Open the app-routing.module.ts file and modify this to do router. Add a slash after this and we are binding a data to this router. So colon and any variable name. So we are passing a document ID. So I am naming this variable ID. Save this file and get back to the category component TS file. In here we are calling the to-do router. So now we have to pass the document ID with this router. To do that, first wrap this router link with square brackets and put this router also inside the square brackets and add double quotes for this square brackets. For the first value we are passing the router. As a second value we are going to pass the category document ID. Category.id. Save this and back to the browser. Click one of this category card. So this loads the to-do component as previous. But if you notice carefully, you can see the URL has changed. End of the to-do router, we can see this document ID. Go back and click another category card. So this time this loads the different ID. So we are passing the relevant ID for the clicked category with this URL. Alright, now we have the category document ID on the to-do components router. So now we have to get that ID inside the to-do component TS file to pass this to save to-do service function. So we can get the router bind data with activated router. So let's import the activated router. Import inside curly brackets activated route from inside single quotes @angular/router. Now inject activated router to this constructor. Private activated route activated route. Follow this capital simple letters carefully. Next, let's capture the router bound ID on this to-do component loads and assign that to a global variable. So create the global variable cat ID and type will be string. Go to the ng-on-init function. If you can remember, I told about this function on the previous section. This function loads immediately on load this component to the browser. So inside this ng-on-init function, this .catId assign this .activated route .snapshot .param map .get and brackets. Inside these brackets, pass the router variable for this category ID. So we passed a variable name as ID inside the router module file. So add that variable inside these brackets, single quotes and ID. So after this, let's make sure this is working. So add the log for this cat ID. Save this and back to the browser. Open this browser console. Inside the console, we can see this printed ID value. We can see this URL value now printed inside the console. Go back to the main category component and click another card. This time also we can see this router bound ID value inside the browser console. Perfect. So now we know this is working. So remove this log, go to the onSubmit function and pass this global variable for category document ID, this .catId. and also pass this to do as the second parameter. After this, add the form reset. So f.form reset and brackets. Save this and back to the browser. Let's save a new to do. Something new to do task 1 and click this add button. We saw this toaster success notification, which means we have saved a new category to Firestore successfully. Let's reconfirm this. Go to the Firestore panel and let's find the Firestore document belongs to this ID. Here it is. Open this. We can see the to-dos collection inside this document. Open the to-do collection. Inside this to-do collection, we can see this newly created to-do document. Perfect. We added the form validation also. Let's try to save an empty to-do. We can see this error when we trying to save new to-do. Alright, now this category document has one to-do, but still this to-do count value is 0. So let's add an increment to the to-do count when saving a new to-do. Go to the to-do service file and add this increment code inside this save to-do callback. Before this toaster message, let's add the increment query. As usual, this .afs. We are updating a category document. So doc brackets. Inside this, add the path for this document. First, collection name, inside quotes, categories, and slash, and concat the document ID. We are getting the document ID as a parameter for this function. So plus sign and this parameter variable ID. After this, we are updating the document. So update and brackets. Inside these brackets, pass the field name that we want to update and the updated value. First add curly brackets. Inside this curly brackets, the field name is to do count. As a value, pass this. This time this is a bit different. Firestore, select the auto suggestion cause we need to auto import this Firestore. If you don't get the auto suggestion, just simply type this import. Dot field value dot follows these capital simple letters carefully. Increment brackets. Inside brackets, add the increment value. So we want to increase this to-do count by 1. So add number 1 inside these brackets. Save this and back to the browser. This time save a new to-do under a different category. Select this category. Inside this to-do, create a new to-do. New to-do task 1 and click this add button. We got this success toaster message. Go back to the category page. Beautiful. Now we can see this incremented value. Previously it was 0, now it is 1. Perfect. Alright, we are done with the new to-do, save and the to-do count increment. So now let's load the saved to-dos inside this to-do div. This is also same like load categories. There is no much difference. So copy this load categories function from category service file and paste it inside the to-do service file. Change this load categories to load to-dos and change this query. This time we are not loading data from categories collection but from the to-dos collection. We already know this to-dos collection located inside the categories document. So we have to pass the correct path. We did the same thing for this add query also. So add this after the collection brackets. Doc and brackets. Inside these brackets, we have to pass the document ID. So this will come from the to-dos component. So get this as a parameter. Add this parameter inside this load to-dos parenthesis ID and type will be string. Pass this ID inside these brackets. Next, again dot collection. This time collection name is to-dos. And no need to change these all. Save this and go to the to-do component ts file. Now let's call the load to-dos function from this ng-onInit function. So this dot to-do service dot select the load to-dos function. This function required the category document ID. So pass this cat ID. This dot cat ID. So this function returns an observable. So subscribe to this observable dot subscribe brackets. Inside brackets a variable name. This can be any variable. So I am declaring this variable as val. VAL. After this arrow function and the scope. In order to access this observable data, we have to assign this val to a global variable. So create a global variable named to-dos and type will be array and array type will be object. So now assign this val to this to-dos global variable. This dot to-dos assign val. Let's check this is working or not. Log this to-dos variable after this. Save this and back to the browser. Inside the browser console, we can see this list of to-dos array. Alright, now go to the to-dos component HTML file and load the to-dos array. We already designed this to-do card. Let's show the to-dos inside this card. Inside this card div, add the ng4 directive star ng4 equal sign. Inside single quotes, let to do, this variable can be any variable name, and of to-dos. This is the global to-dos variable. Remove this and type text and open and close two curly brackets. Inside this curly brackets, to-do.data.to-do. This to-do is this to-do variable and this data is coming from the Firestore. Here you can see data. Inside that data, we have saved our to-do values with this to-do key. This to-do is this. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. Now we can see the list of to-dos in here. Now let's edit this to-dos. This also same as edit category. When clicking this edit icon, this will load the to do inside this text field, and this add button will change to edit. Alright, first let's create the update to do function inside the to do's service file. After this, create the update to do function. Inside this function, let's create the update query. As usual, this .afs.collection brackets, inside brackets codes, and collection name. You already know this, we are editing a to do, but the to do collection is inside of a category collection and also inside of a category document. So this first collection is categories, next .doc and brackets. Inside these brackets, we have to pass the category document ID. So this document ID will be dynamic. So get this as a parameter. Inside the parentheses, create a variable cat ID and type is string. Pass this cat ID parameter inside these brackets and again dot collection. This time this is to do's collection. Add pair of brackets and pass the collection name to do's as a string. Next again .doc. We are updating a to do document inside the to do's collection. So now we have to pass the to do collection ID. This is also dynamic. So create a parameter for this to do ID. Parameter variable name is to do ID and this I must be capital and type is string. Pass this to do ID parameter value inside these brackets. So we are updating a document, so this will be .update and brackets. Inside these brackets, pass the editing field name and the edited value as an object. Inside these brackets, curly brackets, the editing field name is to do, colon, and this edited value will be dynamic. Add another parameter for this edited value. So variable name is updated data, type is string. And pass this as this edited to do value. Next then brackets. Inside brackets, create the callback function. Inside this callback function, add the toaster success message. This toaster.success and brackets. Inside these brackets, add this message. To do updated successfully. Save this file. Now let's call the update to do function from the to do component ts file. Before that, let's load the to do to the input field and change the add button to edit. This is also the same as the previous category. First, let's load the to do inside the input field. For this, we used two-way data binding. Inside this edit icon tag, call the onEdit function when this edit pencil icon clicked. So this is same as previous category edit. So copy click event inside this edit icon tag from category component HTML file and paste it inside this to do component HTML files edit icon tag. So we are passing two parameters for this. First one is the to do. So remove this category and add to do. This to do is this loop variable and this is the Firestore to do document field name for the to do. Now create the onEdit function inside this to do component ts file. This also the same as category onEdit function. So copy this onEdit function from category component file and paste it inside the to-do component ts file. We are getting a to-do instead of a category from to-do component HTML file. So change this category parameter to to-do. Keep this ID. Now change this category name to to-do value. We are getting this error because still we don't have this to-do value global variable. So create that inside the class scope to-do value and type is string. Next, this data status variable, we need this also. If you can remember, in category component we made add button to edit using this data status global variable. We are doing the same add to edit here also. So we need this data status variable. Create the data status variable and type is string. And assign the default value add. Next, change this cat ID to to-do ID and create that global variable also. To-do ID type string. In this onEdit function, we are assigning the to-do to this to-do value global variable. Now bind this variable to the to-do input field. Go to the to-do component HTML file. Put this ng model inside the square brackets and brackets. Equal sign. Inside quotes, add the to-do value global variable. Next, add the data status variable to this submit button. Remove this add, open and close two curly brackets. Inside brackets, pass the data status variable. Save this all and back to the browser. Click this to-do edit icon. Perfect. This loads the to-do inside the text field, and also we can see this button add change to edit. Alright, let's call the update to-do service function from this onSubmit function. So first we have to capture the action. This is add to-do or editing to-do. So put an if else condition. If at the condition this dot data status equals add. If this is true, we do the saving new to do. So put these codes inside this if. Next, else if the condition will be this dot data status equals edit. If this true, we'll do the editing to do. So call the update to do service function from here. This dot to do service dot update to do. This requires 3 parameters. First one is category document ID. We already have that. We got that from the router. This dot cat ID. For the second parameter, have to pass the to do document ID. This is coming from this onEdit function. So pass this dot to do ID. The next parameter is edited to do value. So this is coming from the ng form. So f dot value dot to do text. After this, reset the form and change edit button to add. Save this and back to the browser. Edit this. Add edit end of it and click this edit button. Perfect. We got this update success message and we can see this edited to do. And also this form reset and this edit change to add. So next move on to the delete to do section. As usual, create the delete to do function inside the to do service file. Go to the to do service file and create the delete to do function. Inside this function, let's do the delete query. Copy this update query and paste it inside this all same. Remove this update to delete and remove this object inside the brackets. We have to get these parameters cat id and to do id. We are deleting a to-do document. That to-do document is inside the categories collection and category document as well as the to-dos collection. Change this toaster message type to error and change this message to to-do deleted successfully. Now let's call this delete function from the to-do component ts file. Go to the to-do component ts file and call on delete function from this delete icon. This is also same like category delete. So go to the category component HTML file and copy this click on delete function and paste it inside to-do component ts file. Inside this delete icon tag, change this category to to-do. Now go to the category component ts file and copy this on delete function and paste it inside the to-do component ts file. Keep this parameter. We are calling to-do service file. So change this category service to to-do service and the function name is delete to-do. And this function required two parameters. First one is category document id. So pass this .cat id and next required the to-do document id. For that pass this parameter id. Save this and back to the browser. Delete this to-do. Perfect. This to-do deleted successfully from the Firestore. Now we have to decrement the to-do count when we deleting a to-do from category document. So if you can remember, we did to-do count increment when we saving a new to-do. This time we gonna do the decrement when deleting the save to-do. This is also the same as increment. So copy this increment code from the save to-do function and paste it inside this delete to-do's queries callback function. Change this id to cat id. Change this number 1 to -1. If you want to increment, add plus numbers. If you want to decrement, add minus numbers inside these brackets. Save this and back to the browser. Delete this to do. Now this category doesn't have any to-dos. Go back to the category list. Here we can see this change to 0. Let's check this again with another category. Save to new to-dos. Back to the category list. Here we can see the to-do count updates 0 to number 2. Now again go to the to-do list and delete one from these to-dos. Again go back to the category list. Perfect. Now this updates to 1, which means this category has 1 to do. We have completed save, update, delete and load functions for to-do component. Next, let's do the to-do completed and uncompleted task. We can see this green circle with this right icon, and also we can see this red circle with this cross icon. I'm gonna use this green icon to make uncompleted to-do to complete, and gonna use this red icon to make completed to-do to uncompleted. When saving a new to-do, by default this to-do is uncompleted because we are saving is completed value as false when we saving a new to-do. If this is completed value is false, this means that to-do isn't completed yet. If this is completed value is true, which means that to-do is completed. So now let's do the marking to-dos as completed when clicking this green icon. So what do we going to do is, when clicking on this icon, we're gonna update the is completed field to true. We already know if is completed value is true, that to do is completed. Not only that, I want to show a horizontal line crossing the to do text on the completed to dos. So we can differentiate completed to do and uncompleted to dos. So first let's design this horizontal line. Go to the to-do component HTML file and add an HR tag after this to-do text. Now add some CSS to this HR tag. Open the to-do component CSS file and add these CSS styles. HR, open and close curly brackets. Inside this, display block margin dash top -8 pixels, margin dash left 30 pixels, margin dash right auto, border dash style inset, border dash width 1 pixel, background dash color black. Save this and back to the browser. So now we can see this HR line crossing this to do text. Create another new to do task 2 and click this add button. We got this new to do. If you noticed, we are getting this HR line on all to dos. But I want to show this HR line only on the completed to do. So let's add a condition to this HR line by using the Angular ngIf directive. Go to the to-do component HTML file and add this inside the HR tag. Star ngIf =, inside single quotes, to-do.data.is completed. With this line, we are checking the is completed value is true or false. If this is true, this HR tag will appear on the view. If this is false, this HR tag will not be shown on the view. Save this and back to the browser. Now we don't see that HR line on to-dos because these to-dos are not completed yet. So now let's add the update query to make this to-do completed. As usual, go to the to-do service file and create a new function called markComplete. Inside this function, what we are doing here is we gonna update the relevant to-do documents is completed field value to true. So this is going to be an update query. So copy this query from update to do function and paste it inside this mark complete function. This query path will same, don't need to change anything. This required the category document ID and the to do document ID. So creates these parameters inside the parentheses. Cat ID type will be string and next to do ID and type will be a string. Now change this updating field and the value. This time we are updating the is completed field and value is true. Change this toaster success message type to info and also change this message to do marked completed. Save this. Now let's call this function when clicking the completed icon. So go to the to do component HTML file and inside this fa-check-circle icon tag add the click event. Inside brackets click equal sign. Inside quotes let's call to a function called complete to do and pass the to do document ID as a parameter to do.id. Now go to the to do component ts file and create this complete to do function. This function getting a parameter to do id. Type is a string. From this function call the mark complete service function. This dot to do service dot mark complete and the parentheses. This function requires two parameters, so pass them. This dot cat id and to do id. Save this and back to the browser. Click this complete icon. Perfect. We can see this toaster message saying that to do marked as completed. And also we can see this horizontal line on this completed to do. Beautiful. Now let's do the marking completed to do as uncompleted. It's also the same as previous mark complete function. So copy this function and paste it under this function. Change the function name to mark uncomplete. Keep the parameters. The query is the same. This time we are making the to do as uncompleted. So change this is completed value to false. Also change the toaster message type to warning and change the message to do marked uncompleted. Save this and go to the to do component HTML file. This time add the click event for this fa-circle icon tag. Copy this click event and paste it. Change the function name to uncomplete to do. Keep this parameter, we need that as previous. Now go to the to do component ts file and create this uncomplete to do function. This is getting the to do id parameter. The type is string. Call the mark uncomplete service function from here. This dot to do service dot mark uncomplete. Pass the category doc id and to do id as parameter. Save this all and back to the browser. Click this red incomplete icon. Beautiful. This time this mark this completed to do to uncompleted to do. And we can see the horizontal line disappeared when it's marked to incomplete. We are almost done with the second section of this tutorial. So now I want to hide this to do complete icon when to do marked as completed. And I want to hide this incomplete icon when the to do marked as uncompleted. And also I want to do the same for these left side icons too. When the to do is incomplete, I want to show this red circle icon and hide this green right icon. And also when the to do is completed, I want to hide this red icon and show this green icon. We can do this by using the ngIf directive. Go to the to do component HTML file. Inside this icon tag, let's add the ngIf star ngIf equal sign and the condition. This icon is that red circle icon. So I want to show this when the to do is uncompleted, which means if the is completed field is false, I want to show this icon. So the condition will be something like this: to do dot data dot is completed. With this I am getting the is completed field value of the to do from Firestore. And also with this condition, this will show this tag when this value is true. But for this red circle icon, I want to show this when this is false. To do that, add this exclamation mark front of this. Now do the same for other three icons. Copy this ngIf and paste it inside these three icon tags. This is this green icon, so I want to show this when this value is true. So remove this exclamation mark. So now we have this complete to do icon. I want to show this when a to do is not completed, so this is gonna be false. Keep this with this exclamation mark. This is the incomplete icon. I want to show this when a to do is completed. So this is gonna be true. So remove this exclamation mark. Save this and back to the browser. In here, now we can see only this one icon. These to-dos are still not completed. That's why we are seeing these red circle icon and this green to do complete icon. Make this to do complete. Perfect. Now we can see this icon change to green right icon and this complete icon change to this red incomplete icon. Congratulations guys, we have successfully completed building this to-do app. Next, let's move on to our last section. Let's deploy this to-do app to Firebase host and make this app go live. Before that, if you guys until now enjoyed this video or learned something, give a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It's really appreciated guys. And also do not forget to hit the bell icon. Alright, let's build this to-do Angular app to production. First, let's put this Firebase config inside the environment prod.ts file. Otherwise, this will show an error when we building this app to production, saying that cannot find the Firebase config variable inside environment.prod.ts file. Copy this from environment.ts file and paste it inside environment.prod.ts file. Now type this command on the internal terminal: ng build --prod and hit enter. This will build our Angular app to production and it may take several seconds to several minutes. I get back when it's done. Our Angular app built successfully in production mode and ready to go live. We can find these build files inside the dist folder. Now let's enable Firebase hosting. Go to the Firebase console and go to this hosting tab. Now we can see this setup guide. This is very simple. Just follow these steps. First thing first, we have to install this Firebase CLI on our PC or Mac. Copy this command and open the terminal or the command prompt. Paste copied command. If you are on a Mac, add sudo beginning of this command. Press enter. This will install Firebase CLI globally in our computer. Once it's done, let's do the second step. Before that, navigate to the project folder. And navigate inside the dist folder. Because our production ready app files are inside this dist folder. And also rename this folder name to public. Run this command. Now first we have to log in to the Firebase account. Firebase login. This will open the Google account login inside your default browser. Log into your Google account. Keep this in your mind. In this action, you have to log into your same Google account when you use to create the Firebase app. After login to the Firebase account, let's run this second command, Firebase init. Yes, we are ready to proceed, so give yes to this. First, this will ask which feature that you want to use. We are trying to host our to-do app, so select this hosting. Navigate using the arrow keys. To select the feature, use the spacebar. Now hit enter. Now select this use an existing project option because we already created the Firebase project. Press enter. Next, select our Firebase project to do. Next question, this is asking about the main directory. By default, it's use public folder as main directory. If you can remember, we renamed this main production build app folder name to public. So no need to type anything, just hit enter. This will by default use this public folder as main directory. Next, this will ask to rewrite our index file. We don't need to do that, so give this to no and hit enter. Next, this will ask to override index file. We don't have to do that also, so give this also no and hit enter. Perfect. This is the end of the Firebase init. Let's move on to the final step. We have successfully completed these two commands. Now click this next button. This command will deploy our to-do app to Firebase host. Once it complete, we can check our app using this domain. Alright, let's run this command inside the terminal. Copy this command and paste it. Firebase deploy. Press enter. Beautiful. Now our app is deploying to the Firebase host. This will take a bit time, so stay until this complete. Perfect. Our to-do app is now live. We can see this success deploy message, and we can see this URL to access our to-do app. Copy this URL and paste it inside the browser. Congratulations guys, we have successfully hosted our to-do app to the Firebase host. Now go to the Firebase console and complete this. Continue to console. In case if you don't like this version of Firebase URL, you can use this web.app URL. This also open our app. And also you can connect your own domain instead of these subdomains. If you guys want to know more about this, leave a comment below. This Firebase host is free, but there is some limitation. Go through the Firebase pricing page, then you can get an idea about these limitations. This is it guys, this is the end of this tutorial. Hope you guys learned something with this tutorial, and also I think I gave a full package tutorial from design to deploy. I always wanted to do something like this. You guys can improve this app by adding additional features, and also if you guys want, you can link this to-do app to your portfolio. If you guys enjoyed the tutorial, and if you guys want more tutorials like this, please give a thumbs up. Leave a comment if you have any questions, and also please subscribe to the channel. I'm planning to release a new tutorial every week, so don't forget to hit the bell icon. Stay tuned. Thank you guys, we'll meet again with another video. Until then, learn smart, not hard.